Thank you. Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Deefy audiobook channel, Chapter 29, Gang Wipeout 2, bonus chapter for getting to 100 golden tickets. The Trident, is it? Said Aldrich as he made his way towards the Odinson boss. The Trident, a name that Aldrich would never forget. The criminal organization that had killed his parents. One of the largest international crime syndicates on the planet, whose web of influence spread from North America all the way to East Asia. Thank you. Some of the most famous and feared villains worked for it. Ending that organization was going to take time and power, but thankfully for Aldrich, he had time, and soon he would have power that nobody could question. Now why would the Trident be dealing with a low-level nomad gang like you? Said Aldrich. You aren't Trident? Then what the hell do you want with me? Why would you kill my boys like that? For what? Said the boss. For what? Let's be real here. Thank you. What were you going to do otherwise? Knock me out and kill me? Do whatever you wanted with my female companion who is now gleefully ripping your men's skulls from their spines, said Aldrich. He manifested a coin from his palm. I wanted to barter and trade fairly. You attacked me. I defended myself. And now you pay. Aldrich took a bolter pistol and shot 3 rounds into the Odinson boss's shield before it clicked empty. Thank you. The bullets, large bolt-fired rail slugs, slammed against the shield and pinged off harmlessly. Fairly impressive. Bolters were crude in terms of design, but their miniature magnetic rail bolt shots, though notoriously inaccurate and prone to jamming, packed a massive punch. You can't hurt me, said the boss. He put a hand behind him, resting it against the wall of the tech room. Various wires sparked around him as electrical energy fed into him, fueling the shield. Thank you. And I got enough power here to put this shield up for hours. Other nomads are going to come knocking. And when they do, you better be ready for a fucking war. Trust me, it won't come to that, said Aldrich. He analyzed the fact that the boss was still breathing oxygen, still passed through that barrier. He got up real close to the boss, right in front of the barrier, and put a hand in front of it. Horror warp, said Aldrich, chanting the spell. Thank you. There was no direct need to chant the name of the spell, but he realized that it made it easier for him to focus on it, thus increasing his cast time. A dark, wispy cloud of shadowy particles gathered around his hand, and within this black cloud were glowing red eyeballs that stared hungrily at the boss. Hope you have nice dreams. When you wake up, I'll make sure you're in a better mood to talk, said Aldrich as he walked away. The horror warp passed through the boss's barrier. What?
Thank you,
said the boss. His eyes widened in terror as the spell enveloped his face. He started to choke for a second before he fell to his knees and planted on the floor face first, drooling. He shivered and shook every so often, blinking rapidly and growing pale and whimpering as if caught in a nightmare. And indeed, he was now U2. Aldrich looked over to the counter where the technos hid. They were still cowering under the desk. Get up before I put a bolt through both your skulls.
Thank you.
The 2 technos stood up with arms raised in surrender, trembling in terror. They were skinnier than the other Odinsons with visor goggles and mohawks. Notably, they had sockets in their skulls which they could use to jack into technology and interface with it directly with their brains. Please, we'll give you anything. Anything you want, man. We got it, they said. Valera made her way through the dark hallway like a specter of bloody carnage. Thank you. She spied 3 men aiming their strange ranged weapon at her from several meters away. Before they could fire, she dashed behind them. Teleportation? One of them exclaimed in surprise before Valera took his head and smashed it into a pulp against a wall. And super strength. How many powers does she have? Just shoot. Valera punched a hole straight through one man before he could fire and used his body as a shield to tank bolter shots.
Thank you.
The corpse shuddered as bolts blew off large chunks from its back. Peekaboo, said Valera as she lowered the corpse, skewered on her arm, her gleaming red and black eyes wide in excitement as they settled on the remaining gunman with hunger. Help! I need help! Began the man before his head blew apart from a powerful punch. Valera activated her blood sense, detecting the presence of warm flesh and blood bodies all around her through the walls.
Thank you.
She shuddered in ecstasy at how much pain and terror she would inflict. She ran through the hallway and entered the living room where the Odinsons were just now beginning to get out of their drug-induced stupors and get their bolter pistols ready. Valera's eyes darted from side to side. 6 more prey. She disappeared in a flash, appearing right in front of the nearest Odinson. The Odinson's eyes widened as he saw her hands dug into his guts.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, said Valera, as she tore the man straight in half. She closed her eyes in bliss and bathed in the blood and gore, all of it fueling her crimson furnace shield. Shoot! Shoot! Kill her! Bolt after bolt fired at Valera. They pierced through her blood barrier as they were physical damage, not energy attacks, but when they reached her body, her bare, pale skin, they crumpled up and bounced off like they had hit a wall of indestructible metal. What kind of fucking altar is she? Thank you. She's so goddamn strong. Doesn't matter. If you want to live, you keep fucking firing, Eric. Use your power. Beat her ass. Oh, someone is going to challenge me? Valera's ear-to-ear, grotesque smile flashed as she looked around. One of the men, Eric, presumably shuddered and convulsed before his shirt ripped apart. His flesh turned red as he swelled up to a size of 3 meters, dwarfing everyone in the room.
Thank you.
He had to hunch his head so as to fit in the room, and his thick muscles made it obvious how much power he had. Yes, that's more like it, said Valera. She threw the 2 halves of the man she had split open at 2 of the other Odinsons, killing them with the high-speed impact throws aimed expertly to cave their skulls in. Yeah, you'll do anything? Aldrich tossed the Elden World coin he had manifested over to them while pointing the bolter pistol at them. Thank you. You guys are masters at forgery and theft, right? Especially jewelry. Appraise that. I want to know what it's worth. One of the technos shakily took the coin and stared at it, tapping his visor goggles. The goggles whirred as they focused on the coin. Holy shit, where'd you get this, man? Said the techno. The coin shone a sheen of mystical gold and the size of a man's entire palm.
Thank you.
The circumference of the coin was grooved and the face of the coin carved with the face of a beautiful woman's face with flowing locks of wondrously patterned hair. The way this face is carved and the hair, man, the hair, you see the patterning on this shit? Said the techno as he held it up for the other one to look. Pure artistry. Who made this? And solid gold, too. Aldrich got the information he was looking for. Looked like coins were worth something in this world. Thank you. He waved the technos forward. Give me back my coin. Yeah. You got it, boss, said the techno as he flipped the coin over. Aldrich nabbed the coin in his palm and disappeared it into his inventory. Now for what I really want, said Aldrich. One of you decrypt this. He reached into Ghost's bag that he had carried with him and slid his iPhone over. You got it. A Model X, is it? Thank you. We can break through this in a couple min. A techno took the phone and took it to another table where he connected it via cable to a computer screen. He jacked into the computer with the socket in his head. And you, Aldrich pointed to the remaining techno, you sell CIDs, right? Show me everything you have. I need them for myself and my companion. You got it, man, said the techno. You think you can spare us that coin for it? Some of our CIDs are real fucking expensive. Thank you. It ain't easy or cheap to get around net securities. How about a bolt instead? Said Aldrich as he raised the barrel of the bolter pistol right at the techno's face. Never mind a coin. If you want to get out of this with your lives, you do what I say. Get to fucking work. Got it, man. The techno hurried over to the back of the room and opened a locked cabinet where countless license cards sat neatly arranged in black drawers. Thank you. He took a whole drawer and put it down on the counter in front of Aldrich. Take your pick, man, said the techno. We got Class 3, 2, and 1 CEBDs. We got private investigator CEBs, police CEs, even CEBs for the big fucking mega corporations. We need them when we gotta sneak into headquarters and steal shit. Just take what you need. We snap your pic, upload it to the ID, and you got a whole ass new identity. Shit would cost 10,000 credits minimum, but for you, on the house. Thank you. Long as we stay alive, impressive, said Aldrich. Citizen identifications had classes depending on what class of citizen one was. The higher class, a citizen, the wealthier and more influential they were. Class 3 comprised mostly of manual laborers and bottom-rung society, while Class 2 consisted mostly of white-collar job workers and heroes. Class 1 was the real gold, where the wealthiest corporate executives, politicians, and the top 100 heroes existed. Thank you. I got a real good suggestion for you here, said the techno as he took out a pair of CIDs. This was for a young couple that got rich off inherited trust funds. It's Class 1, meaning you'll be able to go anywhere, and it's got the least baggage. Your supposed money comes from a private fund, so there ain't no corporation you're supposed to be working for that people can trace you back to. If you want to live a real quiet, real nice life, this is the best. I'll take them, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
And these, he took out 10 SIDs for himself and Valera. Each one was linked to a large corporation and would allow them to infiltrate their headquarters when necessary under forged identities. He did not necessarily need these for now, but he had no idea if he would in the future, and it was better to always be prepared. T10 more, please, man? We run a fucking business over here. Some of these were promised to some real big-shot clients, began the techno.
Thank you.
You won't be running this business with a bolt through your head?
No,
said Aldrich. You've seen what I've done to your friends. I won't hesitate to leave your brains smeared on these walls. Yeah, I get it. The techno begrudgingly took the CIDs to a computer. Can you bring your lady friend here? Need her picture? Aldrich mentally looked through Valera's eyes. She was soaked in blood and guts.
Thank you.
She was outside the mobile home atop the corpse of a giant red-skinned man with an exposed skull and various fist-shaped dents in his chest. All around him were the blood-drained corpses of Odinsons. She had wiped out the entire gang. Valera smiled as she sank her clawed hands deep into the red-skinned Odinson's throat, draining his blood straight through the jugular. "Valera, I need you here," said Aldrich. Valera immediately nodded. "Understood, Master." "Thank you." Aldrich only had to wait 3 seconds before Valera appeared. She smashed through the ceiling of the tech room and landed perfectly beside Aldrich with her head bowed. "I have eliminated all of these filthy humans," said Valera, as the blood drenching her pale skin entirely red faded away. Absorbed into her, she flashed a stare at the two technos, causing them to shriek. "Now, shall I dispose of them?" "No, we need to take pictures," said Aldrich. "Pictures," said Valera.
Thank you.
"Right, you don't know what cameras are," said Aldrich. "They're like images of us stored in recording crystals." "Oh, to commemorate this slaughter, is it?" said Valera. "Of course, my master." Valera shyly leaned on Aldrich's shoulder and looked ahead, waiting for their image to be recorded. Pictures taken separately," said one of the technos. "You dare to ruin this moment," began Valera, her voice rising and killing intent radiating off of her.
Thank you. Take a picture of us together as well. Print it out,
said Aldrich. "Then take the separate pics for our IDs."
You got it,
said one of the technos. He snapped a pic by staring at Aldrich and Valera and tapping a button on his visor goggles. "Now we take separate pictures," said Aldrich. "Yes, master," said Valera as her ear-to-ear smile faded away into one more normal and regularly happy. The technos snapped their pics individually and then took Aldrich's SIDs.
Thank you.
He placed them on a tablet linked to a computer that he operated by jacking into it via head socket. "How long will this take?" said Aldrich. "And don't even think about calling for help. Never mind about time. If this takes over 20 minutes, I'm shooting both of you." "Holy shit, man, we're working as fast as we can," said a techno. "Up to you to work faster then," said Aldrich simply. It took 20 minutes, but the technos got things done in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
They handed over Ghost's unlocked phone and Aldrich's new SIDs. Aldrich put them all in Ghost's bag and zipped it up. "We good now, right, man? We did so much shit for you," said one of the technos. Aldrich shot him through the head, dropping him to the ground. Meanwhile, Valera hummed to herself happily through the violence as she stared at a framed photo of her and Aldrich together, blushing and holding a hand to her cheek. "What the fuck? You said you would let us go." "Thank you," said the one remaining techno. Aldrich pointed the bolter pistol at him. "I never guaranteed your lives, and you two talk too easily." "We didn't do nothing to you," said the techno. "All I do here is just work on tech. I was just following orders, you know." Orders, huh? Said Aldrich. Real convenient that when shit turns sour, you pin it on orders. But you were so willing to just stand there and let us die or get enslaved. It's so easy to follow orders when it's good for you, no? Thank you, but you know I'm curious. How well will you take orders when they're bad for you? So here's my order to you. Die. Aldrich shot the last techno through the head. The bolt blew his head up completely like a bomb had been set off inside of it. Time to burn this place down, said Aldrich, as he spied various exposed, sparking wires and crates packed with live ammunition, both shrapnel and incendiary grenades. Thank you. Perfect for blowing this place up and making sure no surveillance or data was left behind of them. Chapter 30. Loot 16 Odinson, Gangsters defeated, plus 8 EXP, bar 5/5 zeros greater than 85/50. Now, shall we get to raising this base? Said Valera. Not yet. I'm going to loot this place as much as possible first, said Aldrich. He went over to the nightmare-wrapped Odinson boss and patted him down, finding an iPhone, cigars, a lighter, wallet, and most notably a set of car keys. Thank you. Aldrich took the keys and phone for himself before motioning to Valera. Take a tarp from outside and wrap him in it. We're taking this guy with us for questioning. Ah, questioning is it? Valera smiled. I do love some questioning, especially when pain is involved. Valera grabbed the Odinson boss by the collar and leaped up through the hole in the ceiling she had made. Aldrich looked around and scrapped together any valuables he could.
Thank you.
He took as many credit chips as possible from drawers in the tech room. These were sleek black chips made by Credit Union, the largest credit banker in the world, and when inserted into a credit machine or personal device along with a CID, could transfer credits directly to the owner's bank account. He found a larger bag to carry things in, and in it he dumped in a few bolter pistols, grenades, and a box of ammunition.
Thank you.
He also packed a signal generator and 2 laptops owned by one of the technos. Serve, said Aldrich to the first techno he had killed, the one with his head still intact. A soul hovered over him, as did souls for everyone else he and Valera had killed. Mathematically, a drop rate of souls like this was near impossible. A drop rate for a soul was 5%. But it seemed that every single human that died so far had dropped a soul. Thank you. Gave more credence to the idea that souls did exist, and they existed in every human, and, interestingly, some variants. This would make Aldrich's level-up journey much, much faster, as souls did not have to be crafted. They could just be consumed for half the experience that their original owners gave. Aldrich watched as the mohawked, visor-wearing techno stood up from the pool of blood he was slumped over. A gaping hole in his chest matched him with Aldrich.
Thank you.
5 mana, 2084th greater than 1584th. Aldrich made room for the techno by letting go of his one last remaining normal striker. He would have liked to say goodbye to the undead personally, but it was not possible here. Aldrich analyzed his power.
Thank you.
As expected, the techno had a fairly common power that let him interface with technology with his mind via a plug on the body that linked with major nerves that further linked with the brain, though usually hardcore technos had plugs etched directly on their heads. Although undead resurrected with a soul lost their previous identity, they did not lose their powers. Thank you. This meant that hopefully Aldrich could use the techno for more tech-based needs, as his ability to use technology was based off the usage of his power. With this in mind, Aldrich had taken the laptops and a signal generator for net connectivity in the variant forest. Everything else was not especially valuable. Drugs, more weapons, and the like. Thank you. Aldrich harvested the rest of the souls and moved on, planting multiple timed incendiary grenades around various key points in the base for a clean demolition. 15 Odinson souls obtained. Aldrich left the Odinson base and saw Valera standing with the bagged-up Odinson boss on her shoulder. Where to now, master? Said Valera. Back to the forest. I've gotten what I came here for, and I want to lay low for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Aldrich walked behind the Odinson base and saw the boss's personal ride, an Arma AEP, all-environmental purpose armored car. Arma was a renowned megacorporation that focused on selling peacekeeping military tech highly accessible for the common consumer, though they did have a higher end line for supplying police forces with. The consumer-grade equipment was classified as green-grade, while the police equipment was blue-grade.
Thank you.
The boss's armored car was blue-grade, ordinarily meant for police, but of course there were no rules in the black market. It was a solid four-wheeled drive that could maneuver through the variant forest quite well with its sturdy construction and ability to enter a sleeker hover mode that, though slower, could float freely through narrow tree gaps with its smaller surface area and maneuverability. Aldrich unlocked the car with the keys he had taken from the boss and popped open the trunk. "Thank you. Put that guy in there and close the trunk when you're done," said Aldrich. "Understood, master," said Valera. She thumped the boss down and slammed the trunk door over him before staring at the armored car with her head tilted like a curious cat. "What is this, my master? It's called a car. People use it to get around. Think of it like a mount, except it's pure machinery," said Aldrich as he got in the front seat. "Thank you." He had the techno open up the seat beside him, waving Valera in like a chauffeur. Valera stepped in and sat beside Aldrich, marveling at the various screens and buttons and controls and blinking lights around her. How quaint and wondrous. It almost reminds me of dwarven majestically with the metal and the buttons, but even that used magic. Truly, there is no magic here, none at all. If you can't sense it, it's not here, said Aldrich. It is still unbelievable, said Valera.
Thank you.
I have always hated the smoke belching and loud roaring of those dwarven metal beasts, but I suppose there are some benefits to this technology. Valera looked down at the framed picture of her and Aldrich. She was leaning against Aldrich and smiling widely with a few blood spatters on her face shoulders while the limp bodies of Odinsons were blurred out in the background. She blushed as she looked at the picture.
Thank you.
Aldrich smiled at Valera before he jammed the keys into the car and got the engine humming. All right, time to move out. Aldrich parked as deep into the forest as he could, but at a certain point, even the armored car's hover mode could not fit through the thick growth of the forest. Incredible, said Valera as she left the car. The ride is so smooth, not at all like the galloping of a horse. And there are so many of these cars, too. Thank you. On the road, I must have seen hundreds of them moving about, and in such orderly fashion, too. Yeah, traffic lights and laws will tend to do that, said Aldrich. The quaint thing was that although settlements were pretty lawless zones, the roads leading in and out of walled cities were maintained directly by the Alter-Human Agency and Panopticon, so they were fairly heavily policed. Thank you. This deterred nomads from blocking roads and stealing from drivers and supply convoys, though the key word here was deterrence. It was no guarantee of safety, and especially in more remote road stretches, the threat of nomad attacks was quite high. Aldrich's undead came out of trees and bushes surrounding his car, and he waved at them, finding comfort in being with his small but growing army again. I'm back, said Aldrich, nodding especially to Adam and Elaine.
Thank you.
And one step closer to getting back at Seth Solar. Later that night, with the moon rising high above and shining its silvery pale light down on the forest, Aldrich sat in a small, watching as the techno he reanimated worked with a laptop. The laptop was plugged into the signal generator, a rectangular black box with blinking green lights, and also plugged into the techno via cables. Aldrich smiled. Thank you. The experiment on whether the techno could use his power even as an undead had been a success. Technos could still use their power to operate tech. This gave even more weight to what was known as the Cassandra principle. It was a well-known phenomena that techno-alters, especially the much higher-end ones who could create technology that seemed to belong centuries ahead, could not actually articulate how they made this technology or share the principles or construction behind it. Thank you. When they worked on their tech, they did so almost in a trance, and often this trance was highly addictive, like being in an euphoric dream. As a result, the strongest technos were often known for extreme passion and protectiveness over their technology on top of an inability to share their ideas. The extent to which a techno was affected by the Cassandra principle varied greatly. Thank you. Some could actually share their technology and explain how it was made, but it was a known rule that the more advanced tech was, the less accessible it became. One thing Aldrich noted was that he could not see through the techno's eyes or mind when he neurally linked with the laptop. He was blocked out while the techno worked, and that meant Aldrich had to give the techno individuality to function on his own. "Alrighty, that's done," said the techno as he handed Aldrich his forged SIDs. "Thank you." All the credits he had stolen had been transferred to his new fake identity as a Mr. Bruce Vane, netting him with a total of around 10,000 credits to his balance. That was not a lot, especially considering he was supposed to have inherited a multi-million credit fortune. But then again, Aldrich did not really need that many credits. He just needed enough to get into and out of places he needed to in cities. Onto the phones.
Thank you.
The techno plugged Ghost's iPhone and the Odinson boss's iPhones into ports in the laptop. The techno's visor glowed a tint of blue as lines of text, images, and code sprawled across the laptop screen in near unintelligible fashion to someone not as tech-savvy as Aldrich. The techno scanned the content of the phones for any information relevant to Aldrich. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Aldrich nodded at the success of the second experiment, one regarding individuality of undead and how it affected their performance. Even with individuality, the techno was utterly subservient to Aldrich. He had wanted to experiment how much individuality an undead could exhibit and whether it would inhibit Aldrich's command over them. "Thank you." Thus, he had also formed a hunting party consisting of the Geist, Dynamite Girl, and Valera to roam around the forest, hunting down natural variants to farm EXP. In this party, he gave Dynamite Girl and the Geist individuality with the key order to follow Valera's orders. The Geist and Dynamite Girl had an instinctive dislike for each other, but they put that aside for Aldrich's orders and worked surprisingly efficiently.
Thank you.
By consuming all the Odinson souls for EXP, with each of them offering 3 EXP, and the hunting party taking down several more variants, Aldrich had gotten to level 9 simply by doing nothing himself. He began to realize that once he hit a critical mass of undead, he could farm experience from anywhere across multiple locations because his undead had no range limiter nor time limit. His growth was exponential, and this was the start of the curve up.
Thank you.
He dumped his 5 extra stat points into attunement, netting him 2 extra unit slots, plus 5 attunement, plus 10 with affinity bonuses, attunement 31 greater than 41, unit limit 10 greater than 12. Aldrich commanded Valera to save the corpses of Alloy Wing Eagle and Big Arm Grizzly to add to his undead army. The Eagle especially was of interest to Aldrich as it was large enough for him to use as aerial transport. Thank you. All right. I finished scanning through these phones, unlocking locked files and folders, you name it, said the techno. So, what do you need, boss? Aldrich thought about what info he needed for a second before he was interrupted by a groan. The crinkling of a tarp sounded in his ear as he turned to see the wrapped-up boss rolling around as he moaned and groaned in pain and fear as he awoke from his nightmare. Thank you. You know what? He'll know what to look for better than me, said Aldrich as he walked over and put a foot on the boss's chest, holding him still. It's time for some questioning. The techno put a thumbs up for Aldrich and said, Good luck, boss. I'll be here when you need me. Aldrich kicked over the Odinson boss so that he faced upwards. He could not move on account of how tightly wrapped up he was in the brown tarp Valera had rolled him in, but his mouth was already moving. Thank you. Anything you want, I'll tell you. You need something. I'll get it to you, said the Odinson boss, his one biological eye so wide that it looked like it was damn near ready to pop out of his skull. Just don't put me back to sleep. Not there. Not back there. Not the nightmares. God, no. Well, that was easy, said Aldrich. He jotted down a mental note that Horror Warp was no longer just a simple 10-second stun if it landed. Thank you. Against those with no mental resistance, it locked them in a prison of nightmares for almost 8 entire hours. Regardless of how willing the boss was to talk, Aldrich still put his staff right on the man's throat, pressing into it with just enough pressure to let him know that at any given moment the staff could pierce right through and end his miserable existence. The trident, Everything you know about them. Tell me, said Aldrich. He spoke to the techno as well. Thank you. And you listen to what he says and bring up any relevant info on his phone. You got it, boss, said the techno. Fisk, is that you? Said the boss, perplexed and betrayed. You're working for him now? Aldrich allowed the techno, Fisk, his name was, to respond, curious as to whether there would be any recognition of his former boss. Don't know who you are, but yeah, I'm working for him. Thank you. But you know, if you ask me, I think you ought to get talkin' instead of chattin' with me, said Fisk. You heard him, said Aldrich as he dug his staff deeper into the boss's throat, making him wheeze. Oh, okay, coughed the boss. We started working with the Trident a year ago. In Haven? Aldrich narrowed his eyes. I've done my fair share of research on the Trident, and I was fairly certain they had no presence in Haven. Yeah, you're right, said the boss. It wasn't in Haven. Thank you. They got in touch with us for a heist. We had to snatch something from an Imuji convoy further down south around the HE's 48 highway. After the monstering, the United States highway and road system had been completely overhauled due to the threat of monsters and vast swathes of land rendered uninhabitable. 2 sets of roads were developed. Thank you. Secure roads numbered from S1 to S50 that were reserved for transfer of crucial supplies, and commercial roads numbered from C1 to C100 that mapped a web of traffic around the states. The U.S. government managed the commercial roads, but the Panopticon, a multinational peacekeeping and technological development organization that worked with almost every world government and the Ultra-Human Agency to fend against variants, managed the secure roads. Thank you. Thus, S-roads had a ton more security, surveillance, and hero presence. A ragtag 20 or so member gang like the Odinsons managed to hijack an Imuji convoy. On a S-road? Fucking ridiculous, said Aldrich, as he began to press the staff into the boss's throat again, suffocating him. Imuji was a mega corporation based in Korea that stood at the absolute top of any military tech and development. Thank you. Arma was more commercial and widespread, where Imuji was absolute razor cutting edge, creating top-notch technology tailor-made for select elite clients. Any Imuji convoy would have been guarded heavily. No, heavily guarded was an understatement. There would have been absolute top-of-the-line autonomous defense systems, battle drones, force fields, and probably high-end mercenaries guarding it. Thank you. This was on top of auto turrets, cannons, and maybe even a hero or two that would have guarded a S-road. He's right, said Fisk as his red-tinted visor flashed and glowed. Got some comms and credit transfers that prove it. Said Aldrich as he eased the pressure on his staff. You have to believe me, said the boss. We didn't do it by ourselves. The Trident helped us. They sent out a guy to help us. Villain called the Vanisher. He helped us.
Thank you.
He just sort of flew over the convoy, and then anything that could shoot at us just disappeared. It was real easy to just bust in and take what they needed after. And what did they need? I don't know. Aldrich glared at the boss. I really, really don't know. Said the boss, panicked. They wouldn't tell us, and why would they? We're just nomad thugs. But I do know that it was a case of some kind. Real secure and fancy looking? That case was. They made us transfer it too. Thank you. Where to? Said Aldrich. To Haven. We got a real strong presence in Haven, and we're reliable unlike them crazy-ass boltheads or fiends. So I think that's why the Trident chose us to carry that package. We got it over to that nightclub, the one with real classy cocktail party theme. The Red Circle. Aldrich thought about this for a moment. It was true that the Trident had no real presence here in Haven. Thank you. Their North American branch operated largely in New York, the largest Tier 1 walled city in the States, not in a Tier 3 city like Haven. It made some sense that if they wanted something delivered to Haven, they would hire local help. It was not uncommon for larger criminal syndicates to hire nomads like the Odinsons or, as the boss mentioned, other gangs like the Fiends or Boltheads, for dirtier work, especially where their influence was limited. Thank you. After all, nomads had no real citizenships, were largely untraceable, and could easily be abandoned when anything went wrong. But why at Haven? Something as sensitive and important as a case from Imuji, too. And to the Red Circle, a random nightclub? Any info on this? Aldrich asked Fisk. Sorry, boss, said Fisk. I got correspondence with a guy called Mr. X that set this whole heist up, but after the heist was done, there's nothing more. So that's it, Aldrich shook his head. Thank you. You Odinsons are just too low level to know anything useful. I've reached a dead end about the trident with you. It's time to find some answers at the Red Circle. Aldrich raised his staff up, ready to pierce the boss's throat, but then he shouted, Wait! What? Said Aldrich, the staff still raised and ready to kill. The guy Mr. X, the guy that connected us to the trident, he also told me to bring my boys to Haven as often as I could. Why is that? Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He wanted me to sell our drugs, especially the good and expensive shit like X, to a list of dealers he approved, said the boss. Dealers that aren't nomads like us, classier guys that deal shit in the city inside clubs or bars and stuff. And did you? Asked Aldrich.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer.
He paid us way more than it cost to get the X. I have no fucking idea why, but that's why we keep coming back and back to the settlements around Haven, said the boss. Thank you. Very, very interesting. Bring up that list of approved dealers if you can, Fisk, said Aldrich here. Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich. He scrutinized a list of 20 names and did not recognize any of them except one, Davis Shane, the Blackwater technician and engineer that Aldrich had blackmailed for selling drugs to students. Aldrich knew that Davis sold drugs inside Haven when the A and B class students went out, but now he knew where this all happened, the Red Circle.
Thank you.
Aldrich began to realize there were threads tying together the Trident with not only the nomads, but Blackwater and its students. The Trident was peddling drugs to Blackwater students indirectly through a supply chain comprising of the Odinsons and then select dealers in the city. But why? He started to formulate thoughts and suspicions. Bring up info from Ghost's phone, said Aldrich. Find any mentions for the nightclub called the Red Circle.
Thank you.
There's a shit ton of M, boss, said Fisk with a whistle. Text messages, group chats, location-tagged pictures. Don't know where to start with this. Any correspondence with a Davis Shane, said Aldrich. Yeah, good amount. Looks like this Ghost kid was a junkie, real deep in it too. Bought from Davis at the Red Circle every week, said Fisk. You know anything about this? Aldrich asked the boss. No, nothing at all, said the boss. Thank you. I just peddle the drugs. I don't actually deal them. Don't know who they go to, and never needed to, I see. Aldrich looked down at the fearful boss's face and came to realize that the man would have no more useful information. He was just too low level for this. All he had been for the Trident was a mule to carry drugs, and that one stolen case from Imuji. Well, looks like your usefulness has come to an end. Take a break down in hell. Thank you. Wait, began the boss before he choked on his words as Aldrich's staff tore through his throat, killing him. +8 EXP, 1x Odinson Soul, boss obtained, 1x Odinson Soul, boss consumed, +4 EXP bar 88,656%, they're clanned, 100,656% current level, 9. Aldrich kicked the boss's corpse over for Adam, Elaine, and the Alpha Striker to start tearing away at to sate their hunger for brains and flesh. Meanwhile, he sat behind Fisk.
Thank you.
Show me all the correspondence you have from Ghost related to the Red Circle, said Aldrich.
You sure, boss?
That's a lot of stuff, said Ghost. I have time, said Aldrich, as he made sure Valera's hunting party was doing well. They were doing excellently, ready to track down more natural variants. Soon enough, he would hit level 10 and then access the first tutorial quest, at which point he would gain a massive boost in power. Just do it. Thank you. Aldrich spent the next several hours just poring through all of Ghost's communications about the Red Circle. His focus was unbroken, his mental stamina just as infinite as his physical stamina from being undead. Ghost and the Odinson boss all talked on private chat rooms located in what was known as the Dark Net. The regular net was formed by the Panopticon after the monstering, and was considered an evolution of the World Wide Web.
Thank you.
It accommodated techno-alters who could now literally dive through virtual space with their minds, providing a universal, unified space that the Panopticon and various net cybersecurity companies could regulate and secure. However, there were many that did not like the feeling of having the Panopticon's ever-present eye watching over them, and so the darknet was formed. An evolution of the dark web, just as the net was an evolution of the internet.
Thank you.
The darknet required specific software configurations and authorizations to access, and any data on it was encrypted so heavily that many technos generally considered it nigh impossible to forcibly crack into it from the outside. However, with a darknet surfer's fully cracked phone or personal device, this became a different story. With access to their personal device and information like passwords and personal account information, it was relatively easy to access user data on the darknet.
Thank you.
Ghost's darknet conversations were largely held between himself and Davis Shane, the Blackwater technician and drug dealer. There were many conversations lasting through a range of a year, almost the entire time that Ghost had been in Blackwater. Most of these conversations were about Ghost buying drugs, dogged not only for himself but for others and, more repulsively, to slip in the drinks of unsuspecting women. Thank you. Aldrich remembered the way that Ghost had looked at and touched Elaine, and once more, he was grateful that he had ended Ghost with the pain and suffering he deserved. What Aldrich noted was that in these communications, Davis Shane talked to Ghost with a subservient tone, always asking him what he needed, telling him what the best things to buy were, giving him discounts, and so on. Thank you. The technician even tried to stop Ghost from taking more X personally, warning him of addiction, but of course, Ghost had ignored him. Davis Shane was not trying to push drugs onto Ghost. He was trying to keep Ghost and the Blackwater students he dealt with happy, even at the cost of profit. Aldrich found an especially interesting conversation dated back to around the same time when the Odinsons had made their heist and carried the emoji case to the Red Circle.
Thank you.
It was a request by Ghost asking when the special package was getting here, that Seth Solar personally needed this and that it was urgent. This was no coincidence. Seth Solar needed whatever was in that case, to which Davis replied that he knew it was on the way, but he had no idea exactly when it would arrive as he could not directly ask the Trident. Davis further stated it was better to ask Casimir for details. Thank you. A search on the word Casimir through Ghost's phone indicated that he was the owner of the Red Circle nightclub. Ghost did not have any virtual communications with Casimir, but he and Seth Solar's crew routinely talked about the club owner in good light, appreciating the owner's hospitality and willingness to always set up a private room for them. And perhaps most interestingly, Casimir gave Seth Solar's crew access to connectors. Thank you. Connectors were individuals that, as the title suggested, connected another to a criminal organization. They were largely responsible for managing job listing for mercenaries and villains that needed work. But for the largest criminal syndicates like the Trident, they gained even more responsibilities. Thank you. Connectors for these larger organizations were also responsible for contacting and keeping in the good graces of the strongest villains, pampering them with gifts, parties, and luxuries in exchange for a few favors here and there. They also reached out to potentially recruit independent villains and mercenaries into working full-time for the organization, listing out comprehensive job benefits and securities to working for them. In essence, they were job recruiters.
Thank you.
The HR department of criminal organizations, so to say, Seth Solar and his crew, no, not just them. Messages in group chats implicated almost the entirety of Blackwater's A-Class, went to the Red Circle for not only VIP service but also to get in touch with connectors for the largest criminal organizations. The only A-Class student that Aldrich could not find a mention of was the current rank 1 Mel Morales. Thank you. In the Red Circle, the connectors would promise the top-performing Blackwater students permanent high-end positions in their organizations, recognizing the talent and potential that the A-Class students had. Aldrich came to the realization that Blackwater was not truly a functional hero academy. Thank you. It trained either corrupt heroes who would use their position in the AA, alter human agency, to function as moles, or if they were in the A class, funnel into the highest ranks of criminal syndicates as villains. It all made sense now. Why Blackwater was so isolated and so hidden. Why there was so little information about it. Hell, when Aldrich had tried to research the academy, he could not even find a list of past alumni, no doubt, because they all now worked as villains or mercenaries. Thank you. It explained why the academy had such good equipment and facilities despite being so obscure and ranking so low. It explained why they did not give a damn about psych evaluations. It explained the brutality of the academy where only the strong survived. It also implicated the Solar family, as the academy's current head was Selena Solar, and of course Seth Solar attended it.
Thank you.
The fact that this had not become a PR nightmare for the Solar family indicated only one thing. The Solar family was working with criminal organizations to keep any information about their involvement highly hidden. Aldrich had done some research on the Solar family in trying to create his contingency plans against Seth Solar, and knew that he and his mother were not part of the main branch of the Solar dynasty.
Thank you.
They were an illegitimate branch, with Selena Solar being the product of a one-time fling from the previous head of the Solar family. Quite likely, Selena Solar was the daughter of the previous Solar head and a villainess, hence why Selena had such strong connections to the criminal underworld. That made Seth Solar also illegitimate. He could never step into the fold of the main Solar family and don their golden costumes to bask in their glory and public game. Thank you. He could share their last name, but his existence would forever be a tightly controlled secret kept within the confines of Blackwater and its criminal web. This was a significant amount of information to organize and mentally order, but one thing was clear to Aldrich. He was not just going to take down Seth Solar and his friends, but also Blackwater, the academy that had thrown nothing but abuses to him and his friends, and by take down he meant destroy.
Thank you.
It was not enough for him to just leak this information to the public. Very likely any leaks would just get taken down or smeared as fake news by the wealth of both the Solar family and various crime syndicates with vested interests to keep their villain and fake hero factory up and running. No, Aldrich had to destroy Blackwater, break it down so that it could never ever produce villains. The very same kind of villains that had killed his own parents. Aldrich had the information he needed.
Thank you.
He just needed to act. He knew Seth Solar and his crew made a visit to the Red Circle every Saturday. That was the perfect time to take them all down at once. Taking them out one by one would leave far too much time for suspicion to grow. But the problem was, yet again, power. Storming the Red Circle was no joke. If there were connectors there were likely bodyguards, mercenaries, and decently rankings villains, and also the majority of Blackwater's A-class.
Thank you.
Aldrich would have to take down all of them. It was conceivably possible for Aldrich to do this after reaching level 10 and clearing the trial quest. After clearing the trial quest, he would gain a full set of new equipment, Elden World monsters to raise as undead, a powerful passive skill, and even more spells. The issue was Seth fucking Solar yet again. He was just too strong. Far, far stronger than the rest of the A rank.
Thank you.
It was almost a miracle that Mel Morales could even consistently beat him to take the rank 1 spot. And even then, she did that through unique applications of her portal-based power, not through sheer brute force. Seth Solar might have been an arrogant asshole, but his power was the real deal. Even now, he could just fly through Aldrich's undead army and burn everything down in a few minutes. He was just that strong. Ghost and the rest of the A-class were like ants compared to Seth Solar.
Thank you.
And it was not because the A-class was necessarily weak. It was just because they were young and had undeveloped powers. Alter powers needed time and training to develop, and it was said that an Alter's power fully maximized and matured as late as the age of 30, with some even taking longer. However, Seth Solar was a genetic anomaly known as a starter child. His power was high from the beginning. Thank you. That meant he had less growth potential over time, but that mattered little when he had overwhelming power to start off with. Super strength, super speed, flight, near invulnerability, and high-temperature solar beams for fire damage. The man was a living, walking, flying counter to Aldrich and his army. And if Aldrich wanted to strike on Saturday, he only had about 5 days to prepare against Seth Solar. During that time, he needed to get as strong possible Vine Beast X1 defeated. Thank you. Plus 25 EXP Moss Beast X3 defeated. 45 EXP Big Arm Grizzly defeated. Plus 40 EXP Tunnel Centipede X12 defeated. Plus 360 EXP Red Carapace Great Centipede X1 defeated. Plus 80 EXP plus 550 total EXP. EXP bar 106 and 50 greater than 6 and 50, 6 and 50. Level up, level 9 greater than 10. EXP bar 0 1200 plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Trial Quest 1 available, all the experience from the variants that Valera's hunting party killed throughout the hours of Aldrich's investigation poured into his head. Thank you. He had tuned them out to focus on the investigation and because he trusted Valera, but he did not know that they had hunted so efficiently that he had already leveled up. Evidently, the hunting party had encountered a nest of giant centipedes and had dealt with them quite well. Thank you. With Dynamite Girl there, any bug-type natural variants would have been no challenge at all, especially since they were all immune to poison and because bug-type natural variants tended to clump up, making them perfect targets for high heat explosions. Aldrich stood up. "That gonna be it, boss?" said Fisk. "For now." "Good job," said Aldrich. "Get some rest. Thanks a bunch, boss, but I don't need it."
Thank you. I'll be playing some games if you don't mind, said the techno as he booted up a rhythm game plastered with images of anime girls. Aldrich thought about taking away the techno's individuality, but he could not see how playing this game would be of much risk, especially since it seemed to be offline. "Sure, go ahead," said Aldrich. "If you see or hear anything suspicious, you reach out to me." "Thank you." "Understood, boss," said Fisk as he started to rapidly tap at his keyboard, playing the game with expert skill honed from years and years of practice. It stood to reason that if martial arts training stuck with an undead raised with a soul, then so would these skills. Aldrich made his way towards the deeper end of the forest where Valera was. He mentally commanded her to stop hunting and meet him. It was now time to clear the first trial quest. Thank you.
Aldrich distributed his 5 new stat points as he sped his way through the forest, weaving through trees and thin gaps with expert agility. He was not as fast as any altar with powers that boosted their physicals, let alone ones that specialized them for speed. But he was fast enough that he could run circles around altars with no such powers provided their AC count was not extremely high. As Aldrich reconvened with Valera, he distributed his 5 new stat points.
Thank you. +2 attunement, doubled to +4 from stat affinities. +3 magic, doubled to +6 from stat affinities. Attunement, 41 greater than 45, +1 attunement point available. Magic, 21, 28, greater than 27, 34. Mana, 20, 66, 84 greater than 32, 72, 90. After this, Aldrich commanded one of his evil eyes to scout out the area around the sign. He wanted to see to what extent the investigation for Ghost's death had progressed.
Thank you. It was currently early in the dark hours of dawn on Tuesday, and Blackwater would have started searching around Monday afternoon after giving Ghost the benefit of the doubt that he was just partying in Haven until Sunday. Only a day had passed. It was likely that any search for Ghost had not yet gone beyond the boundaries of Blackwater campus. The search outside campus would probably start at first light today, meaning Aldrich did not have too much time. Thank you. Aldrich reached Valera's hunting spot and found a large pile of blasted tunnel centipede corpses, blackened and smoking, beside a series of holes dug into the dirt. Valera sat on top of it, humming to herself while swinging her legs to her tune. The Geist and Dynamite Girl stood down below, eyeing each other warily. "You know, I don't know what it is, but I don't like you. Don't like how ugly you are or why you disgust me so damn much," said Dynamite Girl. "Geh."
Thank you.
The Geist shrugged and turned around. "Huh? You want to repeat what you said in front of my face?" Dynamite Girl started fuming, evidently very easily prone to anger. "Interesting," noted Aldrich. From Dynamite Girl and Fisk, the techno, he realized that giving individuality to undead with souls retained personality traits from their past lives,
Though they had no memories of them, each tunnel centipede was sizable, almost as large as a bear. Thank you. Easily big enough to wrestle a man, wrap around him, and devour him. Quiet, you two. Master is back, said Valera. She jumped off the pile of centipedes and landed on a knee, elegantly bowing as a knight would to her lord. Gehe! The Geist waved a hello to Aldrich. Welcome back, Captain, said Dynamite Girl with arms crossed. Aldrich nodded at them. For now, he did not turn off their individuality. Thank you. Leaving them with some had been incredibly useful, as they could make their own decisions and fight far more efficiently, especially since Dynamite Girl had training in working with groups. Plus, Aldrich somewhat appreciated the extra noise and conversation. Valera gestured to the side with her gauntlet, pointing at a much, much larger centipede from the crimson-red carapace on it. Aldrich recognized this as a red carapace great centipede. Thank you, likely the leader of this swarm of centipede variants. It was 6 meters long and wide enough that it could plow through an ordinary man and snap him in half in two with its golden bladed mandibles. A massive dent in its head and several patches of raw, broken off and burnt carapace indicated that it had died to a mixture of severe blunt force trauma and explosions like the rest of its kin. That was one real tough bastard, said Dynamite Girl. Thank you. She spat at the corpse before raising her arm up, showing a huge cut in her side that exposed her internal organs and shattered off ribs. Fucker got me real good too. Blew it off the face of this goddamn earth in payback, though. Gay, said the Geist. Dynamite Girl sighed. I know, I didn't literally blow it off this planet. Christ, do you not understand what a figure of speech is? Gay? The Geist shrugged again. Thank you. Aldrich stepped over to the great centipede and put a hand over its shattered head. Serve. 5 mana. Mana 3290s greater than 2790. The great centipede reanimated, its many sharp, blade-like legs skittering before it flopped around back on its feet. Gross, said Dynamite Girl, +1 zombie. Red carapace, great centipede, LVL 11 reanimated, units controlled 10/13 greater than 11/13. And the eagle and bear I asked you to save, said Aldrich. Thank you. You present the master with the prey he requested, said Valera as she pointed at the Geist. Gah! The Geist opened its large mouth wide and its stomach expanded before caving in with strong flexion. It made a vomiting sound as it spat out the corpses of the big-arm grizzly and alloy wing eagle. They were drenched in spit that preserved them well, likely the same way that Dynamite Girl had been preserved alive inside of the Geist's stomach. Thank you. Even more gross, said Dynamite Girl as she shook her head at the Geist. Good, said Aldrich. He went over to the bear and eagle and chanted again, serve. The grizzly reanimated, and then after the cooldown for Raise Undead passed, he casted it again, raising the eagle. 10 mana. Mana, 2790s, is greater than 1790s. Zombie, big arm grizzly, LVL 8 reanimated. Zombie, alloy wing eagle, LVL 7 reanimated units controlled. 11/13 greater than 13/13. Aldrich looked up as the zombie big arm grizzly stared down at him.
Thank you.
It was massive, as large as the Geist was, though, of course, considerably weaker. Its main power lied in its overly sized arms that dragged on the ground. These blows could store kinetic energy and unload them in explosive bursts that could even outdamage the Geist in short bursts. The alloy wing eagle was an oversized eagle sizable enough for Aldrich to comfortably ride on. Thank you. Its wings were metallic in texture and color, possessing a shining gray sheen, and yet still being pliable enough flap and maneuver the creature through the air. Aldrich had the eagle fly up in a test run, and it managed to lift him off the air quite easily. It could even seat Valera too, he guessed. But any more than that would make flight for it uncomfortable. Superb! Valera clapped her hands together. My master takes to the skies once more. It is no frost dragon, but it will do for now. Thank you. I hope there are dragons in this world. Seeing you ride upon that majestic mount did awe me so. Aldrich remembered his old mount from Elden World. His level 100 character rode a frost dragon, the strongest undead mount there was. There doesn't have to be, said Aldrich. Remember our trial quests. There are dragons in the later ones, which is actually why I needed to meet back up with you. It's time to clear our first trial quest. Thank you. Valera squealed in delight before she regained her composure, putting down the visor of her helmet and grasping her bone shield firmly. Then onwards to battle, we shall go. Aldrich took all of his undead, including Fisk, with him to his sign. The Evile had scouted the area and a significant perimeter around it and had found anything noteworthy. The sign was free to use for now. He commanded the Evile to move out to Blackwater and scout the campus directly. Thank you. Around the sign, Aldrich looked around at his ever-growing and incredibly varied undead army. He pulled up a list of them. Thank you, units, 1313ths. Chosen undead, Valera of the Immortal Legion LVL-15, Zombie, Adam, LVL-3, Zombie, Elaine, LVL-3, Zombie, Alpha Striker, LVL-7, Zombie, Big Arm Grizzly, LVL-9, Zombie, Alloy Wing Eagle, LVL-8, Zombie, Red Carapace Great Centipede, LVL-11, Evil Eye LVL-7, Evil Eye LVL-8, Skeleton Rogue LVL-7, Skeleton Archer LVL-7, Undead Geist LVL-17, Undead Dynamite Girl LVL-12, Undead Fisk LVL-3. Aldrich waved his hand forwards, bringing the Skeleton Archer kneeling before him.
Thank you. You've done well for me. But now it's time to rest.
Aldrich released control over the archer, dismantling it into piles of bones that then crumbled away into dust. Create undead, said Aldrich. Before accessing the trial quest, he wanted to be as strong as possible. He intended on resummoning undead that matched his current level at 10. It was not possible to cast spells in the Nexus, so he needed to create them now. However, he only had 17 mana, and create undead cost 10 mana. Thank you. He did not intend on wasting mana creating undead once he got into the trial quest if he could. Aldrich knew exactly everything that happened in the trial quests because he had played through them all. He knew every single secret pathway and hidden piece of loot there was. As a result, he knew what units he needed to use as well. Because of this, Aldrich summoned a Ghast, for it had incredible utility in the first trial.
Thank you.
A cloud of smoky darkness sputtered in front of Aldrich, swirling around a single stony gray orb. The orb cracked and chipped, sloughing off chunks of rock until it sculpted itself into a floating skull of rock. Dark smoke flickered around it as it hovered in the air, emanating an aura of strangely cold smoke. The Ghast could not attack. What it was actually useful for was its ability to generate an aura of smoke around it that obscured undead within it. Thank you. Obscuration was different from invisibility in that anyone that came close enough to the smoke could see the undead within it. But outside a certain range, the obscuration functioned like invisibility. It also had an active spell known as the Spirit Boundary. Thank you. It would root itself in place, and its smoke would form into a force field that significantly enhanced resistances to elemental attacks from the outside, while inside, undead gained both a stone flesh passive that made them extra resistant to physical force. Huh? Fisk tapped his visor as its red glow sputtered and turned off, leaving it just a dull piece of red-tinted glass. He looked down at his iPhone where he had been playing a game and saw it start to drop its frame rate horribly. Thank you. What's going on? I was close to breaking my damn record. You dare to amuse yourself like this in the presence of the Master. Valera clenched her fist, but Aldrich raised a hand, preventing her from dashing over to Fisk and bashing his head in. Wait, said Aldrich. He looked up at the Ghast floating above him and sent it closer to Fisk. The closer the Ghast went, the more Fisk's phone malfunctioned until it eventually just turned off. I see, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
In the lore, Ghasts were known to be restless spirits that appeared when tombstones and grave markers were destroyed or stolen. They became like spiritual tombstones that provided a boundary of solace for undead that had their graves desecrated. Thus, it obscured undead within its boundary from the outside, granting the undead the privacy they deserved in their afterlives. Thank you.
Evidently, this also meant disrupting any technology that had camera capabilities or likely any form of recording, whether auditory or visual. Aldrich had not used the ghast beforehand because it was so squishy. Only at level 10 did it gain decent durability in the form of a passive known as sturdy that allowed it to survive a single fatal blow. But this new, unforeseen ability, an ability that was only known in the lore and had zero gameplay implications, was useful beyond measure here. Thank you. In the modern world where almost every corner of civilization had some form of surveillance, Aldrich noted this down for later. Anytime he would make an attack in a city, he would always bring a ghast with him. For now, there was the trial quest to worry about. He put a hand over the sign, and the light from it burst outwards, enveloping Aldrich and his undead. Aldrich found the environment around him changed from forest to the dull gray stone and Gothic architecture of the Nexus.
Thank you.
He felt his HP and mana restore to max, and the first thing he did was go up to the wellspring of life and restore the charges on his flask. "Huh, where's this, boss?" said Fisk, as he looked around in pure wonder, staring first at the imposing gargoyle-crowned pillars surrounding the Nexus, and then at the ceiling full of golden and blue crystals. "Looks like a place straight out of a game. All this cool, glowing crystal ceiling stuff and dark fantasy temple aesthetic. I totally dig it."
Thank you. Reminds me of that game. You know, the one with rollin' and dodgin' and dyin'?
"Dark Sins." "I know it," said Aldrich.
Yeah, I agree, said Dynamite Girl as she looked around with crossed arms. Huh, you play games? Said Fisk. Never thought you the type. Jay, just a little. Make no mistake, though. I ain't a complete nerd like you, said Dynamite Girl. You two remember playing games? Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He did not know exactly to what extent an undead risen with their souls knew of their past lives. He knew that according to game lore, they lost all memories, but that did not seem entirely to be the case. "Yeah, don't remember which games, exactly, but some," said Dynamite Girl. "I was stressed and angry a lot. Helped cool down sometimes." "Geh," said the Geist. "What? I'm still stressed and angry all the time, huh?" Dynamite Girl balled her hands into fists and leered at the Geist. "Thank you. Keep that up and I'll show you stressed for real." "All right, calm down," said Aldrich. "I just have a question. How much of your past life do you remember?" "Nothing much at all, really," said Dynamite Girl. "My name mostly, Stella, though I remember being called Dynamite Girl as well. Everything else is kind of a haze, almost like a fever dream." "Haven City. Does this name ring any bells to you?" said Aldrich. Dynamite Girl nodded. "Yeah, think I used to live there or something. Thank you, nice and tidy city center. Ugly-ass streets everywhere else. Don't know much of anything else, though I kinda get the sense if you told me or prompted me, I might remember a thing or two." Aldrich realized that fully arisen undead had not wiped their memories. They retained them, but they were deeply locked, so to speak, and would not emerge unless specifically prompted. This made some practical sense. "Thank you. If the arisen undead had zero memories at all, then they would just be like helpless, clueless infants that had zero idea how to function." This gave Aldrich worries about whether triggering memory returns would cause arisen undead to rebel, but at the same time, Aldrich could at any given moment just turn their individuality off. For now, he let everyone have their individuality. "Thank you. If anything, retaining memories might be especially useful, especially in the case of people like Dynamite Girl who had the potential to hold valuable information by being a hero. Quite talkative to the master, aren't we?" said Valera as she stepped past Dynamite Girl and shoved her aside. She put a hand to her breastplate and raised her shield up. "I am ready for battle, my master. I will prove to you through this trial quest that I alone am truly worthy to be by your side." "Yeah, thank you. Who was it that torched those bugs, huh?" said Dynamite Girl. Valera turned around to glare at her. "Let's stop with the arguments, any more, and I'm turning off your free will," said Aldrich. "Got it, Captain," said Dynamite Girl. She sighed. "I can be a little rough around the edges, speak my mind out a lot, But trust me, when it comes down to the fightin', you can always count on me to have your back." "You will have to prove yourself to me beyond words," said Valera. "Thank you. Didn't we already fight together? Well, whatever looks like, we're gonna be fightin' soon, ain't we?" Dynamite Girl looked to Aldrich. Yes. Aldrich stepped over to the first pillar of 12 that supported the walls of the Nexus, the first trial quest. The pillar was shrouded with green light, indicating that it was active. The gargoyle above it had its empty eye sockets filled with green as it gazed down at Aldrich, inviting him forwards. "Thank you." The massive twin double doors of stone carved into the pillar were open, showing a swirling portal of azure blue, almost like a whirlpool on the surface of water, leading into the quest. Aldrich looked at his Trial Quests tab. By reaching level 10, you have shown great strides into mastering the dark art of necromancy. But now it is time to truly test yourself, to truly prove that the power over the dead that you wield is worthy. Thank you. This trial will be a test of how well you are capable of controlling the dead that you have bound to yourself. You will prove that these souls whose undeath you bind to yourself serve a truly capable master. In the accursed rotted great woods, where precious few living souls dare to tread, you must find the lost eye of Atop. None know exactly where it has fallen in these cold and foul woods. It may be within the twisted woods itself. Thank you. It may be lost in the depths of the murky swamp that festers within, or perhaps it is within the belly of some mighty beast. It is up to you, O Necromancer, to wade through the dark and the cold and the rot, elements you are well accustomed to, and find the long-lost eye. Aldrich analyzed the quest. It read the exact same as it had in Elden World. If everything was the exact same, then this trial quest would be an easy breeze to deal with. Once we go in, we don't waste any time. Thank you. You do as I say, and you work efficiently. Understand, said Aldrich. Yes, master, said Valera. Roger, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Sure thing, boss, said Fisk. Geh. The Geist nodded. Good. The place we are teleporting to will very much be like a game. A game set in a high fantasy setting, if that gives you any hints about what types of challenges and enemies you'll face. But just listen to me, and you shouldn't face any real difficulties.
Thank you.
Aldrich nodded and then stepped through the portal. Aldrich found himself now in the rotted greatwoods. He stood at the edge of a great forest full of rotted, leafless trees. Despite lacking leaves, the trees had curled their bare branches around each other in twisted contortions and knots, forming a massive canopy of tied-up branches that made trying to look down through the trees from above impossible.
Thank you.
Behind Aldrich were massive, towering mountains that functioned as impassable terrain in the game. In front of the mountains was a moat of foggy, pale water that, just as they did in the game, generated a force field that made them impassable. The skies above were dark and cloudy with a pale full moon shining down whenever it could through its veil of clouds. Aldrich nodded. Thank you. At the start of every successive trial quest, the Call of the Legion passive skill would rank up to a total of rank 10, with each rank granting +5 units. By the 10th trial quest, that was 50 bonus units to work with. Totally cool, said Fisk, as he adjusted his visor and looked around. So, there's like monsters and shit here? Dragons and stuff? A dragon would incinerate you with a mere look, said Valera dismissively. Oh, but there are dragons? Damn, that's awesome, said Fisk.
Thank you.
He rolled his shoulders. VR games never did it for me, but for this, I'm willing to get off my computer for once and kick some monster ass. What are we beating up, boss, orcs, goblins? In your case, nothing. You, Adam, Elaine, and the Geist will stay here, said Aldrich.
Huh?
Said Fisk. He looked at Adam and Elaine. I mean, I appreciate the company, boss, but none of you are strong enough to keep up with us, said Aldrich. In the case of the Geist, it will be here to protect you. Thank you. Don't step outside of its spirit boundary. Damn! I can't even use my damn phone in this, said Fisk, as he stared down sadly at his turned-off phone. The Ghast looked at the phone and shook its head, chattering its teeth and disapproving of the recording device. We're going to separate, said Aldrich. The gist of what we have to do is simple. We have 1 hour to find an object called the Eye of Azoth. Thank you. If things are how I think they are, I know exactly where this eye is and what type of enemies you should expect to face. However, I get bonuses for clearing some hidden objectives, and that requires me to split this group up. Aldrich began to strategize. The Eye of Azoth was located at the very end of the forest, and it was not that hard to get to.
Thank you. You just needed to take a straight path ahead through the forest, which would lead out to a cave, and there you had to fight a giant slime holding the Eye of Azoth upon death. The giant slime would also drop the headpiece of the Grave Reaper item set. Overall, a very simple quest that took at most 30 minutes. But then why was the time limit an hour long? That was due to hidden objectives and loot that one could search for. However, Aldrich knew exactly where everything was.
Thank you. First, there was a sizable camp of trolls on the western side of the forest. They guarded 2 treasure chests containing the body and waist pieces of the Grave Reaper item set. Then, to the east was a swamp filled with dormant giant mud crabs. They guarded chests containing the arm and leg pieces of the Grave Reaper set. Valera and Dynamite Girl, you 2 pair up and go straight. Just straight ahead, you'll find a cave at the end of this forest. There, we will face the great slime.
Thank you.
Said Valera. But Master, without your frost magic to make the slime's body brittle, I have no means of destroying it. Slimes are even weaker to flame than they are to frost. Dynamite Girl can handle it, said Aldrich. Like I said, when it comes down to fightin', I got your back, said Dynamite Girl. I suppose this is an apt way to prove your resolve. Valera started off into the forest. Come on then. Thank you. Now will also be an excellent time to have a conversation about exactly where you stand in your relationship with Master. Just because he trusts your abilities does not mean he feels anything for you. Valera continued on her warning rant, with Dynamite Girl sighing as the 2 of them disappeared into the forest. Now, all of you will assault the troll encampment. Aldrich waved his hand over and mentally commanded the appropriate units to gather in front of him. Thank you. This group was comprised of all the zombies made from natural variants plus the skeleton rogue. Now that the rogue was level 10, it obtained a bonus active skill called Rotting Stab that infused a blow with a concentration of necrotic energy that negated regeneration, particularly useful for countering troll regeneration. There are 5 trolls and 1 troll chieftain. Once you get there, surround the encampment, but do not engage. I will direct combat after I am done with my own things. Go. Thank you. The veritable zoo of zombie variants and the skeleton rogue moved northeastwards, disappearing quickly into the thick of the forest. Aldrich left the alloy wing eagle behind and got on its back and made it hover in the air. Now that leaves you with me, said Aldrich as he looked over at the Geist. Yeah? Just us? I'm taking you for dirty work at the swamp. Now get on. Aldrich got the eagle to hold out its talons, and the Geist reached out and grabbed them.
Thank you.
The eagle squawked as it flew in the air with heavy flaps of its wings, obviously straining a bit with the Geist's muscular weight, but the eagle adjusted, and soon they were soaring high through the air. Soon enough, Aldrich flew over the surface of the murky, muddy green and brown swamp. He could see large brown circles, patches that looked strikingly like small islands of dirt to rest on, but he knew that these were in reality dormant, giant mud crabs. Thank you. At the center of the swamp, where a particularly thick ring of 6 crabs gathered, was a patch of glowing water. This was where the treasure chest was, but anyone that tried to get that chest was bound to get viciously assaulted by 6 giant crabs. I'm dropping you down there, said Aldrich. Gehe, do you have to? I'll be all alone too, said the Geist. You have super regeneration to survive an initial mauling, and the crabs are weak to poison. Thank you. Your neurotoxic gas will disable them quickly. I chose you to do this for a reason. You were the best suited for it, said Aldrich. Yeah, okay. All right then, off you go. Aldrich tapped the eagle's back and it squawked before dropping the Geist. Yeah. The Geist sped downwards and curled up into a cannonball as it crashed into the muddy swamp, right in the throng of mud crabs. Aldrich stood atop the back of his giant eagle and watched with a hand to his chin as he observed the Geist.
Thank you.
The Geist plowed up a geyser of muddy swamp water when it landed in the swamp, and almost immediately, the 6 giant mud crabs became active. They were easily the size of a large hovercar with pincers large enough to slap a fully gowned adult man into pulp wholesale. A flurry of angry pincer jabs and smacks assaulted the Geist. All things considered, the Geist did not take that much damage. Thank you. After all, among the units Aldrich had, the Geist was at the top, considering raw physical stats, even beating out Valera overall when considering agility. Pincer jabs tore out chunks of flesh, while clubbing blows smacked against the Geist's pale flesh with impact that broke the skin. But any damage it took, it smoothed over with its super regeneration.
Thank you.
In the meanwhile, the crabs started to attack the Geist slower and slower as the neurotoxin infiltrated their bodies, stiffening them up and paralyzing their muscles. It was then that the Geist followed its instincts to kill. It used its high-speed mini-dash to escape from the ring of crabs, positioning itself behind one. Gah. The Geist hammer fisted down on a mud crab's head, completely caving it in with a cracking, shattering impact. Thank you. It then leaped on top of the crab's body and used it as a stepping stone to get to another crab. For this one, the Geist grabbed the crab's eye stalks and ripped them out before eating them. One by one, the Geist hopped around the paralyzed and poisoned crabs, smashing their heads or ripping out their eyes until it was done slaughtering all 6 of them. Gay, gay, gay. The Geist stared up at Aldrich with its constant eyeless smile. Good job, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He snapped his fingers, and the eagle brought him down to where it was now safe. Now go dive in there where you see light shining. You should find a treasure chest. Bring it up for me and your job here is done. The Geist nodded and dove right into the single clear patch of water in the swamp. A few moments later, and it emerged with a wooden chest slung over its broad shoulder.
Thank you.
Aldrich used his staff to tap the chest, and it opened up, revealing 2 orbs with the arms and leg pieces of the Grave Reaper item set. Aldrich absorbed them into his being. Aldrich then looked over to the dead crabs and chanted, "Serve." He waved his green energy-wrapped hand, and one of the crabs reanimated. He waited the cooldown for Raise Undead and casted the spell again, raising another crab. Thank you. 10 mana. Mana 90/90s greater than 80, 92x zombie giant mud crab, LVL 8 reanimated. Units controlled 13/18s greater than 15/18s. Aldrich commanded the crabs to hold their position here because if they tried to swim out, they would just get swarmed by the other crabs lying dormant throughout the swamp. When he left the trial quest, any summons he had would just come back with him anyway.
Thank you.
He raised the crabs because they had the ability to easily travel through water, and he did not raise more of them as he wanted to raise other monsters from this area. All right, get back on, said Aldrich as he waved the Geist forward. The Geist shuddered and shook, flinging mud off of itself like a dog shaking to clean itself. It latched onto the Aldrich's eagle mount's talons, and with that, they were off in the air again, the eagle once more squawking in protest at the Geist's heavy weight. Thank you. Gah, am I that fat? Mumbled the Geist as they flew off. Aldrich soared over to the western edges of the forest where the troll encampment stood within a large clearing in the forest. It was marked out by smoke trails from various fires as well as roughly made tents anchored into place with stakes of large bones adorned with skulls. Around the fires sat 7 trolls. Thank you. They were large humanoid creatures with pot bellies, but thickly muscled arms, legs, and shoulders, looking like strongmen whose bodies were built for power, padded equally in insulating fat and powerful muscle. Each of them stood at around 7 feet tall, 2.1 meters, and wielded either large wooden clubs or just their bare claws and jutting tusks. Thank you. Their skin was gray and riddled with warts, scars, and the occasional tumorous mass, and these imperfections liberally dotted their face, making them horrendously ugly in a conventional human sense. These were gray trolls. Trolls were a highly adaptable species on account of their regenerative ability, and so they could over quick periods of time and generations attain attributes suited for their environments, such as fur for the cold and fire-resistant skin for volcanic areas. Thank you. However, these adaptations came at the cost of heavily reducing their regeneration, and so fire trolls and ice trolls did not have a strong healing factor. Gray trolls, however, were the baseline troll, whose regenerative abilities were top-notch to the point where to try and kill them without some form of negating their healing was a waste of time, hence why there were large fires around. Thank you. By game design, the player was meant to use them against the trolls, lighting their weapons on flame or driving the trolls into them. These trolls would not be much of an issue. Aldrich had more than enough undead to just dunk the trolls forcibly into their fires. The only issue was the presence of a troll chieftain. It was level 14 and located within a large tent at the edge of the camp. It was sleeping by default but fighting too close beside. Its tent would draw its aggro. Thank you. It was significantly stronger than the other trolls and had multiple troublesome skills to deal with. The point of this encampment was not to storm it and kill everyone. It was a test of stealth. The sleeping troll chieftain's tent held the treasure chest holding the Grave Reaper set pieces, and the player was supposed to use a skeleton rogue to carry it out without drawing much attention. But Aldrich and his undead army were strong enough to defeat everyone here for experience. Thank you. Normally, the player's undead army did not generally exceed level 12, and they did not have access to minions with fire at this point in the game. However, with the Geist and Dynamite Girl, Aldrich was over-leveled for this. The only real challenge was the chieftain. Aldrich put a hand to his head and focused, sensing that all of his variant and skeleton undead were hidden in the edges of this clearing, awaiting his order to pounce in and strike. Aldrich mentally communicated his plan.
Thank you.
There are 7 trolls there, each of them level 8. There is one level 14 troll chieftain lying asleep in the largest tent. Take out the chieftain first, and the rest of the trolls should be easy pickings. Here's how this will get done. The great centipede will bury underground and ambush the troll chieftain along with the skeleton rogue. Poison does not negate troll regeneration, but it does slow it down some. Thank you. The great centipede has a power to harden and strengthen its muscles and carapace when it wraps around prey. And with that, the troll chieftain should be immobilized. The rogue will then assassinate it with a stab to its brain. Once the chieftain is dead, everyone else can swarm in and overpower the rest of the trolls with force. I will drop the Geist at this moment, and its poison will again slow the troll's regeneration, but I advise you all to try and shove the trolls into fire. Thank you. Take care, though. As zombies, you are also vulnerable to fire. Aldrich felt a wave of understanding coming from all of his units. He nodded to himself. He knew that most natural variants were surprisingly intelligent. Experiments with tamed natural variants like strikers showed that they were capable of registering emotions, self-awareness, long-term memory, and understanding orders with layers of complexity. Thank you. This was one of the reasons why there were multiple variant awareness groups that sought to end the practice of indiscriminately hunting down variants, but that was a long shot considering how much damage variants had done, their often unpredictable wild instinct to murder humans, and how lucrative a business it was to hunt them for their parts.
Thank you.
Aldrich watched through the skeleton rogue's eyes as it evaded the trolls lounging around their campfires with Shadow Walk and headed down to the chieftain's tent. Under it, the great centipede tunneled underground, synchronizing their ambush together. The skeleton rogue used its thin skeletal body to slide underneath a tiny gap in the tent's entrance flap so as not to draw more attention. Inside the round tent, it spied the troll chieftain snoring and unconsciously scratching its belly. Thank you. A large axe of roughly hewn cursed rock lay beside it, though if things went right, the chieftain would never even have the chance to use it. The rogue tiptoed behind the chieftain, its curved daggers upraised. Kill him. Aldrich set his plan in motion. The great centipede emerged from the ground in a burst of cracked earth and dirt. It immediately wrapped its armored serpentine body around the troll chieftain with frightening efficiency. Thank you. All of its many golden legs sank into the troll's body like hooks, goring into its skin and tightening the hold to near inescapable status. Wah! The troll chieftain loosed a battle roar of pain as the great centipede sunk its mandibles into its throat, injecting its potent flesh-melting toxin. The roar reverberated around the camp, alerting every single troll. Before the troll could say any more, the skeleton rogue stabbed its two curved daggers into the troll's eyes.
Thank you.
The daggers were coated in purple necrotic energy, and when they sank through the soft eyes and into the beast's brain, the necrotic energy rotted the brain out entirely, incapacitating the troll and soon killing it. In Elden World, the combat system did factor in vital strikes. An attack struck directly through the head or critical weak points such as cores were instant kills, or in the case of regenerating monsters, a completely incapacitating blow until it was healed. Thank you. Of course, if a blow that negated regeneration was struck into a vital area, then it was an instant kill, regardless of how powerful the target's healing was. Everyone else attack. Aldrich clapped his hands, and from the clearing, his zoo of undead variants emerged to attack the trolls before they could help their chieftain. Chapter 36. Bonus, Clearing the Trial Quest 2. Bonus chapter for getting to 400 Power Stones. Thank you. The big arm grizzly loosed a bellowing roar as it charged into the encampment on all fours, barreling forwards in a full ton of raging claws and jaws and fury. Ahead of it ran the Alpha Striker. The 7 trolls pointed at the grizzly and striker and grunted and roared before charging against them. The surged forwards with confidence, seeing that it was 7 against 2. Time to help your friends out. Aldrich strategically dropped the Geist in the middle of the trolls as they charged.
Thank you.
Gah! The Geist rolled up into a cannonball again to minimize damage done to itself from the fall. It smashed straight down against a troll, squashing it. Several other trolls scattered backwards, surprised from the sudden drop of a massively muscled freak of nature right into their midst. The Geist's drop separated the trolls right down the middle, so discounting the troll that got squashed, there were now 3 trolls facing the Geist and 3 facing the big arm grizzly and Alpha Striker. Thank you. Aldrich did not help. He wanted to conserve his health and mana as much as possible. The big arm grizzly smashed into a troll with a mighty shoulder bash, sending the troll hurtling backwards. The grizzly then stood up on its hind legs and wrestled another troll, savagely chomping down on the troll's head and crushing its head like a watermelon under a hydraulic press. Thank you. The Alpha Striker stood between the grizzly and the 3rd troll and unleashed its shockwave ability, knocking the troll back and stopping it from helping out against the grizzly. While the troll was downed, the Alpha Striker leaped on top of it and started to tear into its throat. Geh-hey-hey! The Geist echoed its chattering laugh as it dodged clumsy troll club swings and claw swipes. Geh!
Thank you.
The Geist punched a troll hard into its chest, shattering his sternum and sending him flying into a campfire where he burned to death. The troll screamed as its flesh cauterized and melted at accelerated rate. The big arm grizzly saw this and used its oversized arms to carry the now headless corpse of the troll and toss it into a fire. The Alpha Striker squealed as the troll it fought managed to grab it and tear it off from its throat.
Thank you.
Before the troll could crush the striker, the big arm grizzly lunged forwards and swiped at the troll's head. Its oversized arm and club-like paw smacked the troll's head and twisted it a full 360 degrees, shattering and twisting the neck twice over. The troll let go of the Alpha Striker while it gurgled, its head slowly untwisting and regenerating. Thank you. The big arm grizzly and the Alpha Striker both worked together to drag the troll by their teeth into a fire where it joined its brethren in a funeral pyre before it regenerated. The Geist utterly decimated the remaining 2 trolls. After all, it out-leveled the trolls by almost 2 to 1. The Geist unleashed a hammer fist straight down onto a troll, sinking his head into his neck cavity before tossing the troll into fire. Thank you. The one remaining troll of the group struck at the Geist with a club. The Geist used its mini-dash to appear behind the troll. The Geist punched straight through the troll's chest and carried the flailing troll into a fire where it burned the monster into a crisp, using its arm like a kebab skewer. The Geist withdrew its own burned arm and stared at it for a few seconds. The burned flesh sloughed off, replaced with fresh white skin within seconds. 7x Gray Troll defeated.
Thank you. Plus 280 EXP. 1x Gray Troll Chieftain defeated. Plus 100 EXP. EXP bar 243 12's 3 Dreth 620 12's 300. Good work, everyone, said Aldrich as he had the eagle bring him down into the camp. The smell of putrid, cooked flesh filled the air. The trolls are dead. Eat them if you want. Their meat probably tastes better cooked. The Big Arm Grizzly, Aloe Wing Eagle, and the Alpha Striker all took out the burning troll corpses and started to devour them piece by piece after snuffing out the flames.
Thank you.
Aldrich made his way into the Troll Chieftain's tent with the Geist behind him. He saw the Troll Chieftain lying limp in the ground, his head rotted as the rogue continued to stab him in the brain over and over again while the great centipede kept its tight hold on the monster. "Okay now. I know undead are tireless, but he's already dead," said Aldrich. "Get off the corpse. This one's strong enough to introduce into our fold." The skeleton rogue nodded and bowed before moving away.
Thank you.
The great centipede unlatched from the variant and crawled over to the side.
Serve,
said Aldrich as he snapped his fingers. The Troll Chieftain's body convulsed before getting on a knee first before standing up. It was a sizable unit, this one, slightly taller than even the 10-foot-tall, 3-meter Geist. "Thank you. 1X Zombie Gray Troll Chieftain reanimated. Units controlled 15 18s greater than 16 18s. Aldrich hoped the chieftain would have dropped a soul to perhaps craft an accessory that held its regeneration, but no luck. Seeing the loot he wanted behind the Troll Chieftain, though, made him feel a lot better. Another wooden chest. Aldrich went over and opened this one and received the body and waist pieces of the Grave Reaper set. "Thank you. One other thing, though." Aldrich looked at the cursed stone axe the chieftain was supposed to use. Ordinarily, the item did not drop from the troll and faded with his corpse. Yet, there it was, just lying on the ground. It seemed that the weapons that monsters wielded did not just disappear as they did in Elden World, they were always dropped. Aldrich tapped it with his staff and realized he could take it. The axe dissolved into green particles that flowed into his inventory. "Thank you." 1X cursed stone axe obtained. Now this was an excellent find. Aldrich himself could not use it. He did not have the necessary strength stat requirement, but Valera could. Her offensive capabilities were limited using her Bone Vanguard cross shield, but the axe would let her spec into pure damage when she needed to. Not to mention the axe's interesting property of inflicting a execution curse on those it struck, casting an instant death effect on those below 10% maximum health. "Thank you." This instant death effect could be resisted with a high enough magic stat, but who else in the real world had magic except Aldrich? Didn't that mean absolutely nobody was resistant to this effect? Aldrich could now start to formulate a strategy against Seth Solar. Aldrich's anti-life shell reduced health by a current health percentage. After clearing the trial quest, the anti-life shell would rank up as well, granting it an active usage that increased the rate of life drain.
Thank you.
Seth Solar was extremely durable. It was said that he could take a barrage of armor-piercing artillery rounds to the face with just a slight bruise. None of Aldrich's units could deal reliable damage to him, but maybe if he could stall Seth Solar somehow, let him drain his health, and then execute him with death magic, then maybe it could work. Still an incomplete plan, though. How was Aldrich going to trap him?
Thank you.
Or, for that matter, trap the piece of scum in such a way that he did not just kill Aldrich? These questions Aldrich would try to find a workaround to later. For now, thinking of Valera made him check up on her. He started to see through her eyes. Valera and Dynamite Girl stood outside the pitch-black, gaping entrance into a cave of dark rock. "Let me guess, that's where the final big baddie is, huh?" said Dynamite Girl.
Thank you.
"Well, don't we have quite the genius on our hands?" said Valera sarcastically. "You know, I have a limit to my patience, too. A real low limit, too," said Dynamite Girl as sparks started to crack from her fingertips. "You wish to fight now?" Valera readied her shield in front of her. Dynamite Girl stared at Valera for several tense seconds before she shook her head. "No, we'll just be wasting our damn energy, and I know why you got such an attitude towards me."
Thank you. You think I like the captain, huh?
You think you can read my mind? Valera crossed her arms after an awkward pause. She added on, Well, do you? Sure. Valera's hand tightened against her shield, and the strength of her grip was such that the groaning screech of metal scraping against metal echoed through the air. By that I mean, I like him as a captain, as a leader. Not that I know a lot about him, but I ain't got nothing to complain about anyhow, said Dynamite Girl.
Thank you.
Nor will you complain ever. The Master is perfect. He has led me through countless battles against odds and enemies, the likes of which you could not comprehend. He is intelligent, strong, and his moody silence draws forth his inherent charisma so very well. Never mind me. You like him, don't you? Like him. Beyond the whole follower-to-leader relationships, said Dynamite Girl. What? How could you suggest that? Thank you. A knight is always loyal to her master, and a relationship in such a professional relationship is forbidden, said Valera, though she squirmed and blushed under her armor and helmet. Yeah, sure, said Dynamite Girl with a smile. I'll just tell you now I won't be butting heads with you over him or anything like that. You got here first, after all. Gotta respect seniority and whatnot. Anyways, ain't we here to fight this slime thing? Skmeemon, let's go. Ahem, yes, said Valera.
Thank you.
She took in a breath and calmed herself. Now that I have your word you are not a threat, we can proceed. First, however, I must know your capabilities better. Sure thing. Dynamite Girl raised an open palm up. The pale skin of her palm started to glow orange as sparks cracked out from it. The orange glow was not limited to her palm, however.
Thank you.
Strands of glowing orange streaked through her arm and localized around her chest, where her tattered costume still retained a glowing white circle surrounded by a ring of metal. Is that a core of some kind? Said Valera. You can kind of call it that, but no, it doesn't power me. It's designed to control my powers, said Dynamite Girl. I got a power called Dynablood. My heart's like an engine, and it pumps special blood that's got explosive properties when it's exposed outside my body. Thank you. This chest piece is supposed to help me get my heart pumping and my blood flowing better, but I can do without it. I just got less control. Quite interesting, said Valera. I have never known a spell or power like this in my world, and one that does not operate off of magic either. The Master had already told me that some humans like yourselves had unique powers, but seeing it firsthand is eye-opening. Yeah, and I'm real interested in all your powers too. Thank you. All that mana and magic crap, didn't know it even existed. Anyhows, I'll go into more detail. See here? Dynamite Girl pointed to her arm. The strands of glowing orange energy shone through her skin in a veiny pattern. My explosive blood travels from heart through the veins. When I concentrated on my palm like this, the blood, what was that fancy science term again? Yeah, it sublimates, turns into gas particles that travel out of my hand and gets exposed to the air. Thank you. I can control how many particles move out, so I can go from this. Dynamite Girl's palm started to crackle as several sparks shot out. To this? She raised her hand in the air, away from Valera, and created a small, fiery explosion. Aha, said Valera. And you do not get harmed by this. Nah, said Dynamite Girl. My whole body's super resistant to heat and my skin's explosion proof. That utterly neutralizes one of your weaknesses as an undead.
Thank you. Fire immunity and undeath is a combination that is most rare. You will be a valuable asset to the Master, said Valera. Don't like being called an asset, but guess as long as I'm useful, I ain't complaining, said Dynamite Girl. I have some limits too. Like I said, my blood pumps through the heart. If I pump it too much, it really strains me. Symptoms range all the way from feeling lightheaded to straight up having a heart attack.
Thank you. Not to mention if the explosion's big enough, it hurts me too. I'm heat-proof, sure, and my skin can neutralize shockwave-type damage, but that's only up to a point. A big enough explosion's gonna have a shockwave that'll knock me on my ass, too. Here's an example. I have this attack I named the Bunker Buster. It's like my total max safe output, as strong as a conventional bunker buster, around 4 tons of TNT in yield. TNT, said Valera. Thank you. Oh, right. You must be from a fantasy world that don't have TNT. Well, let's just say the explosion's pretty damn big, said Dynamite Girl. but I can't use the bunker buster more than once or else my heart's at risk to stop. Plus, the shock wave usually breaks whatever limb I shoot the explosion out of. But you're undead, no? Heart failure alone should not matter to you, said Valera. Broken bones too mean little. Dynamite Girl blinked several times. Huh, you know what? You're right. Thank you. You're goddamn right. All of a sudden, she smiled widely, grinning like a madman towards the cave entrance. You know, I have a feeling I kept this a secret before, but don't see a point now. I really, really like blowing shit up, and I got the biggest urge to do just that with what you've told me. Ah, the urge to cause carnage. I can very much relate. Perhaps we will get along better than I thought. Valera also smiled. Thank you. And just like that, two women linked together with grins desiring nothing but destruction strolled into the dark cave. Chapter 37. Clearing the Trial Quest 3. Cool. I can see through the dark now, said Dynamite Girl as she walked through the narrow trails of the cave. Within there was no light, and the only sounds audible were the drips and drops of water falling from stalactites hanging low from the cave ceiling. Don't even need night vision goggles.
Thank you.
See to it that you thank the Master for your newfound body, said Valera. I do wonder how you humans wander about in your weak prisons of human flesh. A little stab in an organ here, and you keel over dead, leaking life blood-like and deflating like a pierced balloon. A small broken bone prevents you from moving at all unless healed, or, gods forbid, you wait days upon weeks upon months to heal the tiniest crack. So fragile, so weak. Thank you. Hey, don't knock us down too much, said Dynamite Girl. Back before humanity evolved. Sure, we were like that, but with the altering, it's all different. Some of us can go on with huge holes in our chests. Some of us can heal the worst injuries in seconds. But will you not agree that these powers, especially this power of yours that strains the heart, is one best shown potential in a body of undeath, said Valera. A body that never hungers, never tires, and never fears? Thank you. Dynamite Girl thought about this for a moment. Yeah, guess so. Can't really think of much a downside. Precisely, said Valera, and to enter into the eternal embrace of the Master and to take his commands. No knight would want anything else. Forget just liking him, you really, really like him, huh? Said Dynamite Girl. Excuse me? Valera stopped in embarrassment. Shit, watch out. Dynamite Girl rushed in front of Valera and put her hands out in front of her. Thank you. Her palms glowed orange and sparked briefly before unleashing a cone of explosive and fire-laden power that lit up the cave in light. The sound of liquid sizzling and evaporated filled the air as Dynamite Girl's explosion collided with viscous green slime tendril. Spatters of the slime scattered around cave rock, boring into it and melting it like acid. Where is this thing? Said Dynamite Girl as she looked around and found only the narrow path around them. Thank you. There was no space for a slime to be around. A high-pitched, ghostly wail echoed through the cave walls, but because of the echo, it was hard to pinpoint where it came from. There, Valera pointed at a hole in the ceiling where the slime had bored through with the tendril to throw out a surprise attack. I have a passive skill that allows me to sense threats, but I was too distracted to fend for myself. She raised her shield in front of her. I apologize. Thank you. Nah. It was 'cause I brought up your master in the first place. You know where this slime thing is? Said Dynamite Girl. Yes, I know exactly which paths to take to reach it. It lies deeper in the cave within a main cavern. The longer we spend in these paths, the higher the chance the slime will strike us from odd angles, said Valera. Then here, let me make it up to you. Lead me to this slime ball, and I'll give you a front row seat to blowing it up to fucking smithereens.
Thank you,
said Dynamite Girl. I do like the sound of that, said Valera.
Yeah.
Dynamite Girl cracked her neck and smiled. Then let's get going, Valera sprinted ahead, and Dynamite Girl followed. A few slime tendrils attacks shot out from here and there, but Valera defended against all of them with her shield. In a minute, the two breached the main cavern, a wide, circular arena, and at the center there was the slime.
Thank you.
It was a huge mass of bubbling green liquid with several round yellow eyes suspended in the fluid. They looked like googly eyes. But despite how silly the slime looked, it was obvious that it was not a joke. It was easily 6 meters by 6 meters in size, large enough to swallow an entire car whole and then some. It reacted to Valera and Dynamite Girl's intrusion by shooting forth a wave of acidic slime. Behind me,
Thank you.
Valera slammed her cross shield in front of her and casted the skill, Bone Guard. Bones grew out from her shield rapidly, interlocking and creating a large domed barrier. The acid wave flowed past the bones harmlessly, but the giant slime did not relent. The slime gurgled as it shot forth a volley of acid tendrils, constantly wearing away at the shield and bones, not to mention the heavy impact of high-density liquid slamming into the shield at formidable velocities. Thank you, Valera trudged forwards against the constant barrage of slime blows and acid. The closer I get, the more it'll pay attention to me. I can't hurt it with physical attacks, but you. Yeah, I get you, said Dynamite Girl. She accelerated her blood flow to her maximum safe output. Her heart started to beat rapidly, and as it did, the circular miniature reactor on her chest glowed a bright white. Her veins lit up with orange energy, concentrating light and heat around her hands and feet. Thank you. The blood vessels in her eyes also glowed orange, completely covering them in a glowing sheen. Moment you open up, I'm wiping this bastard off the face of this planet. Now. Valera took a few more steps until the bone guard was on its last legs, the bony barrier melting and shattering all around. Valera broke off the bone guard, and the moment it did, Dynamite Girl jumped up, dodging a wave of acid.
Thank you.
She emitted several small bursts of explosion in her feet to airwalk over to the slime. The slime reacted by throwing out several more tendrils at Dynamite Girl. Dynamite Girl swung her arm out in an arc, scattering a cloud of sparkling orange dots. When the slime hit the dots, they acted like triggered mines, exploding and incinerating the acid. Through the layer of smoke they emitted, Dynamite Girl emerged, and this time, she was right above the giant slime. Bunker Buster.
Thank you.
Dynamite Girl slammed her hands down towards the slime and unleashed her strongest attack. Valera instinctively sensed danger and raised her shield and hunkered behind it. A massive burst of blinding light first engulfed the cavern, then the explosion erupted with an ear-rattling crash. The whole cavern shook, stalactites breaking off from the ceiling in a rain of rock.
Thank you.
Valera felt the shockwave of the explosion slam into her, and even as she dug in her greaves into the dirt with all her prodigious strength, she still skidded back a good dozen meters. She peeked through her shield and paused in admiration. There was a sizable, blackened and smoking crater bored into the ground where the slime was. Dynamite Girl was lodged inside a crater in the ceiling, blown back as she had been by the force of her own massive explosion.
Thank you.
Yeah, lemme see you flinging that acid on us now, huh? Said Dynamite Girl, as she dislodged herself from her crater bit by bit. She was bloody and bruised all over, but despite her injuries, she had the widest smile on her face. She fell onto the ground, breaking her fall with a small explosion burst. She peered down into the several-meter-deep, smoke-filled crater she had bored out.
Thank you.
Valera grabbed Dynamite Girl roughly by the shoulder and shoved her back, sending her hurtling back several meters. The hell was that for? Said Dynamite Girl as she stood back up. The slime is yet to fall. Valera blocked a few tendril shots of slime with her shield before she reached in and withdrew a watermelon-sized, crystalline emerald rock, the slime's core. She threw the core down to the earth and then split it in half with her shield. Thank you! The glowing green core dimmed down in light, and the acid surrounding it faded away. Inside of the core was a dried purple eyeball, the Eye of Azoth. Damn! Thanks for saving my ass, said Dynamite Girl. Thing coulda messed up my pretty face. Pretty? You think too highly of yourself? But yes, you saved me, so I save you. I must commend you, though. Your power is formidable. Enough to destroy a level 15 giant green slime in just a single strike.
Thank you.
And when I think about how much carnage you will loose among our enemies with that attack, I'm starting to like you more and more, said Valera. Think I broke both my arms and a couple ribs, though, said Dynamite Girl. She put a hand to her chest and deactivated her power, causing her veins to lose their glow and her heart to stop shining white through her chest. And I just might have suffered a heart attack, but, none of that bothers me anymore. Thank you, you're right. Being undead has its perks. I think I can start taking my power up to the next level. Not to mention an eternal life. Imagine being able to spend an entire eternity with the one you serve. There is no greater blessing. Valera flicked acid off her arm before she picked the eye up. And now, my master's search has ended. Excellent work, you two. Aldrich walked into the cavern with his undead army in tow behind him. Here, master, the eye of Azoth. Thank you. Valera knelt before Aldrich and offered up the eye. Aldrich looked at the baseball-sized, wrinkled-up and dried-out eye in Valera's palm expectantly. With this, he could craft a powerful weapon that could carry him all the way to the second trial quest, potentially even the third. Thank you. Thank you to all of you, said Aldrich. All of you have far exceeded my expectations. Aldrich grasped the eye and dissolved it into his inventory. Thank you. 1x Eye of Azoth obtained. Giant green slime defeated. Fist 450 EXP, bar 620 12 Tuez greater than 770 12 1200. Then, while his hand was on Valera's, he grabbed her hand and lifted her up. We still have another fight to go, remember? Said Aldrich. He checked the timer on the quest. 30 minutes. No kneeling just yet. Aldrich then headed over to a chest in the corner of the cavern and tapped it with his staff again. There, he obtained the headpiece for the Grave Reaper set. Thank you. 1x Grave Reaper hood obtained. Aldrich looked over to his undead. His natural variants were waiting for his order to move out. The Geist, too, stared at him expectantly. Dynamite Girl had her arms crossed, waiting for an order. Valera stared longingly at the hand that Aldrich had grabbed. Generally speaking, everyone was ready to fight, and Aldrich's anti-life shell was healing the damage they took. This last fight is the hardest fight of this quest. A secret boss fight, said Aldrich. Thank you, and the reason why I conserved my mana and health, ready yourselves. Chapter 38, Secret Boss. Aldrich headed back to the very beginning of the trial quest. He was now fully decked out in the Grave Reaper set. A dark green, almost brown hood with golden trim covered his masked face, granting him the ragged yet sinister appearance of the typical necromancer.
Thank you.
The set covered his body in a mantle and cloak of the same dark green. Covering him in loose robes, marked embroidery and insignia of gold, shaped in streaks with a skull emblazoned at the chest. Tatters were a common sight around these robes, but instead of detracting from the look of the robes and the hood, making Aldrich look right in place among the broken and dead of the graveyard. He looked like a malevolent spirit, a haunting presence that roamed the land of the dead, fitting for him. Thank you. The only bright colors on him were on his arms. He wore golden bracers carved into the shape of various interlocking bones. The bracers shone with power, and within them was stored a spell called Unleash Vengeful Souls. By striking the bracers together, Aldrich could release several skull-shaped vengeful souls that sought out his enemies and dealt damage to them with a 10% chance to inflict instant death.
Thank you.
The attack was utterly unavoidable without some kind of magic barrier with the spirits tracking and homing onto enemies, and the neat thing was that each spirit rolled the 10% instant death effect. The number of the released souls increased for how much of the set pieces Aldrich possessed. At its base, the spell released 3 souls, but with the full 5-piece set, the spell unleashed 13 of them, and they could be targeted at a single unit. Thank you. The instant death effect could be resisted with a high enough level or magic stat, but if Aldrich rolled enough times, he could craft the Eye of Azoth into a weapon that could completely negate instant death resistances, and with instant death, Aldrich could kill Seth Solar even if the man could face an attack that could blow up the entire fucking world. Cool new threads, boss, said Fisk, as Aldrich and his undead approached the starting spot for the trial quest. Thank you. Really rocking that evil mage look comes with my class, said Aldrich, knowing well that most Necromancer sets looked rather stereotypically evil. Aldrich commanded the ghast to stop its spirit boundary ability, releasing the dome of smoke that protected Fisk, Adam, and Elaine. And another thing, boss, the moat behind us. It made this big-ass rumbling noise, and then Fisk stated to gesture wildly behind him. Aldrich raised a hand. I know. Thank you. Aldrich stepped over to what was previously impassable terrain, specifically the moat of water separating the trial quest from the giant mountains. The water in the moat was entirely drained, leaving soggy mud and rock, and most notably a circular rock trapdoor with a symbol of 3 eyes inscribed into it. Hell yeah! Fisk looked at the trapdoor with a grin. Some secret boss shit up in here, huh? I get why you wanted me here. You were saving me. Thank you. Now it's my time to shine. You stay here again, said Aldrich. Now more than ever. You're right. This is a secret boss. And this secret boss is a serious challenge. Stay here, no questions asked. Oh, all right, boss, said Fisk, with a shrug. You can use your phone now. I'm taking the Geist with me, said Aldrich. Well, I'll do well by myself so long as I got my phone, said Fisk. He saluted Aldrich. Good luck down there, boss. Thank you. And you. He pointed a gloved hand to the ghast's skull head. I ain't gonna miss you, that's for sure. The ghast protested by chattering its teeth before floating over to Aldrich's side. Valera, get in front of me. You remember this guy, right? Said Aldrich. Valera took position with her shield raised right in front of Aldrich, ready to defend him at a moment's notice. Yes, master, the Mind Eater with the powerful flame magic. Good. Then our strategy is the same, said Aldrich. Thank you. The ghast uses its spirit boundary, and you combine it with Bone Guard. That way we block the initial spell from the Mind Eater, and then we can swarm him pretty easily. All right, then let's do this, said Dynamite Girl as rotated her arm to warm herself up. Geh? The Geist nodded. Valera, open the trapdoor, said Aldrich. As you command, master, said Valera. She stepped down to the bottom of the drained moat and dug her hands into the stone door.
Thank you.
She heaved and lifted the heavy slab of rock upwards before tossing it away.
Let's go,
said Aldrich. Aldrich and his undead moved through the tunnel unearthed from the trapdoor. The tunnel got wider and wider as they progressed until finally they reached a large door made entirely of thick fog. This was known as a boss gate and, as the title indicated, held a boss-level monster behind it.
Thank you.
Boss monsters were different from ordinary monsters in that their stats, health, and mana pool were generally higher than ordinary monsters of the same level. In addition, they possessed immunities to mind control, instant death, and other status effects that could cheese a boss fight into a one-shot. This was partly why, as a player, Aldrich did not see much of a reason for using instant death magic. Thank you. There were just too many monsters that bosses that had resistances or outright immunity to it, but now he had to think about specializing in it much more. He also had to think about how this would impact his ability to work through future trial quests, where unlike in the real world, he would have to face creatures with these instant death resistances. For now, he could easily make up for power he had lost with variants and altars he reanimated in the real world. Thank you. Once we pass through the boss gate, you'll find the Mind Eater immediately charging up a massive pyro bomb that will one-shot us all except Dynamite Girl with her heat resistance. That's why we have the Geist. It will use Spirit Boundary, and this combined with Valera's Bone Guard will protect us, said Aldrich. Afterwards, it is absolutely imperative that we do not let it channel a pyro bomb again. Understood. Understood, Master, said Valera.
Thank you.
Yeah, got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Geche. The Geist chattered its teeth as its muscles flexed, ready to fight. Here we go, said Aldrich. His cold, undead heart did not beat much anymore, but he felt excitement rush through him as he felt the thrill of facing a boss fight once more. He stepped into the fog of the boss gate. At first he saw nothing but dense, white fog, and then a few more steps in, everything cleared up, revealing the boss room.
Thank you.
It was a circular room of black rock lit up with lanterns and bunches of mashed candles jutting from the walls like they were tumorous growths. At the end of the room, hunched over a large desk of roughly crafted rock littered with papers and tomes and vials and strange glowing crystals, was a black-robed figure. Thank you. From behind, the figure looked to be a hunched human, but when it slowly turned around, it revealed a face that was purple and octopus-like, with wriggling tentacles for a mouth and 3 red eyes. Its hands were long and spindly. In one hand it held a black lantern holding a ghostly red fire within it. In the other hand it grasped a gleaming red orb inscribed with unreadable sigils. O life, O my eternal life, I knew you would be here for it, but you will not have it,
Thank you.
said the tentacled mind-eater, his voice raspy and undulating like it was underwater. Fler'Gan the Zealot was this boss's name. He raised his lantern up, and an enormous fireball in the shape of a burning sun formed almost instantly above its head. Just by the sheer size, heat, and magical power surging from the fireball, it was obvious that once this hit Aldrich, it would explode into a nova that would leave everyone as a melted smudge, especially with their fire weaknesses. Thank you. The Geist shivered, knowing with its instincts that if it was melted away wholesale, it could not regenerate. I can fucking take this tentacle freak, said Dynamite Girl. Blow that fireball back with my own explosion. Hold position and remember what I said, shouted Aldrich. Wait and save your firepower for later. Behind me, Valera slammed her shield down as she took defensive stance in front of everyone. She used Bone Guard, creating a wall of bones in front of her.
Thank you.
Then the ghast floated in the air and remained still while it casted Spirit Boundary. A thick dome of smoke covered Aldrich and his undead, encasing them in a barrier resistant to elemental energy. This was the entire reason that Aldrich had summoned the ghast in the first place. Perish in flames, unholy usurpers, said Fler'Gan. He waved his lantern in front of him, and the miniature sun fireball flew downwards before crashing against Valera's bone wall and the ghast's smoke barrier. Thank you. Aldrich saw nothing but blinding light as the fireball exploded. Aldrich saw nothing but blinding light as the fireball exploded. He stared at the bright white light of the flaming explosion with relief. The fact that he could even see this light meant that his consciousness had not been totally incinerated away.
Thank you.
The light dimmed down from white to orange as the temperature of the fire dropped, and Aldrich found himself unconsciously not breathing as the oxygen in the smoky confines of the spirit boundary burned up. Thankfully, he had no need to breathe, so he stood there tensely, waiting for the flames to fully die down. Within a few seconds, the light dimmed substantially as the explosion died down. Flickering flames now lit up the arena with a red and orange glow. Thank you. In some areas, these flames concentrated and roared high, turning into pillars of fire-type damage to avoid. Aldrich looked up to see the ghast's smoky skull form lined with many cracks, liable to disappear with just a light breeze. The ghast itself did not benefit from the barrier it created, making it an easy target to snipe. However, its sturdy passive had made it survive the powerful pyro bomb with a single hit point. Now, swarm him.
Thank you.
Aldrich stepped out of the spirit boundary and saw Fler'Gan raise his lantern high in the air. Several red magic circles formed above his head as he gathered power for another pyro bomb. Do not let him channel that attack again. With me! Valera rushed forwards with dash, turning into a black blur as she appeared right in front of Fler'Gan. She thrust her shield forward in a shield bash aimed to crush Fler'Gan's head.
Thank you.
Instead, Valera slammed straight into a force field projected all around Fler'Gan. The force field was tinted a dark orange, and by hitting it, flames gushed out and counter-attacked Valera, forcing her back as her armor started to melt and smoke. Fler'Gan is a level 20 boss. Each of his spells are capable of dealing severe damage to any of you, said Aldrich. But if you exhaust his pyrokinetic barrier, his main body is fragile.
Thank you.
Fler'Gan was a member of the Mind-Eater race that was known for consuming brains and mental energy to fuel themselves. Their bodies were not physically strong, and so they relied on their mental powers that involved telekinesis and mind control to attack. On top of this, they generated a force field around themselves for defense. Thank you. In Fler'Gan's case, he was unique in that he practiced pyrokinesis, changing his psychic attacks from dealing mental damage to fire-type damage super effective against undead. This made Fler'Gan an exceptionally difficult boss to clear for the first trial quest as a Necromancer, with minions all weak to fire, not to mention that he was level 20. "All right, I'll blow that barrier up," said Dynamite Girl. "No." Aldrich pointed his staff at Fler'Gan and casted a volley of chill bolts. "Thank you." They struck against Fler'Gan's barrier of pyrokinetic mental energy before sizzling and evaporating. Any fire-type damage against that barrier will do nothing. Save your attack for when the barrier is down. Accursed insolence. Fler'Gan looked all around him. He was seconds away from getting dogpiled by a dozen-plus undead. "Burn away." He shook his lantern and a red magic circle appeared in front of him. "Retreat," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Most of his undead managed to stop their attacks and move backwards, but the big-arm grizzly was too slow. An omnidirectional shockwave of flames emerged from Fler'Gan. This was an attack that he casted when he felt too many units were around him, and it had a long cooldown. If it meant sacrificing the big-arm grizzly to bait this spell out, then Aldrich was fine with it. "Gay!" The Geist stood in front of the big-arm grizzly and shoved it away.
Thank you.
Flames scorched the Geist's back, bubbling its skin before liquefying, revealing its bare spine and half-torched internal organs. The Geist fell forwards, disabled. It was not dead, however, and it clenched its teeth and focused on its regeneration. Flesh bubbled up and grew again, starting to regrow the muscles and tissue around its bare and burned spine. Aldrich commanded his units to attack again. He waved his alloy wing eagle towards him and hopped on to get an aerial advantage. "So what?" "Thank you. I just gotta sit on my ass until that thing's shield goes down," complained Dynamite Girl. "No, tank attacks for others when you can," said Aldrich. He looked briefly back at the Ghast. Inside of the smoke barrier was Fisk, Adam, and Elaine. Fisk looked at Aldrich, staring at him, and raised his arms in surrender. All his previous bravado gone at the sight of Fler'Gan's might. Sorry, boss. But if you want me fight that, well, I don't think I can do much." "I know. Just stay put." "Thank you." "Defend Adam and Elaine with your life, even if it means taking a hit for them," said Aldrich. He flew ahead to survey the battle better. "Burn, burn!" Fler'Gan madly shook his lantern and waved it at the units approaching closest to him. He fired fire bolts, and though it was a basic cantrip, it easily had the power to 2 or 3 shot his units. Valera led the offensive charge and blocked the firebolts with her shield. "Thank you." Behind her, the Alpha Striker and the big-arm grizzly leaped ahead, closing the distance to Fler'Gan. They bit and swiped and tackled at his flame barrier, but each time they did, flames retaliated from his pyrokinetic barrier, damaging them. The damage was not light either. Each attack the variant undead made cost them a limb in terms of damage, torching their skin and flesh into blackened liquid messes. "Quick attacks and quick retreats," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
"Do not take too much damage from attacking. It simply isn't worth it. Protect the mud crabs instead." "Gah!" Fler'Gan flew backwards as the troll chieftain smashed into his barrier with its broad shoulder, tackling him backwards. Using this moment of distraction, the mud crabs pointed their pincers at Fler'Gan and fired off 2 streams of pressurized water. The water sizzled against Fler'Gan's barrier and dealt super effective damage. "Water? You dare?"
Thank you.
Fler'Gan immediately aimed at the mud crabs that stood a dozen meters away and threw out a firebolt barrage. 6 balls of flame spiraled out towards them. "Protect the crabs," said Aldrich. "I'll take the left crab." Valera stood in front of a crab with her shield and blocked 3 firebolts. "And I'll take the right." Dynamite Girl defended the other crab and punched away the firebolts, letting them explode on her body without dealing any damage due to her fireproof skin. "Thank you. I swear I will incinerate these accursed crabs." Fler'Gan ignored the undead swarming around him and just fired more firebolts at the crabs. Once again, Valera and Dynamite Girl defended against these. Aldrich commanded the Troll Chieftain and Great Centipede to attack. The Chieftain punched Fler'Gan's barrier, while the Centipede unborrowed its tail from the ground and whipped at the Mind-Eater. "Pests, take your time burning yourselves upon my barrier. I will deal with you later."
Thank you.
Fler'Gan ignored them and started to charge a swirl of orange energy into his lantern, ready to cast a flamethrower to throw out an unbroken stream of fire that was much harder to block than individual firebolts. Aldrich raised a brow of concern. Fler'Gan was smarter than in the game. He had some recognizable behaviors from his game AI, such as casting Flame Wave when there were more than 5 units around him, but usually other than that, he was pretty dumb.
Thank you.
Anything that hit his barrier would draw his aggro, so Aldrich's strategy was to just have his undead perform hit and run attacks to draw Fler'Gan's attention until the crabs recharged their water gun attacks. This way, he estimated he would lose maybe 1 or 2 units at max until Fler'Gan's barrier was down from water guns. Thank you. When the flame barrier ended, Fler'Gan would become much stronger offensively with more intense flame spells and more aggression to boot. But at this point, Dynamite Girl could just rush him and one-shot him. Fler'Gan, like other Mind-Eaters of his kind, had a weakness to fire. He covered this weakness with his lantern that granted fire resistance, but it only made him take neutral damage to fire.
Thank you.
A full-force attack from Dynamite Girl, especially now that she knew how to go all out beyond her body's limits, would blow up Fler'Gan instantly as his barrier was 70% of his maximum health. But Fler'Gan was not acting like his AI. He was not taking easy bait from short hit and run attacks. "And once those crabs are done with, I will burn you, accursed summoner of the dead," said Fler'Gan as he eyed Aldrich above. Fler'Gan was conscious. "Thank you." Aldrich could see it in the Mind-Eater's 3 bulbous eyes. There was thought in them. Deranged, insane thought, but thought nonetheless. This made Fler'Gan much more dangerous. Thankfully, Aldrich had left 2 undead slots empty so that he could react to sudden difficulties like this. Aldrich immediately casted Create Undead and formed a second ghast. He had the ghast float over to the crabs and emit a spirit boundary. Thank you. The moment the boundary went up, Fler'Gan's flamethrower shot out, and a cone of continuous fire washed over the smoke barrier. "Ha! I knew you would do that!" Fler'Gan suddenly changed the course of his flamethrower to Aldrich's other units, specifically the Troll Chieftain. The Troll Chieftain roared as he took the attack, his gray and rotted flesh burning and sloughing off rapidly. Thank you. Valera and Dynamite Girl were still with the crabs at this point, so there was nobody to help the Chieftain. At this rate, the Chieftain would die in a matter of seconds as he took quadruple damage from fire due to possessing dual weaknesses from being both a gray troll and a zombie. Get away from him. The Geist Mini dashed forwards and landed a mighty punch against Fler'Gan's barrier, sending him flying backwards and breaking his aim with his flamethrower, Pest. Thank you. Such healing magic I have not seen the likes of. Fine, you wish to die properly, then here. Fler'Gan's mouth tendrils swayed angrily as he pointed his lantern at the Geist. The Geist's side stepped the flamethrower with another mini-dash and then went back to the Troll Chieftain, raised the troll up on its shoulders and tossed the troll over to the other ghast at the back of the arena. Such coordination, it is you. I must sever the head of this army.
Thank you.
Fler'Gan stared up at Aldrich and breathed into his lantern, casting Homing Will-O-Wisp, a spell that created 10 tongues of flame that homed in on a target. When the orbs of flame reached the target, they would explode and deal significant damage. This was Fler'Gan's strongest Phase 1 spell, and a guaranteed one-hit kill on a level 10 player character, even if they took just 2 or 3 of the orbs. It was also a massive pain to dodge. Thank you. In the worst-case scenario, a Necromancer had to sacrifice 10 units just to survive this hit. I'm prepared for this, said Aldrich. He crashed his Grave Reaper bracers together. Green ghostly sparks showered out from the impact, and then 13 vengeful spirits emerged. They were glowing green skulls covered in a flickering aura of black, and this aura flowed into wispy tails as they surged forwards, pained moans of torture echoing from their fleshless mouths. Thank you. 10 vengeful spirits clashed with 10 will-o-wisps, exploding on contact and neutralizing Fler'Gan's attack. This left 3 vengeful spirits to strike into Fler'Gan's barrier, reducing it now to the 60% mark. What? Fler'Gan exclaimed. And now you've wasted too much time. Aldrich felt rage simmer from beneath him. He felt it burning through the close bond he had between himself and Valera. You think you've won already?
Thank you.
All I have to do is defeat those crabs and— Fler'Gan turned his gaze to the crabs, but instead found a massive cross shield thrown into his barrier, crashing him back to the wall of his arena. You dare to even try and strike my master? Valera roared as she charged, changing her combat style from shielder to berserker. Negative surge, Aldrich nodded at Valera, infusing her with a burst of negative energy that reinforced her strength, durability, and speed even more.
Thank you.
She sprinted forwards as a veritable behemoth of speeding, hulking armor, and she was upon Fler'Gan in a second, raining down a flurry of punches.
Aura! Aura!
Valera rained down punch after punch, and each one was loud enough to be compared to an artillery shot. All this while, Fler'Gan shot out a flamethrower against Valera. Die! Die! Why won't you die, you brute? Yes, burn me more. Give me even more of a reason to crush you.
Thank you.
Valera kept slamming her fists into the top of Fler'Gan's barrier, gradually sinking him into a crater. Valera took double damage from fire, and by all rights, Fler'Gan's attack should have severely injured her. But as a berserker, she had a powerful passive known as Berserker's Rage that reduced incoming damage by a tremendous 50% in exchange for receiving that same damage over time. Thank you. However, the reduced damage she took over time could not be fatal, so Valera could tank the flamethrower for a surprisingly long amount of time. Gah, away with you. Fler'Gan did not use fire, but a more typical mind-reader spell in the form of Force Blast. His spindly fingers glowed blue before a blast of telekinetic force pushed Valera a dozen meters backwards. Valera knelt down, her armor dripping melted metal. Thank you. She fell down to one knee, breathing heavily as smoke puffed out from her helmet visor and other gaps in her armor. Once Valera was done taking the damage over time from the amount she mitigated from the flamethrower, she would be near 5% health, maybe even lower. She was done here. Guest, once again went on rescue duty. It stuck out its prehensile tongue and wrapped it around Valera's waist before tossing her into the safety of the ghast in the back. Thank you. Valera had bought enough time now for the crabs to refresh their water guns. Both crabs aimed at Fler'Gan again. You think I do not know what you are planning? That brute of a knight's sacrifice will be in vain. Any water you cast upon me, I will counter with combustion, said Fler'Gan. His 3 red eyes narrowed as he focused. Thank you. Combustion created spontaneous explosions in the air and, when timed properly, could scatter projectiles and split stream-type attacks like water gun down the middle. The crabs fired their water guns. As the 2 spiraling streams of pressurized water sped forwards, Fler'Gan raised his lantern up high, readying his combustion spell. The great centipede and skeleton rogue at this moment emerged out of nowhere. Thank you. The great centipede from underground where it could not be sensed, and the skeleton rogue from stealth. What? Fler'Gan casted a double-cast combustion, but the spell, though instant, required an unbroken line of sight with its target. With his line of sight broken from the water guns, he could only hit what was in front of him. Twin explosions erupted from the skeleton rogue and the great centipede. Thank you. Both of them blew apart, destroyed, but their sacrifice gave time for the water guns to slam into Fler'Gan's barrier. Fler'Gan's barrier flickered and sputtered before fading away. Valera's berserker assault had reduced Fler'Gan's shield from 60% to 20%, and now it was down to 0%. You've cast down my barrier, is it? Said Fler'Gan. He started to float in the air, fire swirling around him. But you have merely forced me to channel more of my power. Aldrich shook his head.
Thank you.
You should have channeled that power from the start. You're done for. What do you mean? Said Fler'Gan. Your brutish night is fallen, your minions nurse their burned, rotted flesh, and your crabs must wait for their water spells. I was getting real fucking tired of waiting around, said Dynamite Girl as she stepped out of the spirit boundary protecting the crabs. Her entire body glowed orange, all of her veins visible as her heart beat 1,000,000 miles per minute. Thank you, insolent little girl. You are undead, no match for my purging flames. Fler'Gan waved his lantern at Dynamite Girl, sending a flame lance at her. A huge spear of fire slammed into her. Dynamite Girl flipped her hair as flames roared around her harmlessly. She stared up at Fler'Gan with a lip twisted in rage and a nerve of anger popping on her forehead, contorting her pretty face into pure anger. That it, huh? Thank you, fucking bastard. You think you're the only one that gets to throw fire and explosions around, huh? Don't steal my shit. Completely immune to flame. As an undead? How? Said Fler'Gan. Dynamite Girl jumped in the air, releasing 2 mini explosions on her feet to give her speed and lift, and tackled Fler'Gan, pinning him into a wall with her arm. I will have your brain. Fler'Gan's mouth tendrils extended forwards and opened up, revealing a buzzsaw like beak maw. Thank you. Before the tendrils shot out, Dynamite Girl shouted, Bunker Buster. In the next instant, the entire cavern turned white, and then an explosion that ruptured Aldrich's eardrums rocked the arena. Chapter 41, Fler'Gan the Zealot. Aldrich could not hear or see until his eardrums healed, and his eyes adjusted from the intense blinding light like a flashbang had been set off right in front of him.
Thank you.
Seemed like though undead had night vision, blinding effects still worked on them provided they still had eyes. Nothing could tell him how the battle ended except a message from his status screen. Boss, Fler'Gan the Zealot defeated, 800 EXP. EXP bar, 770, 1200 greater than 1570, 1200 level up, level 10 greater than 11. EXP bar, 370, 1405 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich breathed a sigh of relief. He was 99% sure Fler'Gan was dead, but when he saw those messages, he felt absolutely confident.
Thank you.
He waited a good 20 or so seconds until his blinding faded, and his ears healed up with his anti-life shell. He saw Valera and Dynamite Girl standing in front of him, squabbling while the Geist looked awkwardly between them, trying to resolve the conflict, but not knowing how. You blinded and hurt him, said Valera as she pointed an accusing finger at Dynamite Girl. What? You wanted me to hold back on blasting that squid-face freak? You think that's what the captain would have wanted, huh? Thank you, said Dynamite Girl. Enough, said Aldrich. Both of you did well. All of you, in fact. Aldrich looked around with appreciation at his undead. Valera was still shaky on her feet, weak from taking so much damage. Dynamite Girl's arms were both mangled, with cracked bone jutting out through the skin of her arm, while she bled from the mouth, her heart ruptured from exerting herself. Most of his undead suffered significant burns that they now slowly healed under Aldrich's anti-life shell. Thank you. Really, only the 2 crabs got out of this fight untouched, and that was because they had been protected. All in all, though, Aldrich felt that he had cleared Fler'Gan with moderate difficulty. He initially thought the fight was going to be an easy cakewalk by abusing the boss's game AI, but he was sentient, or at the very least somewhat sentient, letting him make decisions outside of Aldrich's awareness. Where is he, the boss? Said Aldrich. Nothing left of that freak.
Thank you,
said Dynamite Girl proudly as she pointed over to a massive blackened crater. It looked like a high ordnance missile had bored into the ground and exploded, gouging out a blackened crater the size of a small house at the end of the arena. Aldrich sighed. I wanted some part of him left to see if I could resurrect him. Normally in Elden World, it was not possible to reanimate boss-type monsters or beings, but maybe now it was different. Aldrich had wanted to find out. Thank you. Sorry, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. No, it's fine. You couldn't have held back anyway. We either finished him in one hit or we didn't. Good job. Aldrich walked over to the crater and spied the rewards from this boss fight. Fler'Gan's lantern floated in the air in the deepest center of the crater. Aldrich picked it up by tapping it with his staff. 1x Firekeeper's lantern obtained. There was also an item orb containing a silver ring designed in the shape of 2 coiling serpents. Thank you. The Ring of Avarice? Aldrich absorbed this too. 1x Ring of Avarice obtained. With the Ring of Avarice, Aldrich would receive a set amount of coins every 3 days. The amount of coins he received for this changed depending on what level he was. From levels 1, 10, he received 100 coins.
Thank you.
In increments of 10 levels, this coin reward increased according to these values: 150 at level 20, 225, LVO 30, 300, LVO 40, 50, 700, LVO 50, 700, LVO 60, 1000, LVO 70, 2000, LVO 80, 250, Level 100, hopefully. This would give Aldrich enough coins to last, as he did not start receiving coin drops from monsters and trial quests until the second one onwards. But beyond this, Aldrich noticed something that Fler'Gan did not drop his soul. Thank you. Ordinarily, bosses always dropped their soul. What changed now? What Fler'Gan did drop was something he never dropped in the game. The crimson-red orb he held in his hand that was part of his visual design, but nothing more than that. Aldrich knelt down and picked the orb up. It was the size of baseball, not particularly large, but it was surprisingly heavy. On it were inscribed several lines of sigils glowing an eerie green.
Thank you.
Within, he saw the faint flicker of a familiar white, the flicker of a soul, Fler'Gan's soul. That was when Aldrich noticed that he could see the bright green of a grave marker inside the orb as well. Fler'Gan could be resurrected using this orb. Aldrich started to recall game lore. Thank you. Mind-eaters like Fler'Gan were obsessed with knowledge, and because the pursuit of knowledge was never-ending by its nature, they required immortality to continue amassing knowledge throughout Elden World and its realms. Mind-eater immortality was thus quite simple. A large brain-shaped, tendril-covered supermass known as a elder mind spawned mind-eaters to roam and absorb knowledge, and then mind-eaters grew too weak or old. They returned to the elder mind, whereupon they would get absorbed. Thank you. The mind-eater's knowledge would transfer to the elder mind, and then their biomass would get reused to birth another mind-eater. Mind-eaters ordinarily had undying loyalty to their elder minds via mental control, but some broke from this control. Those that broke free still hungered for knowledge and thus still needed long lifespans for this pursuit, and so they sought other means of immortality that did not involve sacrificing themselves. Thank you. The path to becoming a lich was one of the more common ones among these mind-eaters. Fler'Gan was one such mind-eater that sought to become a lich. Hence, his backstory was that he had locked himself in this underground study for decades, growing mad, trying to become not only a lich, but one also utterly immune to fire to become an invincible undead. Then, Aldrich thought as he stared at the orb in his hand, this was a phylactery. Thank you. An object, often an orb, that a mortal being imbued their souls in to take the first steps to turning into a lich. Their flesh bodies rotted away to skeletal forms upon casting their souls away. But in exchange, these skeletal bodies became highly attuned to magic, death, curses, and, most importantly, were disposable, capable of reforming so long as the phylactery holding the main soul remained intact. Thank you. In Elden World, the player character Necromancer came from a line of mortal necromancers that reviled becoming a lich and actively hunted them. Becoming a lich meant abandoning one's humanity and binding themselves to the original lich known as the Death Lord, one of the evil gods of Elden World that allied with the Howling Dark to destroy all life. Thank you. The Death Lord's end goal was to destroy life so that all souls entered into his own realm of death, where he would rule over all creation infinitely. Typical big, bad, evil god stuff. As a result, the player characters Necromancer and other mortal necromancers fought against the Death Lord as where the Death Lord believed all creation should die and serve him. Mortal necromancers believed the boundary between life and death should be respected and maintained.
Thank you.
It was said that part of the ritual to become a lich involved not only forging a phylactery, but also communing with the Death Lord to take a shard of his power. This shard would then fuel the ritual and make the phylactery complete, finalizing the steps to become a lich. Those that were too weak-willed who faced the Death Lord lost their minds to him and became his lich slaves. Thank you. Those that were strong enough, however, took the Death Lord's shard of power for themselves and became independent and mighty liches. This was all Aldrich knew of the process to become a lich. How to craft a phylactery and all the steps in between making one and communing with the Death Lord were not explained in the game as player characters could not become undead, but what if Aldrich could find someone that knew all of this, someone that would serve him and guide him through the process?
Thank you.
And that someone was right here in the palm of Aldrich's hand. Aldrich put down the orb and chanted, "Serve." He felt an immense strain on his body as his magical energy roared around him in a raging green aura. He felt life and magic leave him, draining him rapidly. All of this sacrificed life and mana flowed into the phylactery in twin strands of green and crimson master. "You are taking too much damage," said Valera. "I'm fine," said Aldrich as mana and life continued to drain from him. "Thank you." This was far, far more than the 10% maximum health cost he sacrificed for raising monsters that were much higher leveled than him. This was the cost of raising a boss-type monster, it seemed. A continuous mana and health sacrifice, a type of being that Aldrich had never been able to raise in the game. He was thankful he had saved his mana and health so conservatively throughout the fight, but as he felt himself getting drained second by second, he wondered if he had enough.
Thank you.
Eventually, Aldrich reached 10% of his maximum health and mana, and at that point, his spell stopped draining his health and mana. He breathed heavily as sweat trickled from his forehead. He looked down at the phylactery. A green aura enveloped the crimson orb before it rapidly shook and oscillated. All of a sudden, a burst of energy blasted outwards in a shockwave, knocking Aldrich back. Valera caught him and kept him on his feet.
Thank you.
Green and red particles swirled in front of the phylactery, forming into Fler'Gan's form. Aldrich waited tensely, wondering if Fler'Gan was hostile, especially with his mental insanity, and was ready to take away his individuality or, if needed, dispel him at a moment's notice. But Fler'Gan did not fight. Instead, he knelt down and closed his 3 red eyes in reverence. "Your wish is my command, O Elder. I thank you for granting me the eternity I have always searched for." Thank you. Chapter 42. Bonus, Becoming a Lich. Bonus chapter for getting me to 800 Power Stones. Aldrich did not respond immediately to Fler'Gan, still wary about whether he had the potential to be aggressive. He felt out the mental connection he had between master and undead familiar, and as he did so, he saw status messages appear in his vision. Thank you. Trial Quest. The search completed 500 EXP, 500 coins. Learned passive, Corpse Barrier. Learned passive, Death Sense. Learned class spell, Grave Consumption. Obtained, Tome of Enhancement. Obtained 1x Sign Stone. Obtained 3x Restorative Flask Charges. EXP bar, 370 sever 1400 greater than 870 1400. Aldrich breathed in deeply, feeling power flow into him. Bit by bit, he was getting back to the power of his original player character. Thank you. Death Sense allowed Aldrich to sense the presences of any units under 10% of their maximum health, which was particularly useful considering that this was generally the max health range for most instant death-type spells to work as executes. Grave Consumption allowed Aldrich to take a grave marker and consume it, healing 5% of his maximum health. It could also be used on resurrected undead, destroying the undead and absorbing its negative energy to restore 10% of maximum health.
thank you.
Corpse Barrier was particularly useful. It gave Aldrich a bonus shield that consisted of 30% of his maximum health, and the neat thing was that this barrier could regenerate very quickly by adding corpses into it. Of course, if Aldrich used a corpse to pad his barrier, he could not raise it to become an undead. The Tome of Enhancement would also grant Aldrich access to upgraded versions of his current spells. Overall, this was a massive boost in power. Is something amiss, O Elder?
Thank you.
Said Fler'Gan. Aldrich looked at Fler'Gan and the thought immediately struck him. He could get even stronger. Nothing, said Aldrich, as he made sure he felt no hostility from Fler'Gan. Tell me, you seem to have been sentient. What do you remember about this place, about what happened to you in the past few decades? Valera perked up, highly curious for the same reason that Aldrich was. They wanted to know what exactly happened to the game universe of Elden World. Thank you. Everything ended for me, said Fler'Gan. I had holed myself in my study for my pursuit to achieve eternal life. It was many years I threw myself into this search, but at one point, I do not know when, I felt as if I was in a haze, walking in a dream from which there was no waking. During that time I was conscious and not conscious. I acted only in my search for immortality. But I did not feel as if I was in my own body. I simply was like you were sleepwalking, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He turned to Valera. This sounds exactly like what you went through. He also went into a sort of eternal sleep. Indeed, my master, said Valera. And you remember nothing else? Aldrich turned back to Fler'Gan. Fler'Gan shook his mouth tendrils. No, I see, said Aldrich. I notice you do not seem nearly as, well, committed to your search for immortality. You mean he's not fucking batshit insane anymore? Said Dynamite Girl bluntly. Yes, I was trying to be polite here, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
I tell you, master, whelps these days have no sense of decorum or manners, said Valera as she shook her head. Huh? I'm young, is that it? Doesn't that mean you're some sort of old hag, said Dynamite Girl. Valera immediately stood up, her armor clanking, and she strode up to Dynamite Girl and stared her down, towering over the hero. What was that? Said Valera. Just sayin' what you admitted, said Dynamite Girl. Gay, what a pointless argument, said the Geist. What did you say? Thank you. Valera and Dynamite Girl shouted in complete union. Synchronizing angry head turns to the Geist. Gah! Nothing! The Geist raised its muscular arms in the air in surrender. Calm down, all of you. No point in arguing among ourselves, and you, Valera, you should be thankful for the Geist. It saved you, said Aldrich. I suppose, grumbled Valera. She bowed her head slightly to the Geist. I thank you for your service, good creature. She paused awkwardly.
Thank you. And I apologize for thinking of you as a foul abomination of nature. Geheh.
The Geist rubbed its head and nodded, taking the apology gratefully. Hey, now, ain't we all just freaks of nature at this point? Said Dynamite Girl. No, we are perfect beings now, said Valera. We may not fit into the normal cycle of life and death anymore, but that is precisely why we are ascendant. Guess that's a good way of looking at this whole undead thing, said Dynamite Girl. She speaks truly, said Fler'Gan. Thank you. For decades I sought undeath, for it was the purest form of transcending the limits of the body. Mindless undead are little more than aberrations, but higher undead, such as ourselves with our minds still intact, are truly transcendent. Fler'Gan nodded to Valera. And as for your question, O Elder, my madness was cast upon me not only from my quest for immortality, but also from the sleep from which I fell into. That sleep kept my drive, my madness, strong. Thank you. But now that I have been freed from that sleep and also granted immortal undeath, there is nothing that clouds my judgment any longer. Good, said Aldrich. If you were even just a little bit unstable, I would have kept you a mindless slave. To you who has granted me the gift of undeath, I serve gratefully, said Fler'Gan. Let's keep it that way. Now then this, Aldrich picked up Fler'Gan's phylactery. Explain this. Can this still be used? Certainly. And it is yours.
Thank you. I have no use for it, said Fler'Gan. If indeed you wish to ascend even further from risen undead into a proper lich, then how does this work? Said Aldrich. The process of becoming a lich, that is.
Aldrich had no hesitations about turning into a lich. It would massively enhance his power, and this was not an understatement. In Elden World lore, mortal necromancers had to band up with parties of warriors and mages and priests and whatnot just to beat a single lich.
Thank you. Any lich, even a lower-leveled one, was a boss-type monster. A lich was simply far more attuned to death and magic than a mortal. They could control more dead, raise more dead, cast stronger curses, stronger death magic, possess higher mana pools, and so on and so forth. Mortals could only dip their toes into the well of power that was necromancy. Liches could dive into the dark arts full body and harness the class's power infinitely better. Aldrich needed was the knowledge to become one.
Thank you.
And here was Fler'Gan, who had devoted literal decades into turning into one. There are 3 major steps to completing the ritual, said Fler'Gan. The phylactery is simply the first step. It is a construct of the rarest magic-capable ores and enchantments. Crystal of orichalcum, dust of fairy wing, dragon tooth powder, flame, demon fire. Yes, and you've assembled all of that into this. Aldrich nodded at the phylactery, and you said it was still usable. Usable for me.
Certainly,
said Fler'Gan.
Thank you.
Then the other 2 steps. The second is to excise any mortal chains you have, said Fler'Gan.
Mortal chains! Fuck is that? Stop speaking in goddamn riddles, said Dynamite Girl. Must I tone down my diction to match the understanding of an addle-pated simpleton such as this?
Fler'Gan waved his lengthy purple fingers dismissively at Dynamite Girl.
Huh?
Dynamite Girl started to get aggressive, and Aldrich raised a hand. Stop. I will be the only one to talk to Fler'Gan. Thank you. You keep quiet, said Aldrich as he leered at Dynamite Girl. Got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Now then, mortal chains, what does this entail? Said Aldrich. Personal bonds, emotional attachments. These things bind your soul to the physical plane. It makes it difficult to sever your soul from your mortal shell and place it within the phylactery, said Fler'Gan. I see, said Aldrich. This step he was good on. As far as he knew, he had no emotional attachments anymore. Thank you. His parents were dead, and Adam and Elaine were only zombies now, their souls forever gone. Then the 3rd step. To obtain an obelisk from the Death Lord, said Fler'Gan, his voice deathly serious. I see, I know about this one. You challenge the Death Lord and take a shard of his power from him, and this shard is called the obelisk. Yes, and let me guess you stopped at this stage, said Aldrich. Thank you. You have a completed phylactery, and you could move your soul into it, meaning you had no strong personal attachments to anyone, and yet you aren't a lich yet. This means you couldn't challenge the Death Lord. No, I tried, but the trial she forced upon me was far too difficult to overcome, said Fler'Gan. I barely escaped with my free will, and all these years I studied for a means to overcome the Death Lord's trial with new power to no avail. And what was the nature of this trial?
Thank you,
said Aldrich. That you will find out. Aldrich widened his eyes as he heard a deep, rumbling voice emanate from the phylactery in his hand. The phylactery glowed brightly, and smoke started to ripple from Aldrich's hand as the orb burned him. Master, drop that accursed object. Valera trudged forwards, but a shock wave blasted out from the phylactery that knocked everyone except Aldrich backwards. This trial quest, you call this a trial? Pathetic, you have overcome it so very easily. Thank you. I can sense your desire. You are so easily willing to cast away your humanity to become a lich, but do you think this makes you special, unique? You are just one of many, many mortals who were desperate enough to cast away their humanity. Humanity means nothing. It is worthless. No, I will judge your worth myself with a trial of my own. Aldrich saw a dark purple light cascade out from the phylactery, enveloping him and drowning out the world around him.
Thank you.
Aldrich braced himself before feeling the familiar sensation of his body warping to a different location. It was a brief moment of weightlessness that ended when his surroundings shifted in a blurred instant. No longer was he in the dilapidated underground study of Fler'Gan. Now Aldrich found himself in the midst of a throne room that somehow perfectly merged both royal grandeur and the decay of time.
Thank you.
Dark and gray stone layered with dusty white ash stretched out everywhere, building up a massive hallway and 20 pairs of towering pillars. Atop each pillar stood majestically carved statues of knights and mages, and by their spiked armor and skull-patterned vestments, it was apparent that these were practitioners of the dark arts. Hanging from each pillar were dark green, nearly black banners etched with a coat of arms consisting of a skull attached to a bare spine. Thank you. The throne room was massive, large enough that it could fit 2 football stadiums inside of it, at the very least, and at the very end, in the distance, was the throne. A throne of bones, bones of every kind, human, monster, dragon. If it was a creature that once lived, its bones were here, fused together to form a seat of honor for no less than the Death Lord itself. Master, is that it? The Lord of Death, said Valera, and Aldrich nodded, both in understanding and relief.
Thank you.
He could sense that all of his undead were with him, standing behind him. They had thankfully all been transported here with him.
Yeah,
said Aldrich, but different, more dangerous. Aldrich said this because the Death Lord seemed to be sentient as well.
Thank you.
And if it could think for itself with all its immense power given to it not only by its level 100 status and the immense strength that the game lore said it possessed, then it was probably the most dangerous threat that Aldrich could think of. Far more dangerous than Seth Solar. No, forget that. Not even the Protectorate, the top 10 heroes across the entire world, were as much of a threat. More dangerous than that foul thing already was?
Thank you.
Valera weakly leaned against her shield, still heavily damaged. We are not strong enough, Master. We have barely triumphed over the first trial quest, and we are now to face the Death Lord, the final and 12th trial. To think we would face the Death Lord now, Fler'Gan trembled before shaking his head. O Elder, I will bring forth the greatest extent of mine strength, but know that it will be like bearing forth a single ember before a wildfire.
Thank you.
Yeah, that armored monster's got me feeling real small, like I'm just an ant looking up at a massive steel-toed boot, said Dynamite Girl.
When will this end already?
Said Fisk in a panic. Gah! The Geist hid behind Valera and Dynamite Girl like a child, but because it was so massive and muscled, it looked ridiculous in its efforts. Aldrich remained silent and wary, but he knew everyone was right. The 12th trial quest for the Necromancer class was the final and hardest one. Thank you. A Necromancer had to be level 100 to challenge it, and even then, they had to fight it with a full party of 8 fellow heroes. These heroes came from a list of AI companions the player could bring together, but every single hero was level 70 at the minimum, and all of that to face the Death Lord and its army. Thank you. Lore-wise, the final trial quest was meant for the Necromancer player to defeat the Death Lord and usurp its vast power, taking away one of the evil gods supporting the Howling Dark. Defeating the Death Lord also destroyed all of the enslaved liches under its control, eliminating a sizable portion of the Howling Dark's final army. In other words, Aldrich was horrendously outmatched. Welcome to my abode, Death Walker, the Death Lord's voice boomed through the entire hallway. Thank you. It stood up with the heavy clanking of metal. It appeared to be a 3-meter-tall hulking behemoth of an armored knight with dark gray, spiked armor and a menacingly horned helmet. The Death Lord's armor seemed to be hollow inside with a green glow of energy, the very same kind that adorned Aldrich, shining through gaps in the armor. Thank you. The armor's torso was shaped like a pair of metal ribs, and one could see through the gaps in those metal bones that inside was not a flesh body, but just an orb of pure green flaming energy. The Death Lord jumped and easily cleared the near entire length of the hallway in a single leap, standing right before Aldrich with a heavy crash. So, Death Walker? How does it feel to stand before the presence of a true master of death? Said the Death Lord as it stared down at Aldrich.
Thank you. I wonder what you're still doing here alive, said Aldrich, not intimidated in the least. Last I remember, I beat you and absorbed your soul. Ha, I remember that too, said the Death Lord. But I am back again, as strong as ever before, and you, my little Death Walker, are nothing compared to what you were and your friends, your fellow heroes, gone and your undead legion. The Death Lord waved an arm towards Aldrich's undead. What has happened?
Thank you. This is what you bring forth to challenge me, pathetic. The Death Lord turned around dismissively and crossed its arms. You dare to call my master pathetic, you? A mere ghost that hides in this realm of yours, said Valera. Oh, it's you again, the Lady Knight, who only knows how to throw a punch. The Death Lord turned to Valera and looked her up and down. What of it, you brute, said Valera. I hate your type, all you meat-headed heavy armor muscle maniacs, the most.
Thank you.
I suppose you've already taken that look for yourself. The Death Lord shrugged and gestured towards Valera's own bulky suit of armor. The Death Lord does have a point, said Fler'Gan. Dynamite Girl smacked the tentacled monster on his head. You forget whose side you're on? Arg! Fler'Gan rubbed his lightly dented, soft purple head and glared at Dynamite Girl and Valera. Thank you. Gone are the days of proper, quiet, and gentle women, I suppose, he grumbled, thoroughly speaking, like a disgruntled old man. Quiet, said Aldrich. You know I don't want to use a look that this boorish Death Knight has already taken, plus, you've already seen and fought me like this. The Death Lord took its gauntleted hand and tapped its breastplate. Thank you. With that, its huge metal body glowed bright green before dissolving away, leaving just the orb of glowing green energy housed within the armor. The orb then turned into the silhouette of not an enormously muscled man, but a woman of Aldrich's height, actually. She stood confidently with a hand on her hip, clothed in flowing green robes, a majestic gray fur coat with a gleaming green fringe, and a long skirt adorned with bones with a slit that showed off pale, shapely long legs.
Thank you.
The Death Lord flipped flowing locks of long white hair behind her head and stared at Aldrich with a confident, sharp-toothed smile and gleaming green eyes with reptilian pupils. Draconic horns jutted from the sides of her head.
So?
How is it, gazing upon my true form? The last we met, the goddess Amara had weakened me so greatly I was confined only to my battle armor, said the Death Lord. Unexpected, said Aldrich with some level of confusion as he stared at the Death Lord.
Thank you.
He knew the Death Lord's true form was hidden, and he knew that according to the lore, before the Death Lord became a lich, it had been a dragon. He had no idea of the Death Lord's gender, but he had always thought by default it was male. People expect a certain image from a Death Lord, hence how you perceived me before, but to you, my dear, who wishes to become a lich just like me, I will not hide behind threatening armor. I will meet you in my true and proper form, said the Death Lord. Thank you, Master. Valera looked at Aldrich, staring at the Death Lord, and then she slammed her shield down, drawing the Death Lord's attention. You wish to tempt my master, is it? You think he will fall for the likes of you? You snake, quiet musclehead, said the Death Lord. She stretched her arms up, puffing out her sizable chest. You are standing in the presence of a true lady here, or lord, if you prefer that. So, said Aldrich, unimpressed, what is it? Thank you. If you wanted to kill us, you could have. Oh, of course, said the Death Lord. But that's not the point. This isn't like when we last met when you fought me to kill me. No, you're reaching out to me this time for my power. Are you not? You want to become a lich, and for that you need an obelisk forged from my own essence, and— Are you going to give it or not? Said Aldrich. Oh my, so forward, asking for my essence just like that? Thank you. The Death Lord crossed her arms and smiled, licking her lips with a forked, snake-like tongue. No, I welcome any and all who wish to become a lich. All I require is that you pass a trial of my own. Ah, and it looks like you have one of my rejects among you already. The Death Lord waved a green-clawed finger towards Fler'Gan. Thank you. He made quite the beautiful phylactery, that one. But like all empty-headed academics and mages, he might have had the brains, but he didn't have the stones to make it through my trial. He doesn't remember your trial, said Aldrich. But I'm assuming it's impossibly difficult, is it? The Death Lord put a finger to her lips and cocked her head innocently. I don't think so. I like to think I mete out rather fair trials, and why would I not? I would love to see more of my kind. Thank you. Those too weak that end up becoming my slaves, well, that's that. They simply weren't worthy. But you, Deathwalker, you have already proven yourself worthy by defeating me before, and yet here I am getting the sense that you'll still be giving me a trial, said Aldrich. Well, I don't give out my power for free, even with our past together. The Death Lord nodded to herself. I know what to do.
Thank you.
The Death Lord put a hand into her chest, and it sunk into it, like it sunk into a pool of water, rippling into some interdimensional inventory space. She withdrew a green sign stone and tossed it to Aldrich. You will start at the bottom of my great royal tower, my beloved necropolis. Clear as many floors as you can. You go high enough and you will receive my obelisk, and I will be generous too. Any treasure you find, any monsters you raise as your own, any levels you extract, you keep. Thank you. Plus, you get 3 tries, 3 lives, but you only get to keep the rewards from your best try. Ah, and this too. Last you faced me. You faced me with an entire party of heroes. If you can cough together your friends again, then I'll let them form a party with you again. And that's all I'm giving you. Now go. The Death Lord clapped her hands together, and Aldrich and his undead found himself teleported away again.
Thank you.
This time in the midst of a dark, spacious crypt packed with shattered tombstones. A message flashed in his status screen. Necropolis, Floor 1. Aldrich found himself fully healed with his mana restored, and the same happened with everyone else in his undead. New quest, Ritual of Eternity obtained, Attempt 1 started. Aldrich sighed as he heard groans and moans from zombies rising from the tombs around him. Everyone in his army tensed up, ready for battle.
Thank you. Here we go,
said Aldrich as he cracked his neck. Aldrich and his undead moved through the necropolis floors with utter ease for the first 5 floors. These floors lay in the multi-story crypt located at the very bottom of the Death Lord's royal tower, and here, only low-level zombies came out to fight them. The difficulty of these lower levels was in the sheer number of zombies. Thank you. They came out in small waves at first, but then their numbers increased until it seemed like there was an infinite amount of them. The point of these floors, Aldrich realized, was to find a dimensional exit gate up to the next floor before the zombies hit a critical mass. However, no matter how many zombies there were, they were no match for Aldrich. Dynamite Girl and Fler'Gan wiped out the zombies with utter ease. Thank you, Fler'Gan. Especially as a level 20 boss that retained all his heightened stats, annihilated weak zombies with his powerful fire magic. During this time, Aldrich obtained more information about the quest to obtain the Death Lord's obelisk. He needed to reach the 15th floor to obtain the obelisk. Aldrich never knew what the necropolis held in it. In the game, the necropolis had been destroyed by the goddess of light and life Amara before the player character came to it. Thank you. And as the Death Lord stated, Amara had isolated the Death Lord in a pocket dimension that was the 12th trial quest for the player to defeat. But so far, Aldrich was not impressed. The zombies of the first 5 floors did not exceed level 10. However, on the 6th floor, the crypt fed out into the first proper floor of the necropolis, and here, the enemies upgraded from zombies into Death Knights. Death Knights were at the minimum level 15. Thank you. At max, they could hit level 40, though thankfully he did not see Death Knights at this high of a level range. Again, Aldrich relied on Fler'Gan heavily to abuse undead fire weaknesses, but the fight became increasingly harder and harder until by the 10th floor, Aldrich found himself walking into a room full of level 20 Death Knights headed by a level 30 Vampire Crimson Knight. Thank you. Seeing that, Aldrich used the sign stone he received from the Death Lord to exit the necropolis, manifesting back into the Nexus. Aldrich had not expected to clear the trial as he was now. He simply used the first attempt he was given maximally to analyze and observe how much stronger he needed to get to reach the 20th floor. He estimated about level 30 to 40. This made sense. Thank you. In the game, liches that were not mindless started out at level 30 at the minimum, indicating they too had been around the 30 to 40 range by the time they were strong enough to obtain an obelisk. But Aldrich was just level 11 for now. He needed to get much stronger, or he needed to find a strong enough party to join him. Aldrich's first instinct was to immediately rule out the idea of a party. His power was a secret known only to him. Thank you. Trying to recruit some top hero to help him would blow his secret wide open. Yet, he felt that it was a massive waste not to use all the resources given to him. But how? Aldrich mulled this over for later and went up to the system in the Nexus. The system sat at its crafting table awaiting Aldrich. "Crafting," said Aldrich. "Ye got it, lad," the system, "specifically a fusion," said Aldrich. He looked through his inventory and selected Fler'Gan's lantern, the Lantern of Old Flame.
Thank you.
The lantern granted significant fire resistance, enough to completely neutralize Aldrich's weakness to fire. It also granted Aldrich massive bonuses to fire-based spells, but he could not learn any. However, by upgrading the lantern by fusing it with certain materials, it was possible to change the properties of the lantern to better suit Aldrich. "Fuse the Eye of Azoth into the Lantern of the Old Flame," said Aldrich. "Got it."
Thank you.
The system received 2 orbs, one containing the icon of the purple Eye of Azoth, and another containing the red and orange icon of the lantern. He stacked the orbs atop each other and smashed them together with a strike of its stick-figure hand. Eye of Azoth plus Lantern of the Old Flame equals Lantern of the Accursed Eye. Unlike crafting weapons and equipment from scratch that functioned off a role-based system, fusing existing equipment with materials yielded far less variability. Thank you. For example, if Aldrich obtained, say, the skin of a fire salamander and he wanted to fuse it with his Grave Reaper's mantle, then he could know with near 100% certainty that he would get bonus fire resistance. The only downside to this was that items could only be fused up to a limit of 3 times.
Thank you. 1x Lantern of the Accursed Eye obtained. Rank, Uncommon. Stats, 10 Magic, plus 5 Vitality, plus 5 Attunement. Effects, Protection of the Old Flame, passive. The wearer receives half damage from all fire-type damage. Eye of the Watcher, passive. Any unit revealed or targeted by this item continually attains stacks of a debuff that reduces resistance to curse-type damage. The debuffs stack up to 10 times, requiring a total exposure time in this light of 30 seconds.
Thank you.
This debuff lasts for 3 seconds after the unit escapes the light of the item, at which point the stacks will rapidly decay. In addition, any unit suffering this debuff is revealed, preventing them from entering stealth. Gaze of the Accursed active, the eye within this item fully opens, shooting forth a cone of destructive light that deals a strong burst of disintegrating type damage with a 5% chance to instantly kill.
Thank you.
The higher the affected unit's vitality, the higher their resistance to this instant death effect. If this skill affects a unit with 10 stacks of the Eye of the Watcher passive applied to them, it is guaranteed to instantly kill unless the affected target possesses a minimum of 80 vitality. If they possess more than 80 vitality, they will still be maimed, losing a body part and taking significant damage.
Thank you.
Thanks, said Aldrich as he absorbed the Lantern of the Accursed Eye into him and then equipped it for it was far better than the Staff of Stilling Pollen he used. In fact, this item was so good that Aldrich was willing to use it all the way up to level 50 using the rank upgrade function. Rank upgrade allowed the player to upgrade the rank of their equipment by sacrificing 5 pieces of the same equipment type of a higher rank.
Thank you. This normally was too costly to consider most of the time, as it meant losing 5 higher rank pieces of gear just to bring 1 piece up. However, for rare pieces of gear like this lantern, which had multiple passives and good skills, it was highly worth it. Aldrich ate the massive coin cost for the fusion because this lantern was worth it. It covered his fire weakness and made instant death magic massively better, and instant death magic mastery was what he was building towards.
Thank you.
I have failed you, Master, but we are almost there, said Valera. She clenched her fist as she remembered their failure to get to the 15th floor. We must reach the 15th floor of that hideous snake's den, is it? All we need are a few more levels.
Levels, yes. That's a simple solution. We could find more variants to hunt, move around to variant nests in the wastelands and clear them, said Aldrich.
Or alternatively, we could clear the quest with party members. Thank you. The only issue is getting party members that won't ever reveal the secret of my powers and are also strong enough to make it worth recruiting them. But at that point, why don't I spend the time to just level up and raise stronger undead? Indeed, said Valera. Aldrich tapped existed the Nexus, and when he entered the real world, he heard Fler'Gan murmur in wonder. Where is this? Said Fler'Gan. His 3 red eyes were wide with surprise. I had heard you talk of a new world. Thank you. Is this it, an entirely new realm of existence? Truly? Yes, said Aldrich. How is it? Must feel nice to be free from however many decades you spent in that study. Fler'Gan breathed in deeply and curled his mouth tendrils in disgust. The air here is tainted, smoky, unclean. And here I thought global anti-pollution policies were doing well, said Aldrich. Anti-pollution policies? Global. The peoples of this realm are united across the entire world? Thank you. This is a wonder, said Fler'Gan. His mouth tendrils wriggled excitedly as he rubbed his hands together. There will be an abundance of new knowledge to absorb knowledge that has never before been analyzed. That's right, said Aldrich. He stared at Fler'Gan. He was a mind-eater. He had basic racial abilities that included mind control and memory absorption. He came to a realization. You will be the key to this quest. Aldrich stared at the new quest he had registered. Thank you. Quest, Ritual of Eternity. Difficulty, time, limit, none. Attempts remaining, 2, description. You have begun the path to become a lich. To undergo the Ritual of Eternity, you must fulfill 3 objectives. Objectives. 1. Construct a phylactery completed. 2. Sever all personal bonds incomplete. 3. Obtain an obelisk by reaching the 15th floor of the necropolis incomplete. Rewards 1x obelisk variable EXP. Aldrich realized immediately that step 2 was not complete. Thank you. Sever all personal bonds. He thought he had done this already. Adam and Elaine were no longer truly here, and his parents were long dead. What more was there left for him? However, Aldrich did not have much time to think about this. The evil eyes he had left behind to scout the forest and Blackwater picked up on movement heading towards them, towards the clearing where he had killed Ghost. He saw through their eyes and saw a search party, an entourage of hovercars roving up the main road.
Thank you.
Estimated time of arrival, 30 minutes, Chapter 45, Planning. As the squadron of sleek black hovercars with Blackwater's insignia painted on their doors got closer and closer, Aldrich motioned for his undead to leave. We have to go, said Aldrich. He sprinted away into the depths of the forest, making sure to clear up any humanoid tracks. If the search party for Ghost saw human tracks, there would be immediate alarm and suspicion of foul play. Thank you. However, Aldrich did not bother covering up the more monstrous tracks because he wanted the search party to see them when they got to the clearing. The team would dig up Ghost's used-up needles and find bits and pieces of his body that Aldrich had strategically left behind. Then they would see variant tracks and rule out the possibility of murder. They would instantly rule that Ghost had died to a variant attack while too high off his mind to defend himself.
Thank you.
And if all evidence pointed towards Ghost dying to variants, and indeed there was already plenty of evidence to point towards that conclusion, then Blackwater would rest their search case on Ghost soon enough. In the off chance that they actually searched even harder, Aldrich was willing to move out of the variant forest and establish a second sign closer to Haven City to escape back into the Nexus until things fully blew over. Aldrich and his undead party moved out as discreetly as possible.
Thank you.
The Geist and the crabs carried anyone with humanoid footsteps to minimize tracks. While he and his undead moved into the forest, he checked back up on the 2 evil eyes he had positioned. Aldrich kept a close look on the hovercars using his evil eye. He could not look through his evil eyes while he was in the Nexus or another dimension, but he could keep them strategically positioned and ready in the real world. Thank you. One of his evil eyes tracked the search party of hovercars approaching, while the other one roamed around Blackwater campus, From the evil eyes, Aldrich knew that Seth Solar and his crew were not in their dorms in Blackwater. They were in one of the hover cars approaching the Variant Forest. The hover cars stopped and parked on the side of the main road, getting out along with several powerful faculty members. "Thank you." A search squad consisting of 22 men in sleek black power armor and high-tech firearms with flashlight attachments streamed out. 2 technos opened laptops and powered on several search drones to fly over the forest. By the way, they parked almost right beside Ghost's dumping spot. Aldrich could tell that Seth Solar knew where Ghost put away his drugs. "Thank you." Thankfully, with the 30 minutes advance notice, Aldrich was far, far away from the search party by the time they reached Ghost's drug drop site. Aldrich stopped and rested by sitting on a fallen tree trunk. He talked to Fler'Gan while he multitasked and kept his sight linked with the evil eye spying on the search and rescue group. "You told me there were 3 steps to fulfilling this ritual of eternity to become a lich," said Aldrich. "Thank you. I've fulfilled one of 3 conditions, and that's just because I have your phylactery in my inventory. And obviously I need to get that obelisk. I assume, then, that you desire my counsel on how to fulfill a severing of your mortal bonds," said Fler'Gan. "Yeah," said Aldrich. "You see, I have no close bonds, not any." "Are you sure, Master?" said Valera. "The key word is mortal bond," said Fler'Gan, soothing Valera's worry that Aldrich was not bonded to her. "Thank you. A bond with immortal undead, such as we falls outside of this delineation." "That's the thing. I'm pretty sure I have no mortal bonds." Aldrich looked to Adam and Elaine, and they stared blankly at him with their cloudy eyes. "They used to be my close friends, but that's the thing, used to. They aren't anymore, and I know they aren't truly here by this point. They're just zombies. I was close to my parents, but they died years ago. I had no other attachments, no friends, no loves, nothing." "Thank you. No loves?" Valera shuddered in anticipation as she hugged herself. "You have yet to have your first, my. Aldrich ignored Valera and let her fantasize while he continued talking with Fler'Gan. "So that means I should have no attachments, but apparently I still haven't severed my mortal bonds," said Aldrich. "O great elder, perhaps you are envisioning the concept of mortal attachment too narrowly," said Fler'Gan.
Thank you.
Now that the insanity induced by his dream state was gone, his voice was calm, oozing the wisdom of an intellectual that had spent over a century studying and absorbing knowledge. "You believe attachment as love or friendship, a bond of warmth that keeps you connected with others, but what of hate and vengeance? They are just as strong a bond. No, they can be even stronger chains that can lock you with even greater hold than friendship. Vengeance." "Thank you." Aldrich repeated this word as he saw through his evil eye Seth Solar hovering over Ghost's clearing. He saw Seth Solar's friends behind him with their arms crossed and shaking their heads. He felt fire in his cold, dead heart. He felt vengeance. He felt a twinge of satisfaction knowing that those miserable maggots had lost one of themselves. But that satisfaction was not nearly enough to quench the fire within Aldrich. "I see now," said Aldrich. "Vengeance is what's keeping me here." Thank you." He put a thinking hand to his chin and narrowed his eyes. Of all the people to have an unhealthy vengeance fixation on, it had to be Seth Solar, one of the toughest targets to take down that I know. "Together, we can triumph over anyone," said Valera, hopefully, ever optimistic. "Hold up, Solar," said Dynamite Girl. I think I remember him now. You're going to try and fight the Solomon Solar." "No, Solomon Solar is a proper, public top hero." "Thank you." Trying to target him would be a logistics nightmare and an impossibility to do secretly, said Aldrich. "I'm taking out another member of his family, an asshole that comes from an illegitimate line, weaker than the main guy and hidden from the public's eye, but even then, you're right to be surprised. Anyone with the Solar surname will be strong." "How strong could this mere man possibly be?" said Valera, as she saw through the evil eye with Aldrich.
"Thank you."
She spied him hovering a meter or so in the air, scanning his surroundings. "He can fly, it seems, but I sense no other power emanating from him." "Because his power isn't dependent on magic or levels," said Aldrich. "You have to get used to never underestimating anyone in this world. Anyone could have a powerful power and you would never be able to sense it. Not unless you got a scanner like me, said Fisk. That reminds me, hand over your scanner, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
You won't be seeing too much direct combat. Your scanner will be much more useful on me. Here, boss. Fisk tossed Aldrich his red visor. Aldrich caught it deftly and experimented, attempting to put it into his inventory. He found he could not. Only magical items could go in there, it seemed. He put the visor over his eyes and watched as little numbers and screens in the periphery of his red-tinted vision started to flicker and calibrate. You don't need this for diving, said Aldrich. Thank you. Diving was the term for those that used a head jack to deep dive into the virtual world of the net. Nah, I use my eye for that. Fisk pointed to his mechanical blue eye as it clacked and whirred. I mainly wore that to look cool, 'cause that's Arma blue grade, the kind that those Arma police agents got to look all tactical and shit. I see, said Aldrich. He wondered how he looked. Thank you. A man in loose necromancer robes holding a lantern made of burnt bone with a glowing red eyeball suspended inside of it. On top of all this, he had on a futuristic red visor. Something about these two aesthetics did not line up. You look wonderful, master, said Valera. Well, at least he had one supporter. Power that is not based off magic, nor levels, nor spells, nor skills. Fler'Gan rubbed his slimy purple hands together. How quaint. How very, very interesting. Thank you. I must find more knowledge about this. You, he pointed a long finger at Dynamite Girl and stared at her with wide-eyed desire for knowledge. You must have one of these powers. Will you consent to my experimentations? I promise they shall not be uncomfortable. Geese, at least you ask for consent, but I'm gonna have to say no, squid face. I know how experiments with tentacle freaks like you end up, and I ain't about to be part of it, said Dynamite Girl.
Thank you. What experiments did you have in mind?
Said Aldrich, curious. What? You're gonna take his side, Captain? You? Dynamite Girl narrowed her eyes at Aldrich. You're not a perv too, are you? There's nobody as upstanding and dutiful as my master, protested Valera. She blushed slightly. Though if he does have that side to him, I would accept him too. So, said Aldrich, ignoring both women and pressing Fler'Gan for an answer.
Thank you.
Whether it is possible to mesh the abilities that those of this world seem to harbor within their bodies with the powers vested unto us through mana and magic, said Fler'Gan. Among many other topics of interest, of course. I'm rather curious about that too, actually. But you'll have to let go of Dynamite Girl as your experiment. I assume I'll be needing her for quite some time. I'll find you another altar to work on soon, said Aldrich. Altar?
Thank you.
So that is what these strange new humans are called. Fler'Gan hungrily twitched his mouth tendrils. So be it, O Elder. I shall look forward to when I can begin my experimentations. I must warn you, though, my investigations may perhaps cause some distress within subjects, as long as you get results, said Aldrich. I'll provide appropriate subjects deserving of distress later. For now, I need to figure out what I want to do. He looked down at his watch. Thank you. It was now early into the dusk of Wednesday, just a few more days until Saturday, when Seth Solar and his crew all gathered together at the Red Circle. Now, was there a way he could face all of them, including the mercenaries and villains in the Red Circle, by himself at that point in time? Just 3 days from now? No, not unless Aldrich became a lich and received the massive upgrades that came with the transformation. Thank you. But here was now the issue. To become a lich, he had to kill Seth Solar first. Aldrich had been banking on turning into a lich before facing Seth Solar, but now that was flat out impossible, and without turning into a lich, even with luck on his side, any fight with Seth Solar would be one of extreme difficulty. So how? Chapter 46, Planning 2. As Aldrich thought of this bigger question, he went ahead and enjoyed the final piece of rewards from completing his first trial quest. Thank you. Specifically the stat points he got from leveling and the Tome of Enhancement. He first distributed the stat points from leveling up and distributed the attunement points he got from wearing a full set of equipment. Equipment stat bonuses, plus 25 magic, 13 vitality, plus 25 attunement, 5 perception. Aldrich invested 2 points into magic and 3 into attunement. Thank you. +2 to magic, +4 with affinity bonuses. Magic, 27 greater than 31, 31, 56. Mana, 81, 81 greater than 93, 93. 168 squatter 168. +3 to attunement, +6 with stat affinity bonuses. Attunement, 45 greater than 51, 76. Base attunement at 50 equals raise undead spell upgraded to mass raise undead. 5 attunement points available, spells attuned, 6/6 the greater than 6/7, units controlled, 16/18 greater than 16/22. He then materialized the Tome of Enhancement awarded from clearing the trial quest from his inventory. Thank you. It was a far less morbid book than what the flesh-knitted covers of his necromancy tomes suggested, being a more conventional leather-bound green book. He absorbed the tome into his being. A Tome of Enhancement could be used to upgrade 3 spells, and in this case, he chose Anti-Life Shell, Create Undead First Circle, and Grave Consumption. Thank you. Anti-Life Shell rank 1 greater than rank 2. Anti-Life Shell has now obtained an active function that drains 5% of max mana per second in order to enhance the life drain and greatly enhance the undead healing. In addition, all non-undead units within the shell are slowed. Create undead first circle, create greater undead first circle. All undead that can be summoned from the first circle are upgraded. Thank you. Undead level cap for the first circle raised to level 20. Grave consumption greater than mass grave consumption may now be cast at all graves within a 20-meter radius of the caster. With that done, Aldrich started to piece together a plan. First thing was first. If he wanted to assault the red circle, he needed to know its defenses inside and out. Create greater undead, said Aldrich, raising his new lantern of the accursed eye into the air.
Thank you.
He shook the lantern by its chain, and the clicking of the metal followed the creation of an upgraded evil eye known as a grave ward. A triple cluster of basketball-sized eyes materialized in front of Aldrich. Unlike the evil eye, which was made entirely of floating, invisible flesh, the grave ward was mostly incorporeal. Its eyes seemed to fade in and out of a cloud of darkness, much like the ghast.
Thank you.
Like the ghast, the grave ward was incorporeal, granting it a defensive passive that made it highly resistant to physical attacks, but much weaker to elemental or energy-based damage. Also, unlike the evil eye, the grave ward could change its mass and dimensions so that it could squeeze through gaps half a meter wide, though it could not entirely phase through barriers or walls. Thank you. Mana 168s 168s greater than 158 16/8. HP 3099 16/8. HP 3099 99s greater than 89 89. Units controlled 16/18 greater than 17/22. Go to the red circle, said Aldrich, and the cluster of 3 smoky eyeballs floated away. It was twice as fast as an ordinary evil eye, flying out at the speed of an ordinary person going on a light run. Not particularly fast, granted, but still noticeably much better than the regular evil eye. Aldrich then sat in place, staring through the evil eye watching Ghost's drug dump site. Thank you. He felt hot hate grow and fester inside of him as he grit his teeth watching Seth Solar and the rest of his trash friends mull about, completely free and healthy. The search team investigated the dumping site and found Ghost's needles and scraps of his body. They also found the striker, monster, and variant tracks that Aldrich had intentionally left behind. There was some discussion, but Aldrich could not hear through the evil eye, for it had no ears. All he could do was watch. Thank you. He could see Seth Solar talking to the security team, shoving one of them hard into a tree in minor anger. For a moment, Aldrich wondered if Seth Solar felt even the smallest bit of pain that Aldrich had felt in losing friends. Another of the security team soldiers picked up Ghost's torn finger from the ground with a pair of extended forceps, showing it to Seth Solar. Thank you. Seth Solar stared at Ghost's finger, with zero emotion on his face as the sociopath registered the confirmed death of his friend. He shrugged before firing a small beam of white energy from his eyes, disintegrating the finger of his former friend with zero remorse. He then just shrugged casually and dropped the security team member he pinned against the tree. He waved the rest of his crew forwards and left, getting into a hover car that started driving back towards Blackwater. Good. Thank you. That meant that Aldrich's plan had worked. He had convinced Seth Solar and Blackwater that Ghost had died to variants. As the search team packed up, calling back their drones and getting into their cars, Aldrich locked his fingers together and rested his chin on his hands, thinking. He thought, then thought some more. To become a lich, Aldrich had to sever his mortal bonds and obtain the obelisk. Thank you. To sever his mortal attachments, he had to fulfill his vengeance against Seth Solar and his crew. To obtain the obelisk, he needed to clear the 15th floor of the necropolis, which he was too weak to do now. These seemed like two mutually exclusive objectives, and it was obvious the order in which Aldrich should go about clearing them. First, Aldrich had to grind and obtain the obelisk. Thank you. Then, with the levels and rewards from clearing 15 floors, he would devise a way to kill Seth Solar using a trap involving instant death magic. But he could not shake off the feeling that there was an easier way to go about this. It did not take much longer before he came to a striking realization. There was a way to destroy Seth Solar and obtain the obelisk at the same time. Fisk, said Aldrich. Yes, boss. Appointments at the Red Circle can be set up online, no, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Contact them, get in touch with the manager. This guy called Casimir. Tell them a certain Mr. Bruce Vane wants to meet about investing some of his multi-million credit inheritance. Tell them Mr. Vane is also thinking about hosting a nice private party this weekend as well. Tell them to meet privately, and of course this goes without saying, but make sure you aren't traceable.
You got it, boss,
said Fisk as he took his laptop out of the bag Aldrich had taken out of the Odinson base. Thank you. Fisk plugged himself into the laptop via his head jack, operating the tech mentally. Oh, and check the AA bulletin for any variant nests in the wastelands, said Aldrich. Give me a thorough list of all variant nests within a 2-mile radius of here. I don't want to waste all of daylight tomorrow just hiding in this forest. I need to hunt for levels, and this forest is running out of variants strong enough to raise my levels fast enough. On it. Fisk raised a thumbs up to Aldrich.
Thank you. The rest of you, do as you want for now,
said Aldrich to the other undead. Train, talk, or hunt more variants. With this command, all of Aldrich's variant undead scattered out into the forest to hunt. The troll chieftain and the 2 mud crabs also followed. Wanna train? Said Dynamite Girl to Valera. Pure hand-to-hand combat, you know, 'cause I can't be starting a fire here or anything. Plus, I think my martial arts is getting real rusty.
Certainly,
said Valera. Thank you, but do not cry when you feel utterly powerless before me. We'll see about that, said Dynamite Girl as they squared up against each other. Meanwhile, Fler'Gan now hovered around the Geist, poking at the variant with his long, slimy fingers. A creature such as this I have never known. How quaint, how odd, how very interesting. Gah, you're creepy, said the Geist. In the name of progress and knowledge, I have cast away any consideration for how others judge me, said Fler'Gan. Thank you. Come, let me see if you can learn magic, child. Gehe, I guess. The Geist followed Fler'Gan away. Aldrich waited for Fisk to do his work. In the meanwhile, he had Adam and Elaine sit by him on the fallen tree trunk. We're so close, said Aldrich. So close to taking down Seth Solar. When it happens, I will make sure that you two have a chance to tear into him. It's the least you deserve. Adam and Elaine groaned and growled in response. Thank you. Yeah, that's the spirit, said Aldrich with a smile. He wondered if he was going insane talking to mindless zombies like this. Or maybe he had always been insane. Hadn't he asked himself this before already? Well, it didn't matter much now. He was what he was, and he accepted it. An hour and a half passed before Fisk spoke, looking up from his computer screen. All right, boss, I sent your message to the Red Circle. Bet we'll get a response soon. Thank you. As for variant nests, well, I pulled an official map from the AA website. Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich and pointed at a big chunk of map on the east coast of the United States. He tapped the area and zoomed into a forested batch of land before circling it in red. That's where we are. And here are all the variant nests in a 200-mile radius, like you said. Fisk zoomed out a little, and 5 red dots appeared, indicating the location of variant nests.
Thank you.
Variant nests were, as the name suggested, nests of variants that did not pose an immediate threat to human civilization. In fact, these nests were actually welcomed as they became self-sustaining ecosystems for variants where they could populate without having to encroach on human territory. So long as the nests were not attacked, the variants within did not attack. When roads had to be made near them or new cities planned and built, the AA would send heroes to wipe the nests out.
Thank you, but otherwise they were largely left alone.
These were the perfect spots for Aldrich to hunt for levels and new undead. Nobody would be around here. Any minor remote surveillance that was here, some satellite imaging or whatnot, he could block with a ghast. He looked over the 5 red dots and discounted going to 3 nests that would involve having to cross over public roads where his undead could get spotted.
Thank you.
Instead, his eye caught on 2 nests, located right outside the southwestern edge of the forest. There was little to no human development here, as the land was littered with huge canyons and fissures where roads could not be built. This area was called the Shatter Zone because of how the earth looked so utterly fractured, and apparently this had been the site of a battle between the greatest hero Vanguard and a powerful giant villain called Megalodon during the Age of Villains.
Thank you. I know where we're going now, said Aldrich as he stood up getting ready.
Us? I'm going too. Can I get a gun or something? Said Fisk.
No, you can stay here, play some games. You've done enough for me so far. Make sure not to draw too much attention. I'll be leaving Adam, Elaine, and the undead with you. The heavy hitters that actually fit inside the car, I have Dynamite Girl, Valera, and Fler'Gan. I'll be taking with me.
Thank you. Chapter 47. Bonus Chapter Variant Nest. Aldrich gathered all of the people coming with him on this mission to clear the variant nest: Valera, Dynamite Girl, Fler'Gan, and the Alloy Wing Eagle. He would have liked to take the Geist too, but he planned on driving down to the nest location, and the Geist was simply too big to fit inside a car. After comforting the Geist that no, it did not have to lose weight, Aldrich set off at 3 in the morning.
Thank you.
He drove with Valera in the front seat and Fler'Gan, Dynamite Girl, and the Eagle in the back.
What is this?
Fler'Gan marveled at the insides of the car as Aldrich drove. Fler'Gan looked around like a child in a candy shop. His 3 eyes all looked in different directions as he drew his face close up to the car seats, the windows, basically everything. Thank you. He, in particular, was mystified by a screen behind the middle console that showed GPS imagery of where the car was, as well as some menus that indicated environmental information like the temperature and weather. The car could also connect to the net, but Aldrich had Fisk disable that option on the car to prevent people from tracing it.
Don't touch anything,
said Aldrich as he looked through the rear-view mirror, keeping an eye on Fler'Gan. I will contain myself, Elder, said Fler'Gan. Thank you. Yet I find it so very difficult to believe that this is all the creation of mere technology, of metals and ores and materials created and woven together in such a way that these lights, these movements on this screen, all of this simply happens. It is indeed a wonder, said Valera. I doubted that man so weak and frail and mortal could ever stand without magic, but look how far they have come. They do not need beasts of burden anymore. They simply ride these beasts of metal. Thank you. And look at how clearly they can capture images with their trinkets. Valera proudly showed the picture of her and Aldrich standing side by side, covered in blood from killing the Odinsons, to Fler'Gan and Dynamite Girl. Real nice, yeah, said Dynamite Girl, visibly uncomfortable. The quality of this image is superb. Fler'Gan inspected the picture intently. I can discern that it is colors etched upon paper stiffened with some form of varnish. Thank you. Yet it is on par with the quality of an image imbued into a magic crystal or memory globe, and now I can gaze upon these captured memories with my master at any time I desire. Valera took the picture back, looked at it, then hugged it to her breast like a baby. Fler'Gan continued to look around, what I would do to break apart all of this and study it from its base components up. Watch it, Squidface. Don't want you burning down this car, said Dynamite Girl. Thank you. Is all that you can think about simple destruction, scoffed Fler'Gan. All right, let's stop this argument there, said Aldrich. But you do bring up an interesting point. You were an academic and scholar, were you not? I do not mean to be prideful, but I was a decreed member of the Arcanist Order, said Fler'Gan, before they cast me out for pursuing the dark arts. Aldrich nodded in recognition. Thank you. The Arcanist Order was a society of scholars that stood as an independent research organization in Elden World. The scholars there came from every race and faction, and did not discriminate across race or borders. All were united in not only the pursuit of knowledge, but the maintenance of history. To be decreed in the order meant one exhibited a superb level of dedication and intelligence. At the very minimum, Fler'Gan was well practiced across multiple magical fields.
Thank you. Some of these included alchemy and even dwarven magetech, meaning very likely. Fler'Gan could pick up the scientific concepts of machine working and chemistry extremely well. You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, said Aldrich. When we get back, talk to Fisk about this world's technology. He can introduce you to it. I am utterly honored to receive an opportunity to absorb such knowledge. Fler'Gan bowed his head. Thank you. Aldrich gave Fler'Gan another nod as the car drove out of the last stretch of the Variant Forest. Outside of the forest was just a vast stretch of dry, cracked earth. Where before there was overwhelming green and life, there was now bleak oranges and reds without a single tree in sight. This was a consequence of the monstering. Thank you. The creation of Titan-class variants immediately following the monstering caused enormous meteorological and environmental changes throughout the entire world, making the entire planet unstable, as if Mother Nature herself had decided to wage war against mankind. Earthquakes and typhoons rocked every single continent. Water levels rose dramatically in some areas and dried down to nothing in others. Large swathes of land became completely dead, unable to support any sort of life. Thank you. These stretches, dead zones as they were called, caused mass global instability through refugee crises, food shortages, water shortages, every damn type of shortage. What Aldrich drove through now was a dead zone, just a vast stretch of dried out and dead earth. However, once the Titans were driven back to dormancy or destroyed, the planet stabilized. Thank you. Granted, it stabilized in a damaged, utterly changed state nearly completely different than how it had been at the start of the 21st century, but stability was stability. It took an hour and a half of driving through the dead zone to make it to the shatter zone where Fisk had marked out the 2 variant nests. That's a stunning view, gotta say, said Dynamite Girl as she looked out the front window. There were canyons standing hundreds of meters tall carved out into the dead zone. Thank you. This was the power of Vanguard, a man whose fists could change how maps were drawn. Of course, it helped this whole landscaping project that Vanguard's opponent Megalodon had been a 100-meter-tall behemoth who could create giant craters just by falling. This landscape was not carved by time by winds and waters breaking apart rock little by little over thousands of years, said Fler'Gan. It was carved by battle. This is what the strongest altars can do, said Aldrich. Thank you. Their power nears that of the gods themselves, then, said Valera, concerned. Entire mountain ranges formed and felled. Destruction of this scale is possible only with a spell of the 9th or 10th circle. Yes, and we are far, far from that level right now, said Aldrich. Take this as a reminder of what we need to work towards. Aldrich got out of the car and looked down at his iPhone, specifically Fisk's phone. Thank you. Fisk had given it to Aldrich with all information about the 2 variant nests, including not only their locations and appearances, but also the type of variants seen in them. Aldrich stepped to the very edge of the canyon and looked down at a steep 100-plus meter drop. He spied a large growth of twisted black branches and rock jutting out like a tumor about halfway down below. That was the first of 2 variant nests. Thank you. The other one should have been very close by, but Aldrich could not see it, even with a thorough AC scan and zoom-ins using Fisk's visor. The last time information about these 2 nests had been updated on the AA database had been 6 months ago.
more than enough time for a nest to have faded away for any number of reasons. Sometimes variants simply left their nests, sometimes an earthquake busted apart, sometimes a storm washed it away, sometimes a lightning strike hit it, whatever. Thank you. At the very least, Aldrich did not feel particularly worried that one of two nests were gone. In fact, it just made it easier to decide which nest to take on. Aldrich waved his hand and casted Create Greater Undead. He chose to create another Grave Ward, Pen 10 HP, 10 mana, HP 99, 99, 89, 99. Mana 183, 183, 73, 183. Units controlled 1822, 1922. When the three-eyeballed undead formed, Aldrich sent it down to scout the nest to make sure there were no surprises. Thank you, Aldrich snapped his fingers, and the alloy-wing eagle by his side he hopped on. Valera, get on. Neither of us can fly, said Aldrich. He pointed at Dynamite Girl and Fler'Gan. And you two fly down, don't want to weigh the eagle down too much. Got it, Captain, said Dynamite Girl. Understood. Elder Fler'Gan began to float in the air, for he knew the flight spell.
Thank you.
Aldrich watched Fler'Gan fly and wondered whether it was possible for the Mind-Eater scholar to devise a way to teach Aldrich the useful spell. After all, it was said that in the game lore that scholars of the Arcanist Order recorded and created spell tomes. Valera plopped on behind Aldrich on the eagle's back. The eagle squawked in protest at the sudden weight increase, especially considering Valera's heavy, full-plate armor. Dear Eagle, are you implying what I think you are implying?
Thank you.
Valera cocked her head and stared down at the eagle with a blood-chilling smile. The eagle shivered and put its head down. Seeing that, Valera nodded before nervously looking at Aldrich.
What is it?
Said Aldrich. May I hold you, Master? To stay safe on this eagle, of course, said Valera. It's a 10-second flight down, began Aldrich before he saw Valera looking at him with big, pleading puppy eyes. All right.
Thank you.
Valera squealed in delight as she wrapped her arms around Aldrich, crushing his breath out of him. Okay then, said Aldrich. It's time to go. Chapter 48, Clearing the Nest. Aldrich and his undead flew into the entrance of the variant nest. When Aldrich and Valera hopped off the eagle and landed in the dark, subterranean entrance tunnel, he waved the eagle away. Wait outside. In a confined space like this, you won't do well. When I signal, come down here and pick us up, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
The eagle bobbed its head in a nod and then flew away. Aldrich stared ahead into the depths of the nest. The path ahead led through a dark, winding tunnel that sank deeper down into the cliff. He tapped his red scanning visor and checked any recent heat signatures. Nothing. The whole place was cool, almost cold, a good respite from the hot sun above, a natural place for variants to gather and live. Aldrich kept his eyes tuned in with the grave ward that he sent to scout ahead. Thank you. He did not want to move into this unknown nest without having mapped out where he wanted to go beforehand. While the grave ward scouted, Aldrich looked down at Fisk's iPhone, making sure to keep the brightness down way low so as not to attract attention. He refreshed his memory on the few reports the AA had made about this nest, the latest of which was dated 6 months ago. Thank you. Beings that possessed alter organs and cells emitted a natural energy signature that could be traced, especially when the powers were active. However, if there was a large enough density of dormant organs, such as in the case of variant nests, it was possible to determine a rough average estimate of energy emissions. With that, the AA determined how strong a variant nest was and categorized them into letter ranks that ranged from E to A to S. Thank you. Broad AA guidelines suggested that 10 alters of the nest's rank were required to fully destroy it, but of course this number was highly flexible, depending on what type of variants there were and the layout and unique characteristics of the nest itself. As for this nest, Aldrich read that it was ranked a solid D. The variants recorded here seemed to be largely reptilian, with a few arthropod types, specifically ants, not particularly threatening. Thank you. However, aside from these few reports, there was precious little information about the nest. Aldrich figured it was because, as a drank nest, it was simply not that important. Dynamite Girl, said Aldrich. Call me Stella, said Dynamite Girl. That was the name I remember having, and the name I remember using with people closer to me. Close? Valera leered at Dynamite Girl suspiciously. Close as in trust, said Dynamite Girl, or Stella as she wanted to be called. Thank you. How strong do you think we are? Said Aldrich, in terms of how we compare to variants and heroes. What rank do you think we are? Stella crossed her arms and stared at everyone for a good minute or so, nodding to herself. All right, here's what I think. Mind you, I'm not some kinda expert on all this. I think Valera is high up on the C rank, so C+. Only C+? Are you sure you're not miscalculating? Said Valera. No, I think I'm fairly right. Thank you, Seaman. Don't complain, I was on the lower end of the C rank. Maybe now in the middle, now that I can surpass my limits, said Stella. Squid Face is like, I don't know, low to mid B rank. You gotta understand here, there's a huge gap between the ED ranks with C. Then there's a huge jump between B to A, then an even bigger jump from A to S. Then what about me? How would you class me? Said Aldrich. You, Captain? Stella cocked her head. Thank you. Well, I guess if you were working as a hero, maybe like low C. You dare to suggest the Master is that weak when he is the very reason you enjoy eternal life now? Protested Valera. That's what I was going to say, said Stella. The Captain's powers ain't really suited to this whole hero thing. If he joined the agency, I don't think they'd let him use his powers, all that raising the dead and stuff. But say he was a villain, then I'd say he's already way up at high B.
Thank you. In terms of just straight-up individual strength, he's around or slightly below us, but the simple fact that he can do all this necromancy stuff means he'd get classed as an insanely high threat, maybe already a low A, considering the fact that the AA places a threat premium on villains or variants that are considered self-replicating or capable of creating minions and more threats. I see, said Aldrich. Well then, we're 4C to B rank threats taking on a D rank nest.
Thank you. This should be no issue at all. Yeah, I figure, said Stella. Good. Aldrich figured out where to go via the grave ward. It's time to start hunting. Aldrich spun his lantern around by the chain, a ghostly red light flickering around him from the glow of the eye entrapped within. The light lit up his surroundings, showing more than a dozen pairs of gleaming yellow reptilian eyes staring at him. Below these eyes were rows of sharp teeth.
Thank you.
Up ahead, Aldrich could hear Valera's shouts of, "Die, die, die," in the distance, accompanied by regular explosions and bursts of light from Stella.
You do not wish for my interference?
Said Fler'Gan as he walked beside Aldrich, his arms behind his back. No, I want to see how well I stand up compared to D-rank monsters on my own. You're here as insurance in case anything surprises me, said Aldrich, and I'll repeat this again. Do not interfere, understood, Elder?
Thank you.
Fler'Gan nodded and watched. Come on. Aldrich waved his free hand towards himself, egging the blurred lizards onwards. Each of them were the size of large dogs with gray and brown color patterns on their scales that shifted, making them blur and camouflage into their environment. The blurred lizards loosed shrill screams as they rushed forward. Aldrich casted negative surge on himself, granting himself 10 seconds of massively enhanced stats.
Thank you.
He gained 12 strength, agility, and perception, along with a strong aura of green, 15 mana. Mana 183, 8, 20, 30, 16, 8, 168, 118, 23. Agility 10 greater than 23. Agility 10 greater than 23. Perception 13 greater than 25. Aldrich backstepped, evading two lizards from chomping down on him. He swung his lantern forwards in a swiping arc that broke both lizards' necks. He immediately had to retreat again as several more lizards rushed forward, trampling over the corpses of their dead brethren to try and maul Aldrich.
Thank you.
Aldrich activated his anti-life shell. A foggy green mist emanated from him, and inside, all of the lizards were slowed, their life force sapping away. Their camouflage did not matter because the light from the lantern of the accursed eye revealed them constantly. And now that Aldrich was considerably faster and the lizards slower, he outmaneuvered them with ease.
Thank you.
He swung his lantern forward with expert handling, shooting out the head like a wrecking ball that caved in skulls with each strike. All right, said Aldrich. He put down his lantern. Time to test my hand-to-hand. He squared up in a shoulder-width stance, raising his arms in a guard. A lizard lunged at him, and he unleashed a straight kick upwards, smashing his bare foot right into the variant's chin and launching it into the rocky ceiling above.
Thank you.
Another lizard came forwards, leaping up and snapping at his arms. Aldrich spun around and launched a downward elbow strike that broke the attacking lizard's skull, and then used that lizard's corpse as a shield to prevent 3 more lizards from swarming him. The 3 variants instead sunk their teeth into the corpse. Aldrich pushed and tossed the corpse away, making the lizards fall backwards. Good, Aldrich. His skills were not gone, and training like this helped to keep him sharp. Thank you. Now for my magic. Aldrich deactivated the active portion of his anti-life shell to conserve his mana. Mana, 168, 183 greater than 123, 18.3. He had only kept it up for 5 seconds, but the 5% maximum mana per second drain was hefty, but expected. Anti-life shell's active was not that useful for its mana cost until higher ranks, when it obtained a stronger slow stat debuffs, an instant death effect, and heavy buffs to undead. Time for my magic.
Thank you.
Aldrich picked up his lantern and wielded it in one hand while he kept his other hand free to cast magic. 6 lizards surrounded Aldrich now, making it difficult to fight them hand to hand. Aldrich activated his lantern of the accursed eye and shone it in front of him. A cone-shaped laser of crimson light blasted forth, illuminating the 3 lizards in front of him and making them shriek as their flesh started to turn into ash and disintegrate. Thank you. He then dealt with the 3 other lizards behind him by casting chill bolts with his free hand. 2 chill bolts per lizard, 1 to stun them, 1 to freeze and smash their brains. Minus 24 mana, 123 18.3 greater than 99 18.3. 12 blur lizards defeated. 480 EXP bar, 870 Ther 1400 greater than 1350 Ther 14ths. All done. Aldrich patted his hands together, content. Excellent work, Elder, said Fler'Gan. Such competency in the dark arts along with exceptional physical abilities. Thank you. It does remind me of my younger days, but now my lower back ails me far too much for such wild movement. Yeah. Aldrich cracked his neck. But my weakness as a Legion Necromancer stays the same. I don't have an issue defending myself, but when I do, I have to eat through my mana rapidly. It's far more efficient to let my undead do the real heavy lifting. Aldrich looked at the dozen grave markers floating above the lizard corpses. His health was completely full. Thank you. He did not even have to replenish his corpse barrier. In fact, he did not even have to manifest the barrier in the first place. He could choose to keep it dormant or spontaneously generate it, but obviously generating a barrier of corpses made it difficult to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Maybe it was better for him to be riskier in combat, take more damage, especially when facing larger enemies, and then use his grave consumption to restore lost health. Thank you. Aldrich noted this down for later. More experience funneled into him from Valera and Dynamite Girl, practically speed running their way through the lizard-infested tunnel, blowing up or punching through anything they saw. 30 blur lizards defeated. 12 1000 EXP bar 3050 through 1400 greater than 2550 1300. Level up. Level 11 greater than 12. EXP bar 1200 1600 EX plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich nodded. Now this was more like it. Mass EXP farming. Thank you. The kind that Aldrich theorized would skyrocket his levels up. Aldrich started to invest points back into his physical stats more. In the game, he did not invest much of anything into his physical stats, but that was because he knew the enemies he would face. He needed to be more self-sufficient in the real world. Thank you. Plus 5 strength. 11 greater than 16. Aldrich figured that getting his strength, agility, and perception up over 20 would make him strong enough to handle a C-rank hero or villain reliably. He noted that the first few stat points he invested into his physical stats made a massive difference. Just 5 points got him almost twice as stronger and faster than a normal man. But stats, or at the least the physical ones, did not seem to increase multiplicatively. Thank you. Every 5 points did not make him twice as strong or fast. It was difficult to quantify in numbers exactly how much stronger he got with each stat point. The only thing that mattered was that he did. He figured that the 20 to 30 stat threshold for his physical stats would keep him self-sufficient, especially with negative surge, and, later, its upgraded version Death Surge. Aldrich then felt a mental signal from Valera. Master, you should be here.
Thank you. There's a monster here that will be to your liking when we have slaughtered it, on, it said. Aldrich, chapter 49. The blood-spitter, Aldrich and Fler'Gan, stepped up to the precipice of a ledge leading down into a large nest scattered with blackened scorch marks. Charred and torn-apart lizard corpses and destroyed eggshell shards lay strewn about everywhere, the remnants of Valera and Stella destroying everything in their path together. Thank you. They might not have gotten along in other circumstances, but in battle, in killing, well, they were best friends. Good to see you, Master, said Valera, as she raised her cross shield as Stella hunkered down behind her. A much larger lizard, almost twice the size of the other ones, hissed at Valera. It did not have the blurring camouflage effect on its scales, and indeed, it seemed that its scales were meant to be shown off. They were spiked and oriented in thick plates like armor. Thank you. 2 noticeable large red glowing horns jutted out from the sides of its head. The lizard's yellow eyes turned bright red before firing off a twin stream of highly pressurized blood. The blood slammed against Valera's shield with a crashing impact, but she dug her greaves in and held her ground. The blood crashed and splattered behind her, and anywhere the blood touched, it ate away at melting the rocky ground with ease. Aldrich did not know what the variant was. Thank you. Because Blackwater thoroughly neglected the dud students, Aldrich had no access to classified AA information about variants. The more common ones he could find info on through the net, but stronger and rarer ones like this, nothing. Can I get some help here? Said Stella. Squid face. Shall I? Said Fler'Gan. Go ahead. Aldrich nodded. Fler'Gan floated in the air and clasped his hands together. I suppose you young ones do require the assistance of a true master. Thank you. Stella was about to say something, but she heard Fler'Gan's words and stopped. Bright orange magic circles formed around Fler'Gan's hands, and I am eager to see how the creatures of this new world deal with proper magic. Fler'Gan cast Flame Lance, shooting out a concentrated spear of bright orange and red flame. The blood-shooting lizard stopped its blood spray and looked up before the fire slammed into it. Thank you. The magically condensed flames acted like a spear, too, stabbing into the lizard's stomach with piercing damage. The lizard just sat there as the flames exploded over it, taking 0 damage. Aldrich noted this development with interest. He saw that the lizard's spiked scales were distorting, and not just because of the heat waves from Fler'Gan's flames. They were doing something to nullify the damage. This thing's a blood-spitter lizard, said Stella. Thank you. Its hide's resistant to practically any damage. You gotta hurt it internally. You tell me this now? Said Fler'Gan. Well, I kinda wanted to see you making a fool of yourself after acting all cocky. Stella smiled a little before she grew serious. But yeah, now that you know, go ahead and toast this thing from the inside if you can. These things are practically indestructible, but they're slow and they need to breathe. Burn up the air here and cook this thing out.
Thank you.
A surprisingly apt strategy coming from one such as yourself. Fler'Gan prepared to cast Flamethrower and constantly generate flames to fill the area with smoke to drain it of oxygen. Wait. Aldrich raised his hand. I'll do it myself. Aldrich jumped up and landed behind Valera. Give me some protection, said Aldrich. Understood, Master. Valera stood firmly in front of Aldrich with her shield up. One last thing I wanted to test out, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He took out his lantern and flashed its eerie red light at the lizard. He did not fully open the eye of the lantern for its disintegration effect. Instead, he just kept the foggy passive light on the lizard. The lizard cocked its head and blinked its eyes, wondering what the light was supposed to do. Unless Aldrich opened the eye held within the lantern, it did not do damage. It just stacked the eye of the watcher passive. Thank you. 3 seconds of exposure under the light for 1 stack of the passive, with the stack supplying up to 10 times. Each stack reduced resistances to curse-type damage, and there was one type of magic that Aldrich knew that fell under curse-type damage that he was very curious about. Instant death magic. The blood-spitter lizard growled, still a little confused as to why nobody was reaching out to attack it. Thank you. After 5 seconds, it grew impatient and decided to shoot out its acidic bloodstreams again from its eyes. Valera raised her shield again while Aldrich actually moved out of the shield and strafed to the side, content in knowing that the lizard had distracted itself, firing its initial blast at Valera. He lost his cover against the blood, but this allowed him to cast the light continually on the lizard without Valera's shield and the splashing of blood to obscure him.
Thank you.
The lizard ignored Aldrich and just kept its blood spray on Valera and Stella, obviously registering them as far more of a threat. Aldrich waited as he cast the light on the lizard. He had expected to dodge the blood or an attack or anything hostile, but the lizard simply did not care about him. It could not feel pain, so it ignored him. It appears the creatures of this new world do not understand the concept of debuffs, noted Fler'Gan, or this variant is simply stupid.
Thank you.
Most likely a combination of both, said Aldrich. Regardless, it's time for me to begin my instant death experiment. 30 seconds passed, stacking the Eye of the Watcher debuff on the bloodspitter lizard fully. A shimmering red haze flickered around the lizard, signifying that it was fully debuffed. Its resistance to instant death neutralized incredibly low, even more so against the lantern's active disintegration attack. Let's test how your invincible scales deal with this. Thank you. Aldrich opened the eye of his lantern, casting disintegrating gaze. When the eye suspended within the lantern opened up, it was horribly bloodshot with a dark purple iris and blazing red, hateful pupil. The normal foggy red light the lantern cast transformed into a solid conical beam that washed over the lizard. Aldrich was careful only to let the beam hit the lizard's head as he wanted to preserve its body.
Thank you.
The lizard managed to let out one confused shriek before its head turned solid white, before breaking apart into a pile of ash. The creature slumped over, dead, its neck stub utterly cauterized so that not even blood pooled out. Looks like altar powers, or at the least this one, can't defend against instant death. Good to know. Aldrich walked over to the lizard's headless corpse and waited to see whether a soul appeared. None, but a grave marker did.
Thank you.
Aldrich had wanted to see whether he craft an item, specifically an accessory like a ring, to give him some of the lizard's invulnerability, but unfortunately no soul popped up. Bloodspitter lizard defeated. Fles 300 EXP, EXP bar, 1200 1600 greater than 1500 1600. Serve. Aldrich put a hand over the headless lizard corpse. Strands of green energy trickled into its body, making it shake and stand up. Thank you, however, it immediately just collapsed back down again after the initial jolt of negative energy had reanimated it. This was because its brain was destroyed, preventing it from processing any thoughts. Unlike skeletons that did not need brains to move at all, it seemed that zombies and higher undead still required their heads to function. Hence why Aldrich could get put down if his brain was blasted apart. Thank you. Aldrich could, however, manually manipulate the lizard to move, and this he did now until his passive anti-life shell healed the creature back up over time. -5 mana. 99-18-3 is greater than 94-18-3. Bloodspitter Lizard LVL 14 raised. Units controlled 1922 greater than 2022. He checked the lizard's powers. It possessed 3 powers like the Geist. First, its scales were essentially completely immune to damage. Thank you. They distorted space to prevent any harmful matter from breaching them, hence the heat wave-like distortions. This did not, however, apply to areas without scales such as their eyes, nose, or internal organs. Secondly, it could fire highly acidic blood streams from its eyes. The blood was acidic enough that if it hit an average man, it would reduce said unlucky bag of flesh into nothing but a gooey puddle within a second. Thank you. Third, it possessed a heightened form of kinetic vision that allowed its eyes to track targets with extreme accuracy on top of zooming in across a distance of 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers. Overall, the lizard was quite powerful, very likely one of the strongest variants within this nest. "Good work, everyone," said Aldrich, "but there's more. The Grave Ward has scouted another series of tunnels leading further down. Next, we'll be fighting ants." "Bugs, I hate them," said Stella.
Thank you. I must agree with you on this, said Valera. How their many legs skitter and scatter, it is truly grotesque. Bah, this is why it is not prudent to have women in a party, said Fler'Gan. They are so dainty and clutch their skirts over such little things. Valera and Stella both gave Fler'Gan a death stare that made him go quiet. Fler'Gan truly was like an old grandpa complaining about his painful lower back young people, this, women, that, and whatnot.
"Thank you. Enough distractions," said Aldrich. "I want to clear most of this nest out fast, enough to get as many levels as possible but without destroying it fully. Otherwise, it might attract attention." Chapter 50. Sudden Attack. For the next 30 minutes, Aldrich and his undead traveled through tunnels that grew smaller and narrower. Here, oversized ants the size of dogs crawled about en masse. "Thank you." The tunnels were a tight enough fit that the group had to travel in a single file line, making it impossible for everyone to fight at once. Aldrich created an easy formation to get around this issue. He placed Fler'Gan ahead of him and Stella at the back. Those two had the strongest area of effect abilities, and so Fler'Gan just had to torch his way forward, and Stella could blast whatever ants tried to swarm from behind.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Aldrich and Valera leisurely walked between them, letting the two barbecue any threats that came their way. "Rockjaw ants," explained Dynamite Girl as she finger-flicked a small cloud of sparkles out, her sublimated blood, and detonated it, annihilating a group of cluster of 10 ants. So called because their mandibles can shatter rock. They eat the minerals or something inside of them. "Do they have a queen?" said Aldrich. "Thank you." Information about ant variants was widespread enough that it was relatively well known that they largely tended to reproduce asexually, creating egg clusters on their abdomens after absorbing enough nutrients. However, in rare cases and under circumstances that were as of yet not researched too well, ants could form a large colony under a queen that took over the reproductive process completely. "Thank you." These colonies became incredibly dangerous extremely quickly, for in short generations they could create ants with a variety of alter powers. Information about this was so prevalent because 15 years ago there had been a massive, unchecked ant colony in South Korea that killed over 100,000 people. The disaster had required the intervention of the country's 2000s ranked heroes to eliminate. "Thank you." A similar incident had struck the west coast of the United States as well, and that had taken a team of 15 top A-class heroes to deal with. They're rogue ants. Look at their behavior, zero coordination, and if there was a queen, we'd be fighting soldiers with powers by now. Good, Aldrich knew that if this was a proper colony, he was ill-equipped to deal with it unless it had formed very recently. "Thank you." But since these were just rogue, nearly mindless ants, he and his undead breezed through the ant-infested tunnels. Over 30 minutes, Dynamite Girl and Fler'Gan had killed over 100 ants, easily giving Aldrich enough EXP to level up. 140 Rockjaw ants defeated. 700 EXP, bar 1500 1600 greater than 2200 1616, EXP bar 600 1800, level up. Level 12 greater than 13. Plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich invested 5 points into agility.
"Thank you."
Agility, 10 greater than 15. He then looked ahead as Fler'Gan casually used his flamethrower spell to annihilate ants before they could even get within 20 meters of the group. Because Fler'Gan retained his boss stats, his mana pool was incredibly large, and in addition, he knew spells that he did not use back in the game. In particular, he had a useful spell called Clarity that restored 10% of the caster and any friendly unit's maximum mana. "Thank you." Fler'Gan used this whenever he could, topping up not only his mana pool, but Aldrich as well. Mana, 99-1033, greater than 183, 18-3. The only issue with Clarity was that it had a long 1-minute cooldown, but that was long only in terms of the game. In the real world, 1 minute was nothing. As a boss, Fler'Gan only had a pre-programmed moveset, but as a real-life being, he knew spells he should have known as a studied scholar who had knowledge of many magical fields. "Thank you. How much more magic do you know other than fire magic?" said Aldrich. "I have dabbled in arcanism," said Fler'Gan. Arcanism was the magical field where utility spells like clairvoyance, divination, status checking, and metamagic fell in. Clarity fell in this field too, but I am a mere amateur in the field. I only studied enough to enhance my fire magic, said Fler'Gan. I was always more of a researcher, you see. Thank you. I preferred the comfort of my study and a laboratory over the thrill of weaving magic circles and manifesting grand instant effects. Thus, I am most versed in alchemy. I have earned recognition in all both subfields of potionology and metamorphics. Alas, I fear my knowledge utterly useless now in this strange new world, with no magic and mana in the air. None of the flora, fauna, and ores I am familiar working with are present. Thank you. I assume that's why you are so interested in researching whether you can teach magic to the Geist, said Aldrich. If you can get magic to work here, then you won't be lacking in raw materials for your alchemy anymore. You think correctly, O Elder? Fler'Gan's mouth tendrils quivered in anticipation. An old scholar friend of mine, before I was cast out of the order, was an accomplished artificer and enchanter.
Thank you.
I requested a spell tome from him with the construct base spell imbued within it. I further tailored that spell so that it could conjure a small copy of a working alchemical laboratory. Yet without raw materials, that laboratory is nothing but a study desk. I require raw materials or living creatures with magic imbued within them for my experimentations. Aldrich knew that in the game's lore, mages could technically learn multiple magical fields. Thank you. However, due to the constraints of game mechanics, a mage could only specialize in up to 3 different subfields of magic. For necromancers, they were even more limited to just practicing the dark arts. Is it possible for you to create spell tomes for me? Said Aldrich. Certainly, said Fler'Gan. But to create a tome, I again require the appropriate materials, enchanted vellum, a binding fashioned from some magical creature, ink with the essence of mana crystals imbued within it. Thank you, all of these. I am thoroughly lacking. Aldrich put a hand to his chin, thinking. Maybe you're not thinking wide enough. There's a chance that your alchemy still works. If you can create a laboratory, then you should still try to process materials from this world and see whether they can be used. You are correct, O Elder, and that was most certainly my attention, said Fler'Gan.
Thank you. I simply require a more permanent location to set up this laboratory of mine, for I possess only 2 charges of Create Base to utilize. That forest is too open an area to construct my laboratory within. I would like a space more private and defensible. In time, I'll see to it that we settle down somewhere outside of that forest, said Aldrich. Settling down with Master. Oh, how wonderful that does sound, said Valera.
Thank you.
Fler'Gan stopped channeling Flamethrower, and his 3 eyes narrowed down to slits.
What is it?
Said Aldrich. There are no more ants, said Fler'Gan. Or rather, they have fled. This is quite the ominous development.
Yeah.
Aldrich immediately put a finger to his temple, checking in on his grave ward. He could not look simultaneously through every single undead he had at once. At best, he could multitask and look through 2, maybe 3 different pairs of eyes. Thank you. However, he placed specific triggers on his undead to link his sight to them, such as if they encountered an alter human, or if they faced significant danger thus. While Aldrich was distracted talking with Fler'Gan, he was not linked with the grave ward. However, he was confident the grave ward would notify him if anything was out of the ordinary, and yet when Aldrich checked in now, he could see that his grave ward was in fact dead. It had not died long ago. Thank you. It had fallen literally the second before Aldrich checked in on it. Units controlled, 2022 is greater than 1922. Whatever had killed it had done so very recently, and most likely it was coming for Aldrich and his group now. That was when Aldrich saw the tunnel around him start to shift. The entire place started to quake as the rocky ceiling and floor undulated like waves on water. What is this phenomenon? Said Fler'Gan.
Thank you.
It appears similar to a teleportation spell, and yet the exact amplitude of spatial distortion that I observe does not align with any form of magic I know. Master, with me. Valera stood right beside Aldrich, her shield ready to protect him. I don't know, confessed Aldrich. This isn't magical, to be sure. This is altar-based warping. Shit, I can't believe it, began Stella as she looked around with quick, alert head motions. What is it? Said Aldrich. Thank you. Out of everyone here, Stella had the most knowledge of variance, and if she was worried, Aldrich was worried too. Everyone stick together. Grab a hold of each other, shouted Stella. Her voice was urgent enough that Aldrich did not question her. He just followed her. Everyone grabbed each other, and at that moment the tunnel surroundings rapidly warped away. Chapter 51, bonus chapter, The Chrysalis. In the next moment, Aldrich and his undead found themselves in a sudden free fall. Thank you. Aldrich immediately gathered his bearings and looked around to see any surfaces to hold on to. He could see they were surrounded by large walls of rock, but the walls were far away and the tops of the walls too high up to grab, at the very least needing a 50-meter jump up. Good thing 2 of Aldrich's undead could fly. Fler'Gan grasped Aldrich while Stella held both Valera and the bloodspitter lizard to stop them from falling any further. Head back up there. And what was that, Stella?
Thank you,
said Aldrich, remaining calm. This thing's a chrysalis, said Stella, as she made her way up with short bursts of explosions trailing down from her feet. Aldrich had no idea what that was. It seemed to be a variant whose existence was too hidden for him to know from net surfing. Most of the time, the planet kinda just coughs out nests at random. It's a real passive and random process, explained Stella, but there are special variants out there that can make entire nests themselves.
Thank you.
A variant that can make a nest is called a chrysalis, and they're real fucking dangerous because once they register you a threat, they'll use everything in the nest to kill you. That includes tossing out waves of variants at you on top of warping you away here and there to death traps. So, it tries to defeat us by dropping us from great height. Is that all it can do? Said Valera, as if to challenge her words. A sudden pulling pressure stopped everyone from moving upwards. Thank you. Instead, it overpowered any form of flight and drew them down into the bottom of the deep chasm. It was a pull akin to magnetism that ignored the effects of gravity and resisting force. No matter how much Stella or Fler'Gan struggled to move up, they just kept falling down at a steady pace. A pace slower than falling, but going downwards nonetheless. You had to say something, huh? Said Stella to Valera with a shake of her head. A living nest, is it? Thank you, said Fler'Gan as he took in his surroundings and started to think. Then is it not possible to defeat it by creating mass amounts of environmental destruction? If these walls and rock are part of the creature, then I believe it most prudent to simply drill an escape through its body. Nah. Stella shook her head. It ain't like that. Only a few parts of the nest are legit parts of its body, plus the nest is its own dimensional space, bigger in the inside than on the outside. Thank you. Who knows how much rock you gotta blast through to get out? And the chrysalis can keep warping us to different areas, stopping us from ever leaving if it got really serious. Normal AA protocol says to clear a chrysalis nest out, you need a team with warp powers to get out in case things get bad. Location tracking to get a hold of its brain, and then enough firepower to bore through the layers of rock and walls, probably guarding the brain. Brain? Like a monster core, said Aldrich. Yeah. Thank you, it's real similar. The only issue is we don't have scanning as good as that, especially not for altars, said Aldrich. He opened up his inventory and put a lingering gaze on the sign stone he had from clearing the first trial quest. That was his get-out-of-jail-free card to teleport away when something went wrong. But would he use it now? Did he have to? We wait this out for now. We aren't in immediate danger. The speed of a fall like this shouldn't do any damage to us. Thank you. Aldrich said this, but kept himself wary, ready at a moment's notice to warp out to the Nexus using his sign stone. He could also choose all of his undead to come with him remotely, so it did not matter too much if they were separated either. Look, It would appear that a mere leisurely fall such as this was not our intended method of demise, stated Fler'Gan as he gestured down. Below, the fall ended into a large pit of whirling sand.
Thank you.
Aldrich could spy several ants and lizards within it, but they were not guards. No, they were struggling for their lives. They tried to move out of the sand pool with desperate struggles, but the sand was soft, breaking apart under any amount of weight and sucking them in quicksand. On top of this, the sand pool created strong spiraling currents towards the center that sunk those unfortunate enough to be in it even deeper. Thank you. When the ants and lizards fell down to the center of the spiral, a large stake of sand solidified into rock skewered them all, impaling them before sucking them in. Aunt Leon said Stella creates these sand traps, usually has an anti-flight ability of some sorts, then guts whatever reaches the center of their trap with sand spikes. What rank of variant is this? Said Aldrich. D plus rank, noted Stella. It ain't that impressive on its own. Thank you. It's just hard to reach it through the sand because it creates a natural sort of insulating barrier. Most likely, this variant's what the chrysalis chose as its dedicated method of killin' chrysales. Once they get woken up, don't like using their warpin or changing their insides too much costs, too much energy. So usually, they'll warp intruders into a trap they've set up, usually with variants that they keep nice and fat and happy to do their biddin'. Thank you. A symbiotic relationship, said Aldrich. He looked down at the sand pool drawing ever nearer. They were now 30 meters above it. But this isn't much of an issue, is it? You have the firepower, just go down and use your bunker buster on it. Yeah, but then I gotta drop Valera and this lizard, and then they'll get caught up in the blast, began Stella. Throw them to me. Fler'Gan will carry us all, said Aldrich. Thank you. I am afraid my back will give out from such strenuous physical activity, said Fler'Gan. My elderly form simply lacks the muscular strength to hold all of you together. Don't worry about that. Aldrich casted negative surge on Fler'Gan, boosting his physical stats for 10 seconds, 15 mana. Mana, 1A3, 18 threes greater than 168, 183. Oh, I have not had such strength in 50 years. Fler'Gan's mouth tendrils quivered in delight. I feel as light as the day I was birthed from the elder brain. Thank you. Give them to me. And go, said Aldrich. Show me as much destruction as you can. Blow this thing up. Stella's eyes alighted with a glint of pure excitement. Her body started to shine, her veins becoming visible through her skin as they gleamed orange. Off you go to your boyfriend. Stella tossed Valera to Aldrich, and he grabbed her by the waist under the crook of his arm. Then Stella tossed the lizard, which Aldrich too grabbed the same way. Be boyfriend.
Thank you.
Valera looked up at Aldrich with a blush, and then looked at how she was being carried. It looked like she was being carried unceremoniously like a sack of potatoes. Sorry, but I have to carry both of you. If it was just you, I could have done better, said Aldrich. This was just the easiest way to carry her, since his other hand was occupied with the lizard. Valera glared at the headless lizard. I will remember this, she said under her breath. Thank you. Stella went straight down, a comet tail of light trailing behind her as she neared the whirling sand pool. She thrust her hands out in front of her. Bunker buster, she shouted, her whole body turning blindingly bright before she detonated right above the sand. There was first a burst of incredibly blinding light, then the deafening sound of an explosion followed by a mighty shockwave that sent everyone hurtling upwards. The chasm shook and trembled from the blast. Thank you. The explosion blasted away all of the sand below, scattering it against the walls like Moses had parted the Red Sea. And in the middle of this uncovered sea of sand was simply a gaping, smoking crater. Standing in the middle of the crater was Stella triumphantly holding up the charred remnants of the antlion's head. The head was as large as her upper body with one remaining mandible that could easily have chopped a man in two. Aldrich had Fler'Gan drop everyone down where it was now safe. Thank you. Excellent work. Aldrich nodded to Stella and had her put the antlion head down. A grave marker floated over it. Serve, -5 mana. Mana 168-8183 is greater than 163-183. Zombie Antlion level 15 raised. Units controlled 19-20 sextant. Greater 20-20-20 to it. Aldrich took the reanimated, twitching head of the antlion and then used its mandible to hook it into an exposed part of the lizard's back, locking them together so that it was easier to carry them both. "Thank you. All in a day's work," said Stella as her light died down and she flipped her hair, resetting her manic, explosion-loving grin into something more calm. "I must agree with the Master. Your capacity to enact destruction is formidable." "I like it," said Valera. "Least there's one thing we agree on," said Stella. "Indeed, such power coming from not a trace of mana, unfathomable," said Fler'Gan. "Are you certain you do not wish to undergo any experimentation?" "Thank you. Once I have my laboratory set, I can even ensure that the process is utterly painless. You will be unconscious, even if needs be." "Sorry, but I'll pass again," said Stella. "The idea of being unconscious with you just made the whole, experience seem a lot worse." "The fight's not over," said Aldrich. "Stay focused, all of you." "Thank you, Stella. You're the most experienced at dealing with variants out of all of us, and I'm giving you full reign over your memories to remember anything related to this chrysalis thing. How would you suggest dealing with this, or getting out? We could try to blast our way out of here, but the issue is we got no way to tell where to direct our firepower to get us out. Plus, like I said, the inside of a chrysalis nest is way bigger than the outside."
Thank you.
Granted, a chrysalis that can only host D-rank variants is probably not going to be that big, but it isn't a certainty either. Stella paused. "Or we could wait it out. It's trying to get rid of us, cause it thinks we're a threat to it. But if it knows we aren't, it might decide to go dormant again and let us leave this whole warpin' and changin' its insides thing costs a hell of a lot of juice. I doubt this thing can do it much more." "Thank you." As if in response to Stella, the surroundings warped into a blur again. "You just had to say something, said Valera, mimicking what Stella said to her before. Stella sighed. "Guess we're even now." They were warped into a much tighter space, a spherical cavern of strange red and pink rock that looked strangely organic. The cavern's walls were grooved and ridged, and when they undulated like a living organ, that was when Aldrich realized. This was not rock, this was flesh. "Thank you." The cavern's walls contracted and started to slowly squeeze inwards, attempting to crush everyone. "It's trying to eat us whole," said Stella. She started to glow. "I'm gonna blast a hole right through this damned thing." "Wait, young one," said Fler'Gan. "Our powers are far too destructive and this space far too confined. The Elder and the Knight will be caught in the crossfire." "He's right," said Aldrich, "but without firepower to drill out of here, what could he do?" "Thank you." He again hovered his attention over the sign stone in his inventory, but he held off on using it even now. Aura. Valera dropped her shield and slammed a massive punch against a stomach wall. Her fist caved in a great crater in the rocky flesh, but it healed immediately. "Unless you get the chrysalis brain itself, its core, punches ain't gonna do anything," said Stella. "This thing's committed completely to killing us, no matter how much energy it takes."
"Thank you. Tell me, Stella, are these stomach walls connected to the chrysalis?" said Aldrich, his mind racing. "No, don't think so. Crystals tend to hide their core out in brain chambers separated from their stomachs," said Stella. "But say that the chrysalis was a human being. Would you say that this stomach chamber is connected to its brain in the same way that a human stomach is in the same body as their brain, that they're both part of the same body?" said Aldrich. "Yeah, I'd say so."
"Thank you. I've heard tell of some heroes poison in the stomach chambers to get the brains to freeze up, so seems like it," said Stella. "Good." Aldrich held up his lantern and cast the light towards the stomach walls. This chrysalis was too big and healed too quickly for conventional damage to deal with it. But what countered regeneration better than instant death? 30 seconds. That's the time I need. Stall for me and keep the walls back. Thank you. Chapter 52. Chrysalis 2. Fler'Gan stood right beside Aldrich, enveloping him in the Mind Eater's pyro shield while casting smaller, focused blasts like fire bolts at the ever-approaching stomach walls. Stella tackled the opposite side of the stomach, throwing out punches and kicks with focused detonations that blew back the stomach wall as much as possible. Aura, 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 aura. Thank you. Valera madly punched against the approaching walls with all her might, her strength significantly boosted by the red aura of her berserker's rage. Each of her punches gouged out significant craters in the wall, but it was like putting a dent into styrofoam. The holes just bounced back and sealed over as quickly as they were made. 10 seconds Aldrich watched as his undead tried their best, but the walls continued their approach through volleys of flame and explosions and punches. Thank you. 20 seconds. By now, everyone was corralled back to back. The more the walls progressed, the less effective Fler'Gan and Dynamite Girl became, as they did not have space to unleash their area of effect. If anyone had claustrophobia at this point, they would probably have fainted as a living cave tried to crush them whole from all sides. At this rate, they would not be able to hold on until Aldrich had inflicted the full 10 stacks of the Gaze of the Watcher debuff on the Crealis stomach. Thank you. Aldrich manifested the Sign Stone in his other hand. Master, no, I will take care of this. You can rely on me as you always have and always will. Valera put a hand on Aldrich's shoulder. She squeezed his shoulder ever so gently with a comforting nod. A nod that showed that out of everyone here, out of anyone, really, Valera cared for Aldrich the most. Cared for him deeply on a personal level and would do anything to make him happy. Valera took in a deep breath and then said with resolution, "Thank you. Everyone huddle around me." She drew a wide stance, digging in her greaves, and put her hands up. As the walls closed in, she stopped them from crushing everyone with pure brute force strength, pushing back against them with tremendous force. Her armor groaned and creaked as her body trembled. Berserker's rage boosted her physical stats, helping her push back, but she was going against an immense amount of solid pressure from all sides.
Thank you.
Aldrich heard the snapping sound of her leg and arms breaking. She buckled down onto one knee, her back rounding under strain, but she held on, using her undead body to weather through her broken bones. And the more damage she took, the stronger Berserker's rage became. The aura of red around her became even stronger, raging like a veil of flames. "I will not allow you to touch my master," shouted Valera as she held on with all her immense power. "Thank you." She held on until 30 seconds passed. Aldrich wasted no time. He casted Disintegrating Gaze with his lantern. The eye suspended in gleaming amber fluid within the lantern opened up instantly, bloodshot and ready to kill, and fired its beam of disintegration. Aldrich thumbed the Sign Stone in his offhand nervously. He did not know exactly if this would work. "Thank you." His theory was that because the stomach was linked to the main body of the chrysalis, instant death magic cast on its stomach would transfer to its brain as well. After all, that was what happened with normal beings. Just because instant death was struck on, say, their foot did not mean they did not die. All he could do was watch and wait. The beam fired into the stomach walls and turned what it hit into a petrified white state ready to crumble into ash at any moment.
Thank you.
Then the petrification spread rapidly, covering all of the stomach walls. The walls completely froze up and no longer crushed against Valera. Giving her some rest, she slumped over, exhausted and panting. Blood pooled from her greaves and gauntlets, probably because broken bone had torn through her flesh and mangled her limbs. Stella wrapped an arm around Valera to support her. Aldrich did the same. "Seriously impressive shit. You did amazing, Val," said Stella. She smiled down at Valera.
Thank you. Aldrich could tell that despite their petty squabbles here and there, they had a special camaraderie together, almost sisterly. Can I call you that?
"I suppose," said Valera.
I agree.
Aldrich nodded to her. He paused for a moment. "And thank you. For being willing to sacrifice so much for me, it meant even more because unlike the undead Aldrich arose, Valera did not have a pre-programmed drive to be loyal to Aldrich. She did this all out of her own volition, her own free will. Thank you. Hey, a thanks from my master. What a wonderful reward." Valera looked up as ash fell all around everyone like snow. We have won, Master. Aldrich looked up to see the stomach walls disintegrating, and not just them. The disintegration spread rapidly in all directions. Soon cracks of sunlight started to stream in from above as the entire nest fell apart. Thank you. The nest trembled and shook like a dying creature before it finally disintegrated fully, leaving Aldrich and his undead in a large hole gouged into the side of the cliff. A dry breeze and bright sunlight washed over everyone. Aldrich looked around in wonder. The hole around them was not that large, maybe the size of a large house, much, much smaller than how massive the nest had been from within. Chrysalis defeated. Thank you. 1000 EXP bar, 600, 1800, greater than 1600, 18th Aldrich, sighed in relief, getting final confirmation that he had won. He, along with Valera and Stella, walked to the edge of the hole carved into the cliff and out at the yawning view of sunlit ridges and canyons stretching out in front of them. Feels cinematic, doesn't it? Getting a view like this after a fight like that, said Stella. But not as wonderful as my master's praise, said Valera. Thank you. Aldrich looked out at the view, but his mind was elsewhere. He was planning what to do later tonight at the Red Circle when he met Casimir, the club's manager and the key to his plan on Saturday to kill Seth Solar. A large part of this plan involved meeting Casimir at the Red Circle and asking him to exit into a more private location using Aldrich's supposed influence as Bruce Wayne. Thank you. Doing this would draw Casimir away from the safety of the Red Circle, at which point he would have a hidden Fler'Gan use his mind-eater racial skills to brainwash the man. But the logistics of this was going to be difficult. Getting Fler'Gan into the city and hiding him properly was hard, but not impossible. With Bruce Wayne's gold-rank citizenship, wall security would not bother to search the car of a wealthy, connected man, so Aldrich could stow Fler'Gan away in the trunk.
Thank you.
Summoning a ghast could disrupt surveillance cameras to hide Fler'Gan away within the city. But if Casimir was a more cautious man, he would not meet Aldrich without guards, even in a private location. That was not that bad. Aldrich would bring Valera as his supposed wife, and as long as Casimir did not bring a whole squadron of villains, Aldrich could overpower the guards and kill Casimir to raise him as an undead. Yet what happened if Casimir refused to leave the Red Circle at all? Thank you. After all, there were private rooms in the club. What if he insisted on meeting there in his stronghold? Was that not the safest and most logical choice for Casimir? "O Elder, you will want to see this," said Fler'Gan. Aldrich turned to see Fler'Gan holding a small crystalline centipede curled up in an uroboric ball, its mandibles latched onto its tail. "That's the chrysalis," said Stella with wonder. "Thank you." They start out as these tiny crystal bug things, but once they anchor onto an area, they start fusing with the environment, attracting variants to live in them, and so on until they get all big and hard to deal with, just like that. But now that it's dead, I guess it reverts back to how it was. Aldrich's own eyes widened as he saw something else that made his mind race with possibilities. A grave marker floated over the chrysalis corpse. "Thank you." Aldrich went over to the chrysalis and knelt down by it. He picked the creature up. It was odd, staring at it. The chrysalis was not much larger than a basketball, an entire dimensional space generated from something this tiny. It is exceptional that such a minute creature was capable of harboring such vast space. Fler'Gan voiced Aldrich's thoughts, thinking the exact same thing. "Yeah, and I'm excited what this variant can do for me in undeath." "Thank you." Aldrich placed the chrysalis down and chanted, "Serve!" Green energy flowed into the crystal centipede, and as it did so, the ruby-red luster of the chrysalis changed into a dark, light emerald green. Niggity's 10 mana. Mana 163 over 183 greater than 153 over 183, Etins controlled, 2022 greater than 21/26. Aldrich intently waited, watching the chrysalis to see how it would move. The chrysalis uncurled from its oroboric position with slow, lethargic movements. "Thank you." Its many legs moved for just a few seconds before they froze over, and the chrysalis once more curled back up, completely still. Aldrich put a hand to his chin. He sensed its intentions. It wants energy. Without it, it can't move properly or do much of anything. Specifically, an ether deposit, said Stella as she came to Aldrich's side with Valera by her side. By now, the blood-spitter lizard had regenerated its head, and it strutted forwards beside Aldrich too. Ether deposit, is it? Thank you. Aldrich pondered this. Ether was an odd type of energy that had manifested on Earth after the altering. In its purest state, it appeared to be a glowing white light with an atomic structure that constantly fluxed, making it impossible to stabilize and study. There were even theories that ether seemed semi-sapient, oddly self-destructing when confined in laboratories on its own. Ether was worth little to nothing.
Thank you.
It had zero reactivity nor malleability, so science and technology could not generate energy from ether or change its form into something more useful. But oddly, in the presence of alter powers, specifically with alter organs and cells, ether reacted, or perhaps it was the other way round, with the organs being capable of interfacing with ether. Thank you. Some people thought ether created alter powers. Others thought alter powers generated ether. It was an endless debate akin to the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. Regardless, ether and alter powers were inextricably linked. All alters generated trace energy signatures of ether, especially when they used their powers. The ether energy signature was what scanners used to detect powers. The denser an alter's cell count, the stronger the ether signature they generated.
Thank you.
But ether also occurred naturally in deposits all across the planet. Variant ecosystems bloomed around ether deposits, and alter humans competed with variants to vie for ether, for, in the presence of ether, alter powers grew stronger, and more importantly, higher-tier techno-alters could fully harness ether to fuel their sci-fi superweapons, processing the seemingly useless particle into a hyper-efficient, physics-defying energy. From what I remember, chrysales are created deep underground. Thank you. Nobody knows exactly where, but they do know that wherever there are ether deposits, chrysales aren't far behind. They latch onto the deposits, drain them, and fuse with their environments, said Stella. They attract variants, use an ether, and sort of farm them. Variants come and breed and die inside their nests, and whatever dies turns into nutrients. Using those nutrients, they expand. She stared down at the chrysalis's stiff, unmoving form. Guess this little guy's all out of juice. Thank you. And without another deposit to anchor onto, it ain't gonna be moving. Maybe not ever. So I need to find an ether deposit to even make this thing usable, said Aldrich. I figure. And in most cases, it takes months to years for a chrysalis to make a proper nest, said Stella. Aldrich picked up the chrysalis and wondered whether it was worth it to keep the creature.
Thank you.
Ether deposits were not uncommon, but it was hard to find one that some megacorporation did not mine out, or where variants gathered en masse, energy, you say. Fler'Gan clapped his hands together, but because his skin was soft and moist, it made a squelching sound. May I propose, O Elder, a rather interesting potential solution? What is it? Said Aldrich. Your phylactery, said Fler'Gan. It may not seem like it, but there is an incredible amount of energy hosted within it. Thank you. Enough such that if fully unleashed, the arcane shockwave alone could flatten half a human city. Really now? I couldn't sense anything coming from it when I held it, said Aldrich. Because the energy is tightly sealed within, otherwise it would be far too easy to track the magical trail of the phylactery, and that defeats the purpose of having a safe, undetectable place to house one's soul. No. Fler'Gan stretched out an open hand to Aldrich, beckoning for the phylactery. Thank you. Aldrich materialized the phylactery and gave it to Fler'Gan, trusting the learned mind-eater's decisions, but perhaps if I undo a few seals. Fler'Gan hunched over the purple orb and traced his slimy fingers around the many lines of sigils inscribed upon it. They glowed blue, and he started to use the tip of one of his lengthy digits to rewrite the letterings. Watch it, old man. Make sure not to blow us all up, said Stella. You insult me, my dear, said Fler'Gan with a scoff. Thank you. I am more learned than you could ever be with that brash and impatient attitude of yours. Now stay in silence as I work. Fler'Gan reordered multiples lines of sigils over 100 times at rapid speed, obviously showcasing a level of familiarity with the phylactery that stood as evidence of his decades of research building it. There. After 1 minute, Fler'Gan finished. The phylactery clicked slightly, and a few crack-like seams opened across its surface. Thank you. Beneath these cracks glowed bright green energy, the color of necromancy. Aldrich saw in high interest as the chrysalis in his hand started to twitch, coming back from dormancy as it sensed the phylactery's energy. It was not ether, it was mana, and yet the chrysalis still recognized it. I sense you are just as excited as I, O Elder, said Fler'Gan, to witness whether this world and our world may mesh together. Thank you. Valera patted Stella on the back as she stood up on her own now, healed enough by Aldrich's passive anti-life shell. Master, are you sure about this? Valera said. That phylactery, you need it to become a lich. Who knows what this crystal thing will do to it? I assure you, phylacteries are not so fragile a construct, said Fler'Gan.
Thank you.
If indeed this creature requires months to years to siphon a deposit of this energy form known as ether, then I sincerely doubt it can significantly drain the phylactery's reserves before the Elder halts it or destroys it. I'm curious about this too, said Aldrich. I understand your concern, Valera, but I'm alert. I've mentally commanded the chrysalis not to harm the phylactery at all, only to see if it can absorb the mana. Thank you. If anything happens out of the ordinary, I won't hesitate to force the chrysalis to stop or destroy it if needs be. Understood, Master, said Valera. Aldrich put the twitching chrysalis down. It moved with surprising speed, immediately leaping and latching into the phylactery. The chrysalis circled all around the purple orb, curling back into its Ouroboros position across the phylactery's surface. Aldrich waited tensely, seeing if the chrysalis regained its energy. Thank you. Instead, something unexpected happened. The chrysalis sunk into the phylactery like it had fallen into water. Master, said Valera. Aldrich raised a hand to calm her. He could still sense the chrysalis within, and it did not exhibit any sign of hostility or disobedience to him. The creature has fused into the phylactery. Fler'Gan picked the orb up and began to navigate the many glowing lines of sigils on it again. Yeah, we can see that, said Stella, but is that a good thing or not?
Thank you.
No, you do not understand. This fusion, it is remarkably complete. It is not merely that the creature has sunk within the phylactery. It has become the phylactery. They are now one and the same. Fler'Gan's 3 red eyes widened as he saw the cracks he had formed on the phylactery sealing up on their own. Marvelous. Look, this experiment has been a resounding success. Our world and this world, its fusion, a success. Fler'Gan held the orb out excitedly for everyone to watch. Thank you. Within the glassy, glowing purple orb, the dark silhouette of the curled-up chrysalis could be seen. It's adjusting, said Aldrich, as he felt what the chrysalis was going through and the intentions it projected. It's taking in mana, but it isn't using it. It's getting used to it, trying to process it, and to do that, it wants to be close to me. I'm the source of its life, and there's mana inside me, too. Thank you. It wants to link with my body to fuse with me as well so that it can analyze my mana first. My mana's more familiar, and once it's done processing that, it shouldn't have an issue getting used to the phylactery. Aldrich took the phylactery from Fler'Gan's hand and gazed at it, feeling a distinct draw to it. He knew what to do with this. He dematerialized the gear on his upper body, leaving him bare naked from the waist up. Thank you. His body had noticeably bulked up since the beginning of his undeath due to the stats he had pumped into it. He had always been physically fit from his training, but now he was even bigger. Not overly big like a bodybuilder, but he still had a sizable amount of muscle that straddled a perfect balance between strength and speed, lean and strong, ready to overpower and crush in one moment, then sprint and chase in the other. Thank you. Oh, Master, you do look so very ravishing, said Valera as she licked her lips, her fangs showing. She blushed in shyness but still panted and leaned forwards like a predator eyeing a prize they had hunted for days. And in her case, she had been on the hunt for years. On top of this, her usual shyness as an upstanding knight melted away because she was still low health and craving blood. And for vampires, the act of craving and drawing blood was closely linked with sexual desire.
Thank you. This is a serious moment, you.
Stella bonked Valera's helmetless head with a karate chop. Keep that horniness in check. Valera growled but stayed still, understanding that Stella was right. Aldrich looked down at his body in the center of all that muscle, right below his plate-like pectorals. There was the massive hole that Seth Solar had gouged out. Thank you. He placed the phylactery tentatively within it, and then the phylactery glowed before tendrils of pink flesh emerged out of it, latching onto Aldrich's insides. More and more of these tendrils appeared rapidly, soon quickly filling up the gaping hole left behind in Aldrich's chest. There was now only the glowing purple surface of the phylactery jutting from his chest, covered seamlessly in pale skin and regrown bone and muscle.
Thank you.
Aldrich went down into one knee as he saw complete and utter darkness. Captain. Master. Valera and Stella immediately rushed to Aldrich's help, but he waved them back. I'm fine, said Aldrich as he saw nothing but darkness. He realized this was what the chrysalis saw. There's nothing in the phylactery, just darkness. That is to be expected, said Fler'Gan. After all, a phylactery is ultimately a vessel to contain a soul. Thank you. Once your soul transfers within, the darkness you see will be painted over by the color of your soul. It will become your very own inner world, a manifestation of the self. And now, with this creature nested in the phylactery, you have an additional layer of defense if anyone attempts to target your phylactery directly. Perhaps the creature may utilize its spatial manipulation to conjure portals that bend deadly attacks to your soul away. Perhaps it may even absorb them. Thank you. Perhaps it may even learn magic and cast spells of its own. The possibilities are simply endless, and to grasp them, we require further experimentation. Defense, is it? Aldrich returned to his own vision as the chrysalis became more and more used to its newfound energy source. He willed the chrysalis to try and attack from within the phylactery. Aldrich tapped the phylactery, and it crackled with arcs of red energy before turning a solid vantablack, almost like a black hole. Thank you. This was a dimensional portal. A tiny one, granted, but a portal nonetheless. The chrysalis was starting to use mana to fuel its warp powers. Small tendrils of darkness stretched out from it, slithering slowly on the ground, picking up pebbles here and there before sinking back into the phylactery. What the hell was that? Stella jumped back at the sudden emergence of surprised tentacles. The creature is learning at an exceptional rate, said Fler'Gan. Thank you. That darkness was some of the mana stored within the phylactery. The creature has managed to control the mana, using it to create tendrils to interact with the world. Yet, judging by the minute size and chaotic shape of those tendrils, it is unused to shaping mana. Aldrich felt the chrysalis protest within him. It cost a significant amount of energy to make it open a portal, even a portal that small, from the phylactery and draw things in. Not just that, said Aldrich. Thank you. Like you said, by design, anything inside the phylactery is completely sealed off from the outside to prevent energy leaks. That includes the dimension that the chrysalis creates. So anytime it wants to attack, it has to open a portal, and portals are costly. It's too small and weak. So its max mana pool isn't large enough to do much more than open that tiny portal and spew out a few mana tendrils. It needs time to rest, absorb, and grow like it did with an ether deposit. Thank you. I know you want to experiment even more, but give the chrysalis some time. We can start testing its limits as it grows. As you wish, O Elder, said Fler'Gan, with a barely concealed sigh, disappointed he could not see and experiment more. Aldrich, too, wanted to experiment, but he remained patient. He could only imagine how incredibly useful this chrysalis phylactery fusion would be. One of the biggest issues he had was that he could not carry around his undead without attracting attention. Thank you. But with the chrysalis, he could store and release them at will. Then what now? Said Stella. Aldrich snapped his fingers and bid the alloy wing eagle down to the cavern. We head to Haven City, Chapter 54, Alchemy. Aldrich and his undead made their way back up to the top of the cliff they got started on. He got Fler'Gan, Stella, and the eagle to get into the back seats of their armored car. Thank you. Now, carrying the bloodspitter lizard and antlion was difficult because of how big they were, and Aldrich unfortunately had to tear off their body parts until they could fit into the trunk. Good thing was, as zombies, they did not really feel pain, so no harm really done. "I'll be back to drive in a bit," said Aldrich to Stella through the rolled-down backseat window. "I need to talk to Valera." He glanced over at Valera.
Thank you.
She was some distance away, shuddering and in withdrawal for blood due to her low health and constant exposure to combat. He needed to deal with that, probably heal her for a bit longer with his anti-lafe shell. "Got it, Captain," said Stella. "Have fun." She whistled casually and rolled up the window, though occasionally she would sneak back glances to see what Aldrich and Valera were up to. Aldrich walked up to Valera.
Thank you.
She had dematerialized her armor, leaving her in basic black leather leggings and a form-fitting, short-sleeved white tunic. There were still deep visible wounds on her body, large streaks of torn flesh on her arms from the bone shattering and piercing through. "Are you all right?" "Here, let me heal you. This should make you feel better." Aldrich started to release the green mist of his anti-life shell, but Valera turned and shook her head, putting a tight hand on his shoulder. "Thank you. No, I don't want that." Valera looked at Aldrich longingly, her fangs protruding from her bright red lips. Her lower lip trembled as she spoke. "Master, may I feed on you? Are you sure? I remember you saying undead blood didn't suit you," said Aldrich. "Yes, I hate the taste of undead blood. It tastes rotten and cold, and worst of all, it makes me feel sleepy." Then began Aldrich, but Valera put a pale finger to his lips as she drew closer, placing a hand on his chest.
"Thank you."
She stared with hunger in her eyes at him, but her lips formed into a smile that was surprisingly warm and gentle. Vampires were seductive by nature. Valera kept her instincts under control through strict nightly training that prevented her from having any real experience with men. But beneath all that, her instincts still made her know exactly how to tempt. But if it's you, I don't mind when a vampire devotes themselves to someone. Thank you. Devotes themselves truly body and mind and soul, then that blood becomes the sweetest of all. Nothing else ever compares to it. Not even the blood of those I rip limb from limb. Aldrich blinked, remembering lore about vampires. In Elden World, vampires, though known as seductive creatures that drew blood through charm just as much as they did by force, were strictly monogamous. When they coupled with an individual, they did so for life, hence why strict vampiric royal lineages existed.
Thank you.
I know that you do not like taking damage. You never have across all our many battles, continued Valera. That is why here in this world I have never asked to draw your blood. Even now I feel bad asking. Go ahead, said Aldrich. It's the least I can do to thank you. A switch flipped on in Valera when Aldrich gave the okay, and any sense of reason she had just faded. She wrapped herself around him as much as she could. Thank you. Her arms wrapped around his neck in a tight hug while she leaned against him, raising and pressing her leg tightly against his. Her heavy, hot breathing landed on his neck, and she licked the cold, undead skin gently before she sunk her teeth in. Normally, a human would find themselves completely numb, charmed, and in ecstatic pleasure from a vampire sinking their fangs into them. But as Aldrich was undead, he was immune to all those status effects. Thank you. And because of his arisen purpose, he did not feel drawn to Valera. He appreciated her, he truly did, but love and desire were not emotions he felt strongly now. Not until his purpose was fulfilled. He put a hand on Valera's bare upper back, comforting her as he saw his health drain and her health go up. Surprisingly, Aldrich noted that Valera's health increased at breakneck speeds. Thank you. She was still at around 50% health, but within 5 seconds of draining Aldrich's blood, she was back to full, the huge webwork of scars around her arms fading away. Valera drew back when she was full health. Aldrich had lost a quarter of his health. A near 2-1 health exchange ratio, highly useful. Aldrich felt slightly bad thinking about the usefulness of this, especially when Valera considered it something special to her, but he could not help it. Thank you. He had always been goal-oriented, and as an undead, his goal of vengeance permeated every single aspect of his decision-making and life. Valera drew back when she was full health and swayed and staggered, her eyelids heavy. Gone was that brief flash of seductive confidence, replaced with incoming drowsiness. "Ah, I drank too much," said Valera. "I'm sorry, master. It's fine." Aldrich held Valera as she leaned into him, putting her head on his shoulder and smiling as she drifted off.
Thank you.
"Master?" Valera whispered into Aldrich's ear, but judging by the sleepy tenor of her voice, it was hard to tell whether she was sleep-talking or conscious. Do you know that I want to be with you, now and forever and ever?"
I know.
Aldrich paused awkwardly. At the end of the day, he also had no experience with women. It came with being a permanent social outcast, looked down in society as an unevolved waste of air.
Thanks,
he managed out stiffly.
Thank you.
Valera smiled and grew quiet, breathing in an even pattern that made it obvious she had fallen asleep. Aldrich supported her to the car, where he placed her in the front passenger seat and got ready to drive. Valera instinctively leaned to her side, resting her head snugly on his shoulder. "Sue, what happened back there, huh?" said Stella. "Once my alchemical laboratory has formed, O Elder, I am quite capable of creating a concoction that significantly increases your performance."
Thank you.
Many an elderly mage in the Arcanist's order has asked for my— "Nothing happened," said Aldrich with a shake of his head, though he did slightly smile at the banter. "Sure," said Stella with a raised brow of disbelief. "Talk all you want. I'll just be driving," said Aldrich as he started the car. Aldrich first regrouped in the variant forest. "Boss, thought you were a goner." Fisk put his laptop down as he saw Aldrich appear in their clearing. "Thank you." Fler'Gan, Stella, and the now woken up, but still groggy Valera walked behind him. The Geist was hanging out with the two mud crabs. The mud crabs raised their large pincers in the air and waved them side to side in a small dance they did with fellow crabs, and the Geist mimicked them, waving its arms in the air. When the Geist saw Aldrich, it stopped and stood at attention, clapping its hands excitedly. "Can't you sense whether I'm alive or not?" said Aldrich.
Thank you. Well, yeah, but that don't mean I don't worry, said Fisk. Plus, alive doesn't mean unhurt. "Gah, he's right," said the Geist. "I appreciate all the concern. How have things been on this end?" said Aldrich. Fisk shrugged. "Nothing much has happened. These two have kept me company, though." He pointed to Adam and Elaine sitting beside him on a fallen tree trunk. "I booted up Dark Sins, and they totally admire my gaming skills."
"Thank you. When I was doing a no-damage boss rush, they had their eyes glued on my screen, I tell ya." "Really now?" Aldrich looked at Adam and Elaine with hope, at their rotted, lifeless faces and eyes, trying to see if something was there. Lesser undead may have some remnant behaviors from their past lives, but they are not like arisen undead. There are no memories, no true thought, no true being, and even if they were arisen, they would no longer truly be the same, said Fler'Gan.
"Thank you."
"Hey, don't rain on his parade now. Those were his friends," said Stella as she bumped an elbow into Fler'Gan's side. Fler'Gan glared at Stella as he rubbed his side painfully. "It is better that the Elder knows this for certain." "I know," said Aldrich. "I've always known. I never thought I was the hopeful type. But I've known enough disappointment not to trust in hope in any case." Aldrich waved Fler'Gan forwards. "About what we discussed, of course."
"Thank you."
Fler'Gan moved to the center of the clearing and closed his eyes while raising his hands. In front of his palms, two blue magic circles formed. Throughout the car ride back to the forest, Aldrich and Fler'Gan had talked about setting up his alchemical laboratory. Soon enough, the chrysalis would eventually grow to a point that the pocket dimension it created could house the lab. "Thank you." At which point Aldrich could move Fler'Gan and the lab into the phylactery, taking them in and out when needed. Like this, Fler'Gan could experiment at minimal risk, as what was more secure than an entirely separate dimension. But until then, Aldrich needed Fler'Gan alchemy. especially for tonight at the Red Circle. Crazy cool, all this magic stuff, said Fisk as he watched.
Yeah,
said Stella. Valera came to Aldrich's side, and he rested her on the tree trunk, sitting beside her.
Thank you.
Master, I did not do anything embarrassing, did I? Said Valera as she blushed furiously. I remember wanting to draw your blood, then nothing I. No, said Aldrich simply, nothing you would regret, at least. Valera sighed in relief. Thank the many gods, she tentatively reached out and squeezed Aldrich's hand. Aldrich did the same. Fler'Gan chanted, Thank you. Create base in front of Fler'Gan. Blue outlines, almost like they were drawn of tables, beakers, tubes, forceps, knives, forceps, and dozens of other alchemical tools emerged. The outlines then filled in, turning into solid matter. The end result was 3 work tables, one table filled with beakers and tubes and pots for chemical reactions, one table containing several glass chambers within which reactions could be safely carried out.
Thank you.
And the last table that was the most ominous, holding restraints and sharp cutting tools for dissections and, as Fler'Gan called it, live experimentations. To see my laboratory once more, and to think of all the new specimens I may dissect and dissolve, ah, how this elderly heart beats. Fler'Gan raised his hands in the air like a mad scientist. Boss, I really appreciate the guy's passion, but should we be worried that we'll be a part of his experiments? Said Fisk.
Thank you.
Tell me about it, said Stella.
Not for now, said Aldrich.
For now, said Fisk. But Aldrich ignored him and went up to Fler'Gan to talk business. By now, Aldrich's grave ward had snuck into the Red Circle and gotten a look at Casimir, the manager, as well. There were several places in the Red Circle that were impossible to sneak into, guarded by force fields, but Casimir's main office was not.
Thank you.
And judging by how Casimir carried himself with 4 guards at the minimum, he was a careful man. He would underestimate Aldrich and Valera because they had no AC count, but Aldrich could not rely completely on that. You know what I requested, right? Said Aldrich. You desire a potion that can control the minds of up to 10 able-bodied men. The potion must also be as tasteless as possible. Fler'Gan nodded. He went to his chemical table and retrieved a vat filled with liquid. Thank you. His stomach then heaved as he vomited in 3 purple finger-length worms. The worms' heads were comprised of wriggling, spiked tentacles. These were pupae, mind-eaters reproduced by capturing live beings and forcing them to ingest pupae. Pupae would then travel to their host's brain and latch on, creating a cascading effect that would brainwash them and also turn them into mind-eaters. Thank you. Fler'Gan wiped off slime from his mouth tendrils as he looked at the pupae swimming inside, inspecting their quality. I can only produce 3 pupae a month at this old age, and they are a little withered, but this will be enough. I will be done processing my pupae into potion form in 5 hours. Aldrich checked his watch. It was now barely noon. What time is the meeting with Casimir? Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Fisk scrambled to his laptop, utterly distracted by Fler'Gan's simultaneously gross yet interesting display. It's 11 tonight. Good, said Aldrich. More than enough time. The first real steps to initiating Aldrich's vengeance against Seth Solar now began. Chapter 55. A Meeting to Be, the Red Circle. 6 p.m., November 3, 2117. Casimir leaned back in his plush velvet leather chair, elbows rested upon imported wood carved from the bark of a plant-type variant.
Thank you.
Anything made from variants was all the rage nowadays, and Casimir was never one to fall behind trends, particularly when it pertained to the currents of luxury. That was easily evident by the quality of his white snow-fur deerskin suit, his scaled marsh alligator dress shoes, and the sparkling gold and diamond-encrusted watch made by Regal, one of, if not the top luxury watchmaker in the world. So, my dear, tell me about that appointment tonight, the one with that fund air, said Casimir. Thank you. His voice projected through an oval-shaped mask lit up with a neon display showing simple emotes that conveyed his emotion state. For now, the emote projected was highly neutral, if a little annoyed, Mayist. I've run a thorough background check on him. A slim young woman dressed in white suit and skirt spoke. The side of her head was cleanly shaved and plated with chrome. From here, she withdrew a cable which she attached a laptop port before opening the computer up on Casimir's desk. "Thank you. I've compiled a concise report on Bruce Vane for you to read," said the woman. "Now, my dear Blanca, you've worked as my secretary far too long to know I bore of reports. Tell me what I need to know," said Casimir. "After all, it would be such a shame to waste an opportunity to hear that lovely voice of yours." Blanca paused for a moment. "Yes, sir. I will begin with the potential client's wealth. Bruce Vane possesses a gold-rank citizenship in New York." Casimir whistled. "A gold? Thank you. In New York of all places? Heh, I like what I'm hearing. Go on." "I will advise you to keep your safety in mind with this client. There is little to no public information about him. His wealth was inherited through a fund created from a company called Vane Industries that specialized in textile manufacturing. Then why not run a check on the company?" "Surely there's data on that," said Casimir, "according to the details, Mr. Thank you. Vane was willing to share with us. His family company was a pre-monstering manufacturer based in Germany. All public records related to the company were lost during the tumult of the monstering," said Blanca. "The company's wealth was consolidated and maintained, however, in the form of a trust that passed on to successive Vane generations. The Vanes have maintained that fund in relative secrecy through a diverse portfolio of hidden investments. Furthermore, Mr. Thank you. Vane is unwilling to share proof of finances, for it would force him to reveal his investments, citing a concern for safety and anonymity." "A man of secrecy, I see," Casimir laughed. "Not entirely uncommon in our line of business, no. But still, how convenient is it that his family company's records are lost to time, and his investments are an entire mystery case of their own." "I agree," said Blanca. "I have coordinated the meeting such that Mr.
Thank you.
Vane meets you alone and in the safety of the Red Circle. He will have to go through thorough security checks, and though he requested a private meeting, I have arranged it so that you may bring up to 4 Red Circle mercenaries or villains to your side." "Oh ho, as cautious as ever, Blanca," said Casimir. "Need I remind you that I am paid to ensure my caution keeps you safe?" said Blanca. "True. Very true. Let me see then. Mr. Vane wished to meet me to invest in the Red Circle, no?"
Thank you.
"That is correct. And I've received an update on that." Blanca tapped her the plate on her head, and her violet eyes lit up as she processed more digital information. "He specifically wants to involve himself with the Red Circle to sample our liquors." "Liquors? How strong?" said Casimir, a note of interest bleeding into his mechanical voice. Liquor was a key word for mercenaries and villains, hired help or security essentially, especially help that did not care about the law.
"Thank you. As strong as they can get," said Blanca. "He has revealed further that the reason for this is because he and his wife are duds." Casimir almost fell off his chair. "Duds? Did I hear that right?" "Yes. They have sent in a preliminary AC scan to confirm this, though, of course, upon arrival to the Red Circle, they will receive a thorough one from us as well." Casimir's guard dropped. "Duds, are they? Then that makes sense why Mr. Vane would keep his profile so hidden."
Thank you.
"A wealthy dud is a dud just waiting to be captured and extorted. Remind me again, is he coming alone?" "No. He wishes to bring his wife along." "A wife? Then that's fine. No guards." Blanca shook her head. "I would not allow him to bring any form of threat within the Red Circle. His background is far too tenuous to allow that." "Thank you, Blanca, my dear. I have made it this far in the criminal underworld because of how open I am to receiving clients of any kind. Whether they dress themselves in fine suits or wallow in the bloody mud of violence, if indeed Mr. Vane and his wife are both duds and they pass through all our security checks, then I sincerely doubt they are threats of any kind." Casimir waved his hand. "Arrange this meeting. One more thing, Mr. Vane wishes to bring a bottle of wine with him."
"Thank you. He strongly prefers his own drinks," said Blanca. "Oh, a man of strong tastes. I can respect that. What does he want to bring?"
"You did ask him, yes, of course, as you said. I have worked with you long enough. It is a 2,080 Celeste market price, 6,000 credits." 6,000! A respectable vintage, then." Casimir's emote face raised an eye in curiosity, though certainly not the most expensive I have received. Any cheaper than that, and I would have rejected it. Thank you. But it will serve as preliminary proof of Mr. Vane's finances, and indeed I do quite find myself wanting to savor a dry red. Tell Mr. Vane his bottle service request is approved, though of course it will have to go through all security checks as well. That will be all. Understood, sir, said Blanca. She unplugged herself from her sleek black laptop and held it to her side. She turned to leave, but paused. Thank you. This is simply my opinion, sir, but I still cannot shake an uneasy feeling about this meeting. All these years we have known each other, I did not take you to be a superstitious woman, Blanca. But your sincere worries do touch me. Here, I will use my power. Casimir reached into his suit's breast pocket and retrieved a plain, white dice. He rattled it in his hand, and as he did so, his hand glowed a bright white. Then, he rolled the dice on his table. It rolled a solid 1, there.
Thank you. I will not suffer even a single scratch of harm to my body in the next 24 hours, said Casimir. His power involved rolling a dice to determine his safety within a 24-hour time frame. A 1 indicated no harm done to Casimir, while a 6 meant certain death. Depending on his mental state and physical condition, the time frame his power could calculate fluctuated, but even at its worst, it could see up to 9 hours ahead. And Casimir was in tip-top condition right now.
Thank you. It was this power, a power that fell under the ultra-rare flux category that manipulated fundamental aspects of reality like space, time, causality, and probability, that had allowed him to survive and rise in the criminal underworld, that and his sharp business acumen, of course. The only downside to this power was that it possessed a 3-day-long period in which it was unable to be used. Blanca nodded, believing fully in the dice. Thank you. It had saved her more times than she could count over all the years she had worked with Casimir as well, back when they were both nothing more than poor and desperate hoodlums begging on dirty streets for their next meal. Finalize the arrangements, Blanca. Casimir rolled around in his chair, looking out from the 3rd story of his nightclub. His view shot over thick, bulletproof tinted glass down to the cracked, broken streets of Southside Haven below.
Thank you.
I am now rather curious to see how Mr. Vane carries himself as a dud. I am sure he has had his share of hardships despite his wealth. And hardship breeds ambition. Perhaps he shares an entrepreneurial spirit such as myself. Chapter 56. Meeting in the Red Circle. Aldrich could only drive his armored car up within a block of the Red Circle before he hit a security check. Thank you. Or rather, it was a mandatory valet service, but judging by the 2-story tall, armor-plated valet booth that looked suspiciously like a sentry tower, it was pretty obvious that this was a security check. Aldrich stopped his car in front of the boom barrier set down by the booth. The barrier itself glowed with a streak of white energy, indicating Ethereum power, processed ether. That meant it was custom-made by a techno. It was no ordinary flimsy line of metal meant to stop traffic.
Thank you.
Most likely it had some function to stop cars that tried to ignore it. That was not Aldrich's intention, though. He was here for a chat, after all. He watched as 2 guards standing on either end of the barrier approached. They looked to be mercenaries rather than villains.
Thank you.
Where villains liked to have a distinctive costume to make an impact and be recognized, mercenaries focused far more on practicality, donning themselves with cybernetics and military gear meant for efficiency rather than flashiness. "Are we to fight now, Master?" said Valera from the passenger seat. She was dressed in her black dress set while Aldrich had just bought a 3,000 credit suit to keep up appearances, a wealthy fund inheritor. No fighting. "Not unless we absolutely must," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
"Carry that with you and act as politely as you can. But try to leave all the talking to me." Aldrich motioned to a rectangular wooden case containing the 2080 Celeste bottle of wine that had costed 6,000 credits, leaving Aldrich with just 1,000 left. It was mind-boggling how the wealthy spent so many credits on seemingly ordinary things like clothes and drinks. Thank you. He had thought 10,000 credits a decent amount to start off with. But he quickly began to realize if he really wanted to keep up his appearances as an ultra-wealthy man, he needed to find a way to get more credits quickly. Valera nodded and picked up the case of wine. Mercenaries approached Aldrich's windshield. He rolled the window down and stared at the mercenary's dot-like cybernetic red eyes and mouth mask that made each of his heavy breaths sound deeply raspy. "Here to see the manager." "Thank you." 11 appointment, said Aldrich. "Yeah, I know. Valet service. Mandatory. Give me your keys." Aldrich turned off his car and tossed the keys to the mercenary. He grabbed them and nodded. "Walk past the barrier to the club. You'll face more security checks there. And just so you know, if we find anything here that's even remotely suspicious." "You won't." Aldrich ignored him and waved Valera forward. Together they walked past the now upraised boom barrier towards the club.
"Thank you."
Valera tucked her arm in the crook of Aldrich's, and like this, they walked forward like gentleman and lady at a high-profile dance. Aldrich appreciated how Valera was right now. She kept a calm, confident poise. Her posture was straight and elegant, each of her steps even matching the Aldrich's pace. Even though she was a knight, she was also a lady hailing from a royal vampiric lineage, and that showed now.
"Thank you."
At the front of the club, Aldrich noted in the periphery of his sharp vision multiple cameras as well as several crawler drones in dormant state latched on the walls of the building, ready at a moment's notice to be active and crawl about while unloading machine gun fire. The club's entrance was surprisingly far more elegant than Aldrich would have thought a seedy club in Southside Haven, the broken-down crime-infested part of the city, to be. "Thank you." Large black tinted glass double doors surrounded by a frame of red and gold shaped into floral patterns awaited Aldrich and Valera. A well-maintained, spotlessly clean red carpet led out of the doors, and flanking this carpet were several Red Circle staff noticeable from their white and red suits. One of these staff members came up to Aldrich and Valera with a bow. "Welcome to the Red Circle, Mr. and Mrs. Vane," said the woman.
Thank you.
She had no cybernetics to speak of, but her organic eyes flashed with an odd, fluctuating green tint that made it obvious she was a powered altar. "I will be your server and guide for tonight. You may call me Hirondelle." "A pleasure to meet you, Hirondelle." Aldrich nodded and smiled uncharacteristically. He had practiced for hours to put up the fake persona of a wealthy socialite so as not to draw attention. "Follow me." Hirondelle smiled and led Aldrich towards the doors. "Thank you. We have prepared nothing but the finest for you, Mr. and Mrs. Vane, as we treat each client with the utmost level of respect they deserve. However, there are some minor security hurdles we simply must press upon you. Red Circle policy, I'm afraid." "I perfectly understand," said Aldrich. "Safety is a real issue these days, isn't it? I appreciate the cooperation." Hirondelle nodded to the rest of the staff. Several people came forwards.
"Thank you."
Some waved Ethereum and metal-detecting sticks over Aldrich and Valera. Others scanned them from a distance, not with visors, but their very own powers, their eyes glowing or their hands projecting analyzing light. Hirondelle bowed and held out a hand towards Valera. "The bottle, Mrs. Vane, might my team analyze it? I assure you we will take the greatest of cares so that the taste and integrity of the wine is not harmed a single bit." "Thank you." Valera daintily held out the bottle, and Hirondelle grasped it in one hand before handing it over to a staff member who disappeared into the club. "Tech sweep complete, nothing," said a staff member. "AC scan complete. Count at 0, said another. "Wonderful," said Hirondelle. "Once we have returned your bottle, I will lead you to your meeting. I hope you will enjoy your stay, Mr. Vane, and that this meeting ends with an investment that you can look back upon with a smile."
Thank you.
Aldrich smiled, and this time it was genuine.
I hope so too.
Once Hirondelle returned with Aldrich's bottle and handed it back to Valera, she guided them as promised. Through the sliding double-glass doors, Aldrich and Valera continued on through more red carpet. The first floor was a massive dance floor, though by the walls were highly upraised booths with tables for those that wished to pay for a premium experience.
Thank you.
At the end of the dance floor stood a white platform meant for performers with large stage lights and sound systems ahead. Everything was powered off, however. The Red Circle only functioned as a club during the weekends. All other days was when business happened. Aldrich knew the ins and outs of the Red Circle. His grave ward had scouted out almost everything it could.
Thank you.
That included the room on the third floor they were head to, where a masked man that was most likely Casimir sat waiting with a guard. There were a few mystery rooms blocked with force fields, but Aldrich would know what was behind those soon enough. Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera to the end of the dance floor to a platform elevator hidden behind the performance stage. The elevator ferried them all to the third floor, and here everything was deathly silent.
Thank you.
The walls were heavily soundproofed, isolating it from the tumult of the dance floor below. The third floor comprised of brightly lit hallways lined with red carpet and decorated with expensive paintings and sculptures, some of which dated pre-monstering, easily fetching over 100,000 credits. Right this way. Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera down these hallways to a room. She opened a varnished carved oak door and bowed.
Thank you.
Inside, the room felt like it belonged to an upscale fine dining restaurant. It was lit by elaborate chandelier, and beneath it stood a round dining table covered with white cloth. Casimir sat here with a plate, utensils, and 3 types of wine glasses in front of him. The same arrangement was repeated twice for Aldrich and Valera. Immediately, Casimir stood up. "Mr. Vane, you've come right on time," Casimir said warmly, the emote on his mask smiling. "Casimir, I presume?"
Thank you.
Aldrich held out a hand, and Casimir shook it thoroughly. "My, that is a powerful handshake right there," said Casimir. He playfully tapped Aldrich's shoulder. "You must train that body of yours quite dutifully, But the sad state of the world now is that one must always be ready for danger." Casimir then bowed lightly to Valera. "Mrs. Vane, is it? A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your husband has been nothing but warm and charming to me in our prior communications." "Thank you. Ah, and that bottle, I should not let a lady such as yourself carry it." Casimir snapped his fingers. "Walters, be good to me and take this off the lady." One of the 2 guards, a Red Circle waiter, it seemed, judging from his white and red suit, came forwards and took the bottle from Valera with a gracious nod. He had sharp, angular features with slit pupils and slicked a short buzz cut. "Thank you." Contrary to his brutish appearance, Walters carefully began to open the case and retrieve a tray of wine-opening tools like he was a world-class surgeon performing the world's most sensitive operation. Aldrich and Valera could both tell from a single glance that Walter was not some ordinary waiter. He was strong. "Thank you." They could not sense ether energy, but they could tell how physically capable someone was, and Walters was 6'6", 2 meters, with enough muscle that he seemed like he could burst out of his suit at any given moment. "Now sit, sit. You must rest yourselves. The drive here was so very dangerous, no?" Casimir personally drew back Aldrich and Valera's seats, beckoning them to sit. As everyone settled into the dining table, Casimir continued. "Thank you. I am deeply sorry that my establishment lies in this rather rough neighborhood. I do not mean to pry, but I noticed your AC counts were 0. It is no wonder that you had to drive here in an armored car, particularly when I had to request that you arrive with no security force." "Oh, trust me, it wasn't much of an issue," said Aldrich. "You have been more than welcoming enough so far. I appreciate your politeness, Mr. Vane. I tell you, some of the clients I receive, they know nothing." "Thank you. They cannot tell a street market leather from Gaussian finery, nor, as you no doubt know, some mass-produced red wine swill with a proper Celeste vintage." Aldrich noted that Casimir's compliments were quite targeted. Aldrich's current suit was from Gaussian, and of course that damned overpriced wine was a Celeste or some bullshit fancy-sounding name. And that ring...
"Thank you."
That twin coiling snake design with the silver and gold. "My, that is expert work right there," said Casimir as he gestured to the ring of avarice on Aldrich's finger. "Might I ask who made it?" "Unfortunately, this is strictly artisanal." "A custom order," said Aldrich. "Custom, is it? After our talk, you must acquaintance me with your jeweler."
"Thank you. I would almost kill to have a piece such as that for myself, said Casimir as he stretched out his hands, showcasing a sparkling watch and several polished rings studded with rare gems of all kinds. But you strike me as a more serious man, Mr. Vane, so let's get to talking business, shall we? You read me perfectly, said Aldrich. Walters, pour us some Prosecco to begin, said Casimir. Your wine, that Celeste, we must save for later.
Thank you. My chef will prepare a course that suits its dry yet subtle flavors beautifully. Walters nodded and took a bottle from a chilled cabinet. He popped the carbonated bottle open and held it by the base with his palm as he went around the table, filling up smaller, thinner glasses. Casimir held up the gleaming, golden-colored, sparkling alcohol to the light of the chandelier. A preliminary toast, perhaps. Of course. Aldrich raised his glass, and so did Valera.
Thank you.
Casimir drew the glass close to his mask, and the lower half retracted, revealing a severely burnt, disfigured face. He sipped the Prosecco before continuing business talk. I understand that you wish to speak with me about sampling our liquor selection, just as we discussed before. Yes, said Aldrich. He had sent this message to get a good look into the Red Circle's list of mercenaries and villains to prepare for them. Thank you. Plus, it was good cover and fit with the story of a wealthy dud that wanted security. Our liquor selection is acceptable, but not the finest. I'm afraid that our in-house store does not exceed the B rank for any higher. You must reach larger establishments, but that is what the Red Circle specializes in, connections. We are one of the largest hubs for connectors from the largest organizations.
Thank you.
The Four Dragons, the Rakshasas, the Moon, the Trident, any big names you can think of, we have ties to. Aldrich heard the word Trident and involuntarily narrowed an eye. Ah, are you interested in the Trident? Said Casimir, catching even that tiny eye motion expertly. Of course. Who wouldn't be, said Aldrich as he maintained his smile. Chapter 57. Bonus chapter, meeting in the Red Circle 2. I did take you as a man who could see potential, said Casimir. Thank you. And you are right on the mark with that. There is no other organization in our line of work growing faster than the Trident. And who could have predicted it? A ragtag alliance of estranged Yakuza, Mafia, and Triad families banding together after the monstering in a most meteoric rise. It is truly admirable how hardship can make the fellow man set aside differences and work together. If I was an investing man such as yourself, I would place my credits in the Trident.
Thank you.
But of course, I should not lecture an experienced investor like you.
By all means, go ahead.
I'm always in a learning mindset, said Aldrich. He kept his smile, but he could not hide the disgust welling up within him as Casimir talked about the Trident like they were some rags to riches story to be admired. The Trident built their empire off the blood and suffering of countless many. There was nothing to respect about them. Thank you. And soon, once Aldrich saw to it, that empire would crumble into dust. Something big is happening, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I can feel it in the air, in the fabric of this tumultuous society around us. Can you not? It is in the ever-increasing cases of theft by nomads in the Wastelands. It is in the spirits of the downtrodden in the ghettos and broken-down streets of walled cities. Do you know what I call this? Entertain me, said Aldrich. Casimir raised a finger. Desperation. Thank you. The Panopticon and the Alterhuman Agency are meant to protect humanity, but they are failing. Variance attacks are astronomically on the rise, and I hear whispers that the Titans stir in their slumber. Are you familiar with the prophet, Mr. Vane? Ah, the altar with future sight, correct? The one who makes a prophecy about humanity's safety every 15 years, said Aldrich. Who wouldn't be? His prophecies are the most watched live broadcasts on telescreen networks.
Thank you.
Yes, that's the one. The doddering old man with that wispy head of white hair and bleak, blank eyes. Oh, I do feel for him, that man, to constantly have to foresee the fate of an entire civilization. It must take a toll on the mind. Casimir shook his head. But besides his personal suffering, have you heard of his latest prophecy? Who hasn't, said Aldrich. 2 years ago, yes? 2115. Thank you. If my memory isn't failing me, he's guaranteed humanity's safety for the next 15 years yet again. There is some tell among my sources that it is all a lie. A sham conjured up by the ultrahuman agency and the panopticon, said Casimir. I hear that the prophet has, in truth, foretold humanity's doom. Is that so? Said Aldrich, raising a brow in interest. Is it? Who knows? Even my own sources cannot penetrate deep into the internal politics of the AA and the panopticon. Thank you. All I hear are whispers and rumors, second-hand accounts, mutterings. But you know what, Mr. Vane? Casimir leaned forwards, the emote on his mask smiling at Aldrich intensely. Even a whisper is bound to be heard when it is telling the truth. Aldrich remained quiet, letting Casimir talk. Casimir spoke. I make no guarantees, but I feel that perhaps something big will happen.
Thank you.
With the vast majority of modern-day supers degenerating into nothing but glorified pop stars, prancing about on their live streams and vying for the most likes on their social media platforms, who is left to defend the common man? When will the desperation that is ever growing on the streets reach a breaking point? And when it does, when that breaking point shatters the order of society, who will pick up the pieces? Ah, I see what you're getting at, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
You're saying that the villains want to take control. With enough variant attacks and enough desperation, some perhaps artificially fueled, there's bound to be chaos. And who better to navigate chaos than villains? I am not saying anything. I am merely asking questions. Presenting a thought experiment, yes, said Casimir coyly. But you understand what I mean. Thank you. So, it is quite wise of you to divest some of your investments here, especially if you wish to keep yourself and your dear wife safe in times to come. Now then, for our in-house liquor selections, Casimir tapped the side of his mask 3 times, and the emote disappeared into a bright white screen. From there, a holographic series of images projected outwards onto the dining table. These images formed into profiles that listed out several mercenaries and villains for hire. Thank you. The profiles listed a threat ranking if the subject had one, or if they were hidden, an estimated threat ranking. It showed an image of them, a list of their successful missions, how many credits and assets they had earned for their clients, their general personality traits, and so on. Like reviewing resumes. Aldrich noted that out of the dozen profiles Casimir projected, only one was at B rank. It seems you're a little disappointed with our in-house selection, and that is understandable. Thank you, Casimir said this, when Aldrich spent several seconds looking without saying anything. Again, we do not have the finest cream of the crop. For that, you would have to travel to a larger city such as New York. However, for you, Mr. Vane, I can offer more options. No doubt, if you have researched enough to connect with us, you know of Blackwater, one of few academies in the underground network that specializes in producing insider informants within the AA.
Thank you.
But among them, many will also be promising mercenaries if you so desire. I could arrange a meeting between you and some members of the A-rank class. Young as they are, they may not be as disciplined, but their potential, I am sure, if properly groomed, will exceed our in-house selections. An interesting consideration, said Aldrich. You truly do have a wide selection to offer. But could I be just a little greedier and ask to see if there are even more? Of course, Mr. Thank you. Vane, and I welcome greed. Greed is good. Greed is what drives us all. Casimir tapped his mask again. This time, Aldrich saw red-tinted profiles projected. Many of these had far more impressive accomplishments and higher average threat rankings than before. One thing tied them all together. They had an affiliation with the Trident. I know you were interested about the Trident. Thank you. Here's a list of most of the villains they have working for them that they can outsource as independent contractors. Unfortunately, none of them are in such a small city as Haven, but I could certainly arrange a meeting for you with any one of them, said Casimir. Aldrich looked over the profiles before he settled on one that he remembered in crystal clear, perfect detail, a villain with a burly, bristle-furred body with a butcher's apron as a costume. Thank you. This was the same man that had chopped Aldrich's parents into little pieces. Aldrich's undead mind allowed him to process a massive surge of emotions, of hate and vengeance and bloodlust away so as not to draw attention. But even then, his finger trembled ever so slightly as he pointed at the man's photo. This one. I want this one, said Aldrich. Oh? The butcher? Casimir cocked his head in surprise. He is not quite suited for guarding jobs.
Thank you. His personality is rather erratic, and his patience is rather limited.
A condition of his power, it is said. He is far more suited for torture. Ah, wait. Casimir smiled at Aldrich. Don't tell me, Mr. Vane, you weren't here to hire a guard at all, were you? Said Aldrich, wondering if Casimir had suspected him. You want someone gone, someone who has wronged you, and you want them to suffer. Am I correct? Said Casimir. Aldrich smiled. In a way, Casimir was right. Very, very right. Thank you. How could you tell? I have a knack for sensing out my clients, said Casimir. Mr. Vane, you really did not have to skirt around what you wanted. You could have told me from the beginning instead of dancing about and pretending to hire a guard. I understand you are unfamiliar with how the underworld works, but you may be straightforward here. Within the underworld, all desires hidden and locked away may be laid bare. That includes a need to make someone disappear forever. You're right. Thank you. I am unused to working with all of this. Thank you for the tip. I'll keep it in mind, said Aldrich. I am always willing to help, said Casimir. Will this be your final selection, Mr. Vane? Do understand that once you have reached out to arrange a meeting, it cannot easily be cancelled. I'm sure of it, said Aldrich. Excellent. Casimir clapped his hands triumphantly, and his mask stopped projecting images and returned to its emote face.
Thank you.
I will have my secretary arrange the meeting within the red circle by this very week. Details regarding payment and contract details, numbers and words that spoil the mood, I leave to our respective staffs. Right then, the doors opened and 3 more waiters entered, carrying a rolling tray with 3 large plates covered by cloches, a bread basket, and an assortment of small plates ranging from seafood bites to salads. Thank you. For now, how about we enjoy the beginning of this fruitful relationship with a meal, said Casimir. The waiters came by and arranged the plates neatly before Aldrich, Valera, and Casimir. They then raised the cloches, revealing neatly seared chunks of steak glowing in a bath of still sizzling butter. Butter-baked baby carrots and rich, creamy scoops of mashed potatoes accompanied the meat. 70-day dry-aged quake hoof bison steaks, said Casimir, seared and basted in gold cream butter. Thank you. I sincerely hope you can stay and enjoy this meal. It smells incredible, said Aldrich, and he did not lie. This was food that he could never have afforded to even look at throughout his entire life. The kind of food that costed hundreds of credits a meal that only the richest of the rich could afford. I must agree with my husband, said Valera as she put a hand on Aldrich's. This is quite the treat you have prepared for us. Oh, it's nothing. Thank you. A simple token of appreciation, said Casimir. Aldrich stayed focused and hinted to Casimir. But I do feel like it's missing something. A certain Celeste vintage, no? Don't think I forgot, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. Come, Walters, uncork that wine and give us a pour. The hulking, muscled brute of a waiter came forwards with surprising elegance, bowing as he poured at the red wine in everyone's glasses.
Thank you.
Aldrich saw as hundreds of credits in the form of fermented liquid grapes just poured out casually like that. But he did not let his upbringing as someone who had never experienced luxury show. Valera, however, seemed utterly at home here. She smiled with the grace of a court lady and slid her wine glass towards Walters with an eased confidence. Walters poured, and Valera nodded ever so slightly before taking the glass and swishing it, swirling the dark red liquid about.
Thank you.
Aldrich mimicked her, and Casimir stood up and raised his glass. Now, a proper toast to a new partnership, said Casimir. A new partnership, said Aldrich, as he and Valera clinked their glasses against Casimir's. At the same time, all 3 took a deep sip of the wine. Aldrich felt the deeply dry and bitter taste and held back a grimace. He did not really like alcohol as it affected his diet and training, but he did not let his displeasure show.
Thank you.
He instead pretended to savor the taste like Casimir and Valera were doing. When after what seemed like an eternity, Casimir finally stopped letting the wine linger in his mouth and swallowed it.
Ah, how wonderful,
said Casimir. This kind of subtle dryness, Celeste is known for this. And what better to cut through dry with rich? Casimir picked up his fork and knife and reached down to cut his steak and then froze all of a sudden, as if someone had just hit the pause button on his body. Thank you. Almost immediately, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Walters, the giant waiter, came on alert, as did the two mercenaries in the room. Then, after a tense half-second, Casimir moved again. "Are you okay, sir?" said Walters. Why would I not be, Walters, in light of this breakthrough?" said Casimir as he cut his steak. "I have never felt better. Same with me." Aldrich smiled as he heard Fler'Gan's voice ring in his head. "The mind possession is complete, O Elder," said Fler'Gan. "Thank you." Chapter 58. An experiment. "Thanks, Fler'Gan. Your potion worked perfectly. I owe you one," said Aldrich. "I require no thanks, Great Elder, but if you are willing, perhaps a live sample? Of a human that is known as an altar." Aldrich thought about this for a moment. "All right." Walters stared at Aldrich as he loomed over the table, his suspicions evidently still not eased. "Walters, please, you are inconveniencing our guest." "This is quite unlike you," said Casimir.
Thank you.
Aldrich did was smile at Walters. Walters stared at Aldrich for a few more seconds before he surrendered and walked away with a grunt. "My apologies, Mr. Vane. Walters is normally such a lovely waiter, but tonight he is a little off his game," said Casimir. "It's quite all right. Everyone has their off days and their on days," said Aldrich. Aldrich was not an idiot. He had not made Fler'Gan's mind control potion ridiculously obvious. "Thank you." He had given Fler'Gan further specifications on the potion he wanted made. Most importantly, it had to be tasteless. Then it had to be condensed down to as little liquid volume as possible, so it did not increase the weight of the wine. The potion's effects finally had to be subtle as possible. Aldrich did not want to make Casimir a brainwashed, doddering fool who drooled at the mouth and only responded to his commands. "Thank you." Not only would that guarantee an immediate and powerful backlash attack from Casimir's guards, it would also completely ruin the red circle, and Aldrich wanted the red circle to keep running for the foreseeable future. Or, more accurately, Aldrich would now run the red circle in the shadows. Thus, he wanted Casimir to be high-functioning enough to the point where the club manager seemed almost completely normal. "Thank you." Fler'Gan's mind control potion worked so that if Casimir read, heard, or saw any requests, orders, or suggestions from Aldrich or Bruce Vane, he would be highly positively disposed to them. "Let's enjoy the rest of this absolutely wonderful meal and wrap this meeting up. My wife and I have an event to go to later tonight, actually," said Aldrich. "Ah, an after-midnight party, is it? Well, you two certainly are dressed for it, the lady especially, my oh my." "Thank you. It must be quite difficult to keep prying eyes off of her, no?" said Casimir. Aldrich distinctly remembered the Odinsons and how much disgusting animal desire he had seen in their eyes for Valera. "My husband is more than capable of keeping prying eyes off of me, as am I," smiled Valera. "There is nothing more beautiful in this world than a strong couple." "I can attest to that," said Casimir. He sliced another chunk of steak. "Now let's go ahead and enjoy this meal."
Thank you.
Aldrich shook hands with Casimir outside of the red circle. His armored car was there in the front, keys in the engine and ready to be driven. "That was an incredible dinner, and I mean it," said Aldrich honestly. He had literally never tasted anything as good as that. As a dud, he probably would have been shot on sight if he went to a restaurant that served that. That was an exaggeration, but it really did feel like it sometimes. Oh, that was nothing.
Thank you.
"You should come here in the weekends when the club is properly open. I can treat you to the finest VIP table service you can even dream of." Casimir bowed slightly. "I would dare to say that my services can match even the most prestigious of New York nightlife." "I'll be in touch with you about any additional requests," said Aldrich, "and I will do my best to accommodate you, Mr. Vane."
Thank you.
Aldrich and Valera drove off promptly, returning back to the Variant Forest, with Valera humming in happiness through the whole ride back as she savored the act of being Aldrich's wife. Aldrich's mind raced through the drive, however, as he now had all the pieces for his vengeance to finalize. When it turned midnight, a status message popped in his vision. "Thank you. Ring of Avarice gift received 150 coins." Coin 20 is greater than 170. Every 3 days, the Ring of Avarice would grant Aldrich 150 coins, and this number would go up depending on Aldrich's level. Hopefully, this would help Aldrich's coin problem out, but in the case it did not, he knew that liches and their higher evolutions could actually reach into the nether and bind more than one chosen undead to themselves. Thank you. In that case, he would not be beyond considering binding Hadar, the in-game joke option that heavily increased coin generation. Hadar had passives that made him incredibly lucky when related to money according to the lore, winning in gambling almost all the time in the game. That luck manifested in just a bonus rate of coins dropped, but Aldrich theorized that it would truly manifest as luck here, something that would draw wealth and fortune to Hadar like a magnet. Thank you. In a world dominated by the credit sign, Hadar could be an invaluable asset, more so than any warmongering fighter. Miscellaneous units defeated, 600 EXP. EXP bar, 1600 1800 greater than 2200 1800. Level up. Level, 13 greater than 14. EXP bar, 470,000, 5 stat points available to distribute, plus 5 to strength, 15 greater than 20. Looked like Aldrich's undead in the forest had hunted plenty themselves. He briefly looked through the list of slaughtered variants and found nothing worthy of raising. Thank you. He commanded his units to stop for now, as he did not want to risk drawing any further attention to the forest. He was at a crucial juncture where everything needed to go right for Aldrich to finally enact vengeance upon those that had wronged him on Saturday. A mere 3 days from now, in the forest, Aldrich got to work with Fisk and Fler'Gan. Fler'Gan would continue his alchemical experimentations. Thank you. The Mind Eater requested live alter-human samples, but if Aldrich could not obtain them, the freshly slaughtered corpses of variants would do. Fler'Gan would also continue experimentation into teaching the Geist magic as a long-term project. Thank you. Fler'Gan specifically said that the Geist seemed to have a natural curiosity that made it more suited towards learning magic than any of the other arisen undead, pointing out further to Stella's disgruntlement that she was far too impatient to learn anything. While Fler'Gan did that, Aldrich worked with Fisk to continually communicate with Casimir. Now that Casimir was under Aldrich's thrall, the club manager would do anything Aldrich wanted within reason. Thank you. Aldrich first received all the information he could about Casimir regarding the rooms in the red circle that were blocked off by force fields. Those rooms contained highly valuable contraband ranging from experimental techno-weapons to potent combat drugs to blackmail on multiple important political figures and AA executives. Among them, Casimir stated that the most valuable was a newly developed drug called Boost. Thank you. It was developed in secret through a collaboration between Imuji, the corporate leader in cutting-edge military technology, and Bioforce, a corporate leader in combat-enhancing biotech. Once injected, Boost would affect the alter organ and cause the body's cell count to rapidly swell, significantly enhancing the power of the affected alter. This was not exactly a new type of drug.
Thank you.
There were many combat drugs out there that enhanced alter powers, but all of them led to massive side effects that invariably spiraled down to death, not to mention severe mania and self-destructive behavior that made them wholly unviable for combat.
Thank you.
Boost was innovative because it was the safest, though even it was dangerous enough that using it more than once over an entire 2-week period could lead to devastating side effects. Not to mention that continual long-term usage apparently caused irreparable damage to the alter organ. This was the contraband that the Odinson gang had stolen from an Imuji transport.
Thank you.
It was also what Seth Solar desperately wanted from Casimir, likely to enhance his power to beat Mel and take #1 spot to soothe his ego. Seth Solar's meeting on Saturday was not just a party night out, it was also a venture to obtain an early access sample of Boost. Aldrich noted this down for later. The Boost would become useful later. He had a near-perfect plan set up to take down Seth Solar on Saturday, but he needed to get some specifics confirmed first.
Thank you.
Aldrich asked Casimir to bring down 2 D-ranked villains to the Variant Forest on a security mission. He emphasized to Casimir that the villains be as disposable as possible so that nobody would miss them. Casimir agreed. The villains would head out this very night. Aldrich waited and began his own experimentation. Jack Rondell drove out of Haven with his hand gripped tight around his steering wheel, his rearview mirror reflecting an expression of pure annoyance on his face. Thank you. If there was one word to describe him, it would be rough. Rough hair, rough beard, rough features, someone that bordered on the brink of looking homeless. But Jack, or rather the Slasher as he was known by his villain name, had to admit he looked a hell of a lot better than the guy in the passenger seat beside him. A pale, bald guy with deeply sunken in dark eyes, thin lips, and various spikes of various lengths jutting out of his head. Thank you. That was his current partner for tonight's security mission, another guy from the Red Circle known as the Lasher. Sometimes Jack wondered what shadowy garbage pits of society the Red Circle dragged some of these guys out from, but then he realized that he, as a former drug addict turned serial killer, did not have much high ground to stand on. Anyways, Jack always disliked the guy, not only because Lasher sounded way too similar to Slasher, but because he was a total antisocial freak.
Thank you.
Fucking Casimir. He treats us well, but a sudden call like this? Man, and I was just about to fuck this absolute bombshell of a whore, too. Maybe it was a good thing I got called out. I don't know how much self-control I would have needed to stop myself from fucking her and then slicing her in pieces, said Jack, making small talk. He glanced at Lasher. Lasher only stared straight ahead, completely still like a corpse, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. Thank you. Lasher was a member of a neo-cult called the Path of Pain. Neo-cults were odd religions that popped up past the altering and monstering when rapidly changing views of what it meant to be human, bleak post-modernism, and existential crises drew people to increasingly extreme views around the Lasher's leather-covered arms were spiked chains that grew out of his skin. Those in the Path of Pain believed that everything in the world was false except pain.
Thank you.
Not that you would know anything about that, said Jack with a laugh, only silence. After a few seconds, Jack tried to make conversation again, but you know, with all those chains and a villain name like Lasher, I thought you'd be a whole lot freakier. The Lasher did not even blink as he kept staring straight ahead.
Fuck it. Whatever.
Jack sighed and just kept driving. The walls of Haven faded behind him as the forests in the distance drew closer and closer.
Thank you.
After a 40-minute drive, Jack parked his car off-road, hidden in a thicket of trees at the edge of the Variant Forest. All right, get your mask on. We're meeting the client up ahead. Says he's got a couple of sorry shits. He needs squealing in pain before he gets rid of them. That's totally up your alley, right? Pain-inflicting chains and all, yeah? Said Jack. Pain is truth. Pain reveals all, the Lasher solemnly said while closing his eyes in prayer. Thank you. He then exited the car while retrieving his mask, a gimp mask, from his black robes. The only thing I can do is turn my arms into knives. Why the fuck am I here? Jack complained as he got out and put on his mask, a typical ski mask you would see in a bad slasher flick. Hence why Jack called himself the Slasher.
Thank you.
Jack was not creative, sure, but if being creative meant becoming a freak show like the Lasher, then Jack was happy enough not to be left-brained, or whatever the fuck it was that made people creative and deranged. Like this, the Slasher and the Lasher duo went ahead into the forest.